Green screen, why do you torture me with your existence? Can't you just be a good green screen? Green screen, why do you torture me? That would be too difficult, wouldn't it? Ah, oh, Christ. Room's a mess. Oh, I wish I had a maid. Do I have my water? Of course not. That would be too fucking smart, and I'm an idiot. Why would I bring my water to the room I'm gonna be in? Okay. Hello. How are y'all? Barbaric Lizard Man Obicus. Welcome, welcome to Slaanesh After Dark, or Sotek After Dark, whichever you prefer. I slept all day because I had a horrible yesterday. So I didn't wake up today, or yesterday I guess technically, until super fucking late. So we're on now, and I'm gonna stream for a long time because I need to try and fix my sleep schedule. Why is this? And I need to do a day of spring cleaning. Things are getting away from me here. Germlux! Holy shit, dude. Joins the red host. Germlux, holy crap. Spawn. I just got here. Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you, dude. That was super generous. Damn. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you very much. Holy crap. Damn, man. You are a busy sub-gifted fiend. Thank you. That's dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Love your face. Absolutely adore you. Bloody legend. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Smoghog, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, kind of blew yesterday. Like, I just wasn't able to function. But I'm up now, and I'm not going to be able to sleep for a very long time because I slept all day yesterday, trying to avoid horrible suffering, and I'm kind of waiting for, I do need to make sure here in about an hour and a half or 2 hours, I have to take a pill. So if y'all want to be cool cats, help me remember that, about 2 hours from now. But let's go ahead and fight this battle. For those of you who are up at this hour, if you're in America, I'm so sorry. You should be asleep. But if you're not, I understand. And if you are in Europe, good morning. I imagine many of you are waking up and starting your day. We're going to see if we can defeat the Gardener. We're about halfway done with this Nakari campaign. How is everyone? I just finished,
The mansion of the Plague Lord. The crooked manor of Nurgle.
2 hours from now.
None will survive crossing its threshold, but the Gardener will come as soon as we trespass upon its outer defenses.
It's only 11 p.m. TVP.
Capture the Canker Tree in the Garden of Blight. This will give you a foothold and grant us supplies to reinforce for the struggle ahead.
I love the Beast of Nurgle. They're so jolly.
There are 2 other trees you will need to claim, and so dominate the battle. Nurgle is amused you have made it this far. Slay his servants, and ensure he will not mock you again.
Dugal, Runkle, welcome to the stream. And Hammond, it's only 11. Okay, we know Hammond lives in Pacific time, so if we ever need to like destroy a time zone, we know where to aim. Zozo, thanks for the lovely message. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the community. I hope you're doing okay, dude. One day till we see Greases. One day till Greases time.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh! Dolce's sweet kiss! Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Doing kind of shitty. Insomnia and depression are kicking my ass. Getting drunk wasn't help. Well, you know, generally speaking, I mean, I could be wrong, but generally speaking, in my experience, alcohol does not seem to ever help with any sort of mental issue ever. It's like the opposite of helpful. Well, I hope that I can help provide you all with somewhere to hang out for a bit and some entertainment.
I am ready. Heart seekers of Slaanesh!
Actually, why don't you go lead our cultists?
Slaaneshi cultist!
We are one. Another wretched, foul lizard thing joins the red
It doesn't help, but it
host.
punts.
Cursed
Yeah.
Sotek spawn.
Hey, Vesserath, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Yeah, I live in probably the worst time zone for clan tawny things. They're always when I'm still at work or very, very early in the day. The pain of PST.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Fat Onyx
Turnies.
cheered. X10. Which is why I switched from whiskey to just soda and water.
Speaking of tourneys, did anybody watch Turin's tournament? How did it go? I was supposed to play in it, but like I said, my brain imploded. I was asleep the entire time. So, I was avoiding mental health issues and missed, but I don't think me being there would have been great anyway. I haven't practiced the multiplayer at all, so it was just gonna be getting my ass kicked. Anticity won? Did he really? That's awesome.
Code
He absolutely deserves it.
_0
Dude's a
cheered.
king.
X10. Morning, Lawmaster. How are you?
Code Zero, I'm doing okay today. I'm sad that I missed the tournament, but I'm not super sad about it.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hear the discordant
Thanks for all the subs, dudes. Appreciate that.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered.
You're bloody legends, all of you.
Ogres are amazing. We'll give Toby
Truly,
a
I live in the sexiest community. I don't know how much, so much sexy can be in one place, but it is.
Rating was cheered. X10. The Ogre Devil Iron Blaster meta is brutal. Ogres are so good in multiplayer.
Were they allowed to play ogres?
For orders.
Hawk Godly, Anorak, Codename, Giggle Dantes, Terry's Living Legend. Good to see you all. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be streaming for quite a while, so I hope y'all buckle up. They were? Oh, that's cool. Game volume's a bit loud. Yeah, I was kind of feeling that myself. Oh. Okay, here. That should be better for y'all. Let me know if that's better. I forgot that my volume... my volume was pretty high.
X10. Yes, EA let them play ogres, and ogres didn't lose a game, except in the ogre mirror match.
Ogres didn't lose a single game? Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. My audio was set for the interview with Andy Hall. That's why the game was so quiet. Sorry about that. Or so loud, rather. Sorry about that. Okay, we're gonna try and funnel the AI a little bit.
Rain is a gift. We go.
Gotta make sure we don't stand in any forest, though. Because one of the things I actually really like about this map is one of Nurgle's abilities is that the forests are actually poisonous. The forests on this map will hurt you if you stand in them, which is super interesting.
100. Hey Sotek, I was rewatching your Ogre QA. You said you were not personally a fan of cross-faction mercenaries. Have you changed your feeling at all with the outpost system?
I have, because it's a limited system. I did not think that CA would make it a limited system, which is what it is. I actually really enjoy the limited system. I thought I wouldn't, but I do. I think it's a ton of fun. And it's very, very enjoyable. I stand by that if they made it where you could just like recruit anything and everything you wanted with no restrictions, that it would be stupid, but that's not what they did. That's what I thought they were going to do, though. So if you're wondering about my thoughts on it, those are my thoughts on it.
Of Slaanesh.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Attack!
Kari over there.
Fat Onyx Cheer.
Sensuous diversion.
You also missed grabbing take triple cafe and take cannons against Nurgle and utterly destroyed them. It was a risky army, but Nurgle didn't bring flowers and got absolutely shredded.
Nurgle is very hard to play in multiplayer, it seems like. Like, Nurgle legit seems like probably the... Like, I think Nurgle is quite fun in single player, but it seems like when it comes to multiplayer, Nurgle is the most difficult faction right now.
Decadent seekers.
Giga_Golgans cheered. X100. How would you find the limited
This will
mercenary
be
system in the
exquisite.
old world?
Powers up.
The debauched one.
Y'all go there. Seekers, let's go on the Toads. Let's summon some reinforcements.
Demoness.
So I'm gonna need units to babysit this area when I'm gone.
Fat Onyx cheered. X2. Second hardest Arturians working. Cathay is considered the worst with ogres. as you mentioned before being the
Exalted
best.
demonets of Slaanesh.
Cathay is considered the worst? Really? I feel like Cathay is going to be one of those ones that gets good once people learn how to play it.
Nobler trackers. Oh my. From this list, are there any tabletop players that are also OP listed in the Regid flow?
We go. Make them scream.
Marauders!
Actually, I want y'all...
By pain, seeking Slaanesh's embrace.
Demonets. Excess in all things. Make them scream.
More bonus demons.
To our will. Surging on.
I think what actually might be better is build that, break this down.
The maiden of ecstasy. The darkest of desire.
And Nurgle is just like a... You are just doing your best to survive an absolute mess of stuff. Okay, I think they're done coming from this direction, so we're gonna pile over here. I'm gonna leave my... We're gonna leave the spears here. Gonna upgrade this to a barricade. We're gonna leave the spears here.
Demonet of Slaanesh.
Got one of these. We'll drop from the Forsaken. Sorry, chat. Let me get through this wave, and then I'll be able to focus better on what y'all are saying.
Demonettes.
Okay, Demonettes, I want y'all to come stand over here. We are doing our best to funnel the AI factions through certain traps.
Demonettes of Slaanesh!
About that. Let's give you a heal. Let's get Nakari. Let's get Nakari an upgrade to his armor. Just to make him a little bit tankier. Yeah, I'll get caught up on all y'all's posts in a second, my dudes. Thank you for all the bits. And just a reminder, guys, like, don't get me wrong, I really appreciate the bits and everything, but please don't feel like you have to donate bits just to get my attention. Like, I do read the comments, as long as they're not, like, too overwhelming in number. Like, it might take me a sec to get to them, but I do try and keep up with what y'all are talking about. Please don't feel like you have to tip in order to, like, be noticed or something. Okay, so I can start setting up. Okay, you guys are gonna defend that hole. And then I want a unit of whips. 2 units of whips. You're gonna help them hold this. And then the other unit we got is going to help hold this ditch. And then we're gonna leave behind cavalry to deal with some other stuff.
Have you seen my small I put on your Discord chat, and what do you think of the Lord? Is a super quick rundown of the Lord, as I could have been there for hours talking about all of it, but I wanted to fit in news.
Whatever you're saying, I don't know until I have a minute to look at it.
X10. But certainly, I only use X because it lets me get the sense of being able to interrupt you like I'm used to when we hang out.
Willing slaves.
Okay.
I am ready.
So all of these people are going to be leaving this area. We'll go over here. They're staying there. You're all coming with me.
But we like to support you with bits served.
Hey, no, like, don't get me wrong. If you're just like, hey, I just want to throw money at you, I'm not going to argue. All right, we are going to leave behind. What do we leave behind? Should have an extra demonette unit. I do. Okay. Bonus demonettes and spears. Y'all are gonna hold this chasm, and then hail scourges. On the hunt. You're gonna hold there. Okay. So that's everything we're gonna leave behind. Everyone else is advancing.
Alores. Inflict exquisite suffering.
Nope, nope, not that. Not that. Stop.
Oh!
Spears stay. Spears stay.
Spearmen! Driven by pain. The pangs
No.
of
Spear stay. Spear stay.
Guided by hunger.
Alright. Oh, okay, yeah, they're coming over here. Am I a pro wrestling fan? Sadly not. Provex, Jack and Diego, welcome to the stream. Good to see you.
Shut up and take my bits, you amazing person.
How dare you?
Now.
Okay, so these guys need to be ungrouped.
Rebel.
Chariots need to be healed. Actually, we'll send the chariots over this way. Where's Nakari? Nakari, let's get you in gold armor so you are super duper tanky.
Paramour of Slaanesh. Sorceress Lash. New extremes of sensation. A dance of pain.
Spartan _ cheered. X11. After a lengthy incursion into his realm by those purple people eaters, Nurgle decided to pull out the big guns.
This will be exquisite. Hard seekers Sons of Slaanesh! Bring decadent thieves!
Alright, so we've got a good little defense group down here. Let's get Nakari with silver weapons.
Slash!
Endless suffering!
Power of Slaanesh!
Codename, you doing alright?
Supple servants of Slaanesh! The Maiden of Ecstasy!
I need just a bit more.
Luscious deviants! The debauched one!
I think Slaanesh honestly has the best starting army ability. Like, most of them are kind of okay. Like, Nurgle's is pretty meh, because it's like, oh, you make the enemy really slow. But it doesn't, it's a devastating slow, but it doesn't last long enough, I think, to really take advantage of the situation. Actually, you know what? Run down these guys. But, like, Slaanesh just gets, like, a flat-out deal damage to people and can make them rampage. Like, it's so good.
Tasmagoria!
The cult
God damn it.
thrives!
No. You stay there.
A dark bargain!
Right, you over
Get
here.
them! Deliver unto Slaanesh! Suffer!
Onyx Shield. Exit. Another thing from the tournament.
This will
the
be
new ultimate threat to
exquisite.
Julian is telling you he has to cast a noble mirror. It's supplanted the
Repulsive
vampire
and
prince mirror
alluring.
match as the ultimate in suffering for humanity.
I move.
Okay, I got a second to... Oh my god, guys, so many messages. Jesus Christ. Ogres are amazing. We'll give tabletop players PTSD. That's delightful. Codename, thanks so much for gifting a sub, Codename. That was very nice of you. Doing well. Doing water, that's good. Veserat, thanks for the 2 months of Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Double Ogre Iron Blaster is so OP. Ogres didn't lose a game. Rewatching the Q&A, you said... Oh, I already answered that. You miss Crabling taking Cathanian Great Cannons against Nurgle and utterly destroyed them. How would I like a limited mercenary system in Warhammer the Old World? I think that should kind of be exclusive to, like, a faction that's based around it. Like Dogs of War, as opposed to... Like, I don't mind mercenary units existing, but I don't think you should be able to take, like, whatever you want from any roster and add it to your roster, because that's just impossible to balance, and it's like, as much as you may not like me saying it, that would be trash for the game's health. That would be so bad for the game's health. I would be super not okay with that. Because to me, that would basically just be begging for the game to be complete and utter trash. Like, it would really struggle to be even remotely balanced, with that being the case, in my opinion.
Charge! To the next victory! On the hunt!
Like, I hope we get the Dogs of War as, like, a playable faction stuff, that kind of stuff. That's fine. But I would absolutely, under no circumstances, want to see, like, oh, you're playing Lizardmen, you can take a Demons of Chaos unit, or stuff like that. Like, that should be reserved for, like, oh, you're playing 2-player, so you can have access to some, you know, unique toys as a team.
I need souls!
Torture sweet.
Okay, they're gonna need reinforcements on this side, so we'll send the Heartseekers.
Kill.
Marauders! Quench the thirst!
Sensuous diversions.
Fat Onyx
fury
Shield.
of
Exit.
terrors.
Also, hold up if we're hunting Nurgle's gardener. Does that mean we're being particularly slimly resistant?
Now!
We like to support me with bits. I appreciate that. Shut up and take my bits. Thank you. Purple People Eaters got that. Super Hollow Man, thanks for following. Hope you're doing well. Ultimate threat to turn is telling him he has to cast a Nurgle mirror match. Nurgle mirror matches, yeah. I could see that being like the definition of agony. because it's just so slow. Okay, the good news is, it seems like the AI is not smart enough to try. No, 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 no! Ah, dang it. Damn it. I wanted to upgrade that to a tier 4 tower, but I wasn't paying attention.
Servants of Slaanesh.
Send the demonettes there. Bring the chariots over to this mess. Pop the buffs.
Prince of Chaos rises.
Okay, tell everyone except those guys to turn off guard mode.
Hell Scourge!
Slippery.
Kill! Kill!
What can I summon? I could get oh, I could get fiends. Fiends, go help.
What do you want?
Summon some furies. Let's whip it back and forth. Want you on the beast with Nurgle. Get this to a max tier tower in a second. Oh, there it goes. Let's do a max tier tower. And then from this summoning post, we want another unit of fiends as soon as we can get them. I may need to heal some of my guys here in a bit. Actually, you know what I can do is I can start grabbing the units that are the most badly damaged and just telling them to heal manually. That'll buy me a little bit more endurance. Okay.
Bring us a joyous degradation.
So it's mainly down here we need reinforcements.
Seek us. There we fit.
We're doing okay down there. I shouldn't need any bodyguards on this layer.
Seek us. Divine slaughter. Delighted.
Heal my fiends a little bit.
Paramour of Slaanesh.
Power of Slaanesh! Soul Trigger! Attack!
The debauched ones. Torture sweet kiss.
Okay. Good job, team. Let's head up to the final zone, which is actually like super claustrophobic compared to the rest of them.
I can't stop.
Stride!
I'm a little worried about my Heart Seekers. Let's pop a big heal on them.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Mortals, you go up here. Oh, y'all should not be in that. You should not be locked.
We cannot refuse.
Drop this on Exalted Flinkers.
Arch Tempter!
Alright, Nakari
No one
is max
must
stats.
Rush of guns.
We're gonna let Nakari duel the Great Unclean One because he will rip it to pieces.
Kai.
Especially when I drop its melee defense by like 80.
The Kitsune Adventures Shield, X45. What happens if the magic user lets a butcher/slave master starts worshipping Paul? Also good morning.
Considering this fat boy has like 10k plus health, he is getting ripped to pieces.
Eight areas cheered. Excellent. First time second soul on stream.
I think we've gotten up to a second soul on stream before, but we're gonna be. I am not. This stream is gonna go till I win. Like we are playing to the bitter end. So buckle up, y'all. We are going all the way today.
Flay
Fat Onyx cheered. X10. I wish the cutscene of the advisor taking the demon prince's soul after this battle ended with particular Slim coming out and starting to yell at you for ruining all the work he does as the actual gardener of Novi.
Yeah, unfortunately for Slimex, he does not technically exist. Or he is so busy gardening that he just can't be bothered to show up. Dude's got a job. He doesn't have time to deal with all this bullshit. He's got work to do. Like, let the demon princes have their fun. Who knows? Maybe this is canonically why he has to get like pulled out of retirement, demon retirement, is because the demon prince who was in charge of being the gardener gets ripped to pieces. And so Nurgle's like, well, shit. Someone call up Horticulus and tell him to get his ass out here. Do demon princes have souls? Yeah, because they're mortals. Demon princes were human once. Alright, they are pretty heavily inundated, so we should be good to just finish ripping them apart. I really want to get at least one more Aluris in this army, because the Aluris is having the Loci so strong. Who owns the Beastman souls? Beastman souls are like Beastmen don't have bargaining chips. Like they're already completely and utterly subservient to the will of the Dark Gods. That's why the Dark Gods never bargain with them, because Beastmen have nothing to offer. Their souls are already spoken for by the Dark. The Dark Gods already claim ownership over them.
Who can I blame?
Okay. Nice.
Divine dance.
To the final level. Get some more heals.
Moving.
And this is easily the most difficult part of this map, because there's barely any space.
Spartan underscore elite cheered. X11. Nightbot cheered X11. Be sure to take a drink of water and stretch.
Yes, make sure you do that. Take care of yourselves. There's another tower. Where? Oh, there it is. We want all the big boy towers. We're gonna block that off. Got 30 seconds left. Let's block off this route, because that's easier to do.
Bringers of joyous degradation.
Okay, demonettes.
Exalted
I want y'all
demonettes of
over there
Slaanesh.
with the cultist. Nakari over here, where he's gonna come out, along with
Exalted demonettes
you lot.
of
You're gonna be over
Slaanesh.
here. Seekers, be just ready for action. Here he comes. Gardener time! Dude, Nightbot, calm down, son. He may be green, but we control the Wa. There he is, the gardener, with his 25,000 health. Good God. Alright, he takes a minute to land. This can be an obelisk.
Demonettes of Slaanesh.
Oh, look out, look out, look out!
Diversions.
Veteran cheered. X10. Since CA has given us a few things that were considered a part dreams, like cattle, what do you think the odds of the warriors of chaos will eventually be reworked, and do you think we will be divided along the lines demons will?
I will happily answer all questions and get all caught up after we win this battle.
Enjoy your
But I'm gonna be busy for a hot minute, so hang in there, chat. What are you doing? Get over here. Dude, he really should have come out with some friends. He really should have brought some allies. Dude's like, my allies will be here any moment. And Nurgle's just like, yeah, we'll get there when we get there. It's not a huge rush. I'm sure he's fine. Meanwhile, it just showed the gardener just getting his face punted.
Death through sensation.
The Lord of Excess arises.
He's using some nasty spells, though, which I don't appreciate. Oh, run away, run away, run away! Alright, kill him. Nom 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 nom. Are those flies attacking my towers? Those little shits. What big thing can I summon? Soul grinders! Some of my units are getting kind of messed up. Another soul grinder. Soul grinders, go have fun. Alright, Demon Prince is dead. I gotta go deal with this shit now. Okay, these units, I want you all to peace out.
Staying our claws.
Go heal. Fiends, you're with me.
Dance upon their corpses. Decadent seekers. Luscious deviants.
Demonette of Slaanesh!
Dark whispers of glory.
Alright, we're gonna rebuild this tower. Get rid of the flies, get rid of the flies.
And alloy. Subtle servant of
Another wretched foulness of thing enjoys the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hey, Kodame, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Living Legend. That was very sweet of you. Thank you, you absolute king, you. Very sweet, thank you.
Lord of Slaanesh.
Alright, they're all holding down there, okay?
sin and depravity.
Okay, we're almost through this little wave here. So let's break down all this stuff. Can you reach over here?
Bring us of joyous degradation.
Summon... We're gonna start summoning units back.
Heart seekers. Bend to our will.
Okay, tower's back up. We've got 20% of the last wave left. Do the whip.
Enjoys the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Heart seekers of
More
Slaanesh!
heart seekers. Send you all up there. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, we cleared out this side. So yeah, all we got left is this little pocket. Coda Zero, thanks so much for.
Enjoys the red host.
Oh, Koops the Barrel Maker, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Always super sweet of you guys to welcome new people into the community. I really appreciate that.
Agreed.
Do some of the voice actors sound like Ventress? Yeah, they kind of do.
Glorious.
Alores. Hear the discordant choir.
Alright, I think Nurgle's Garden is officially ours. So, definitely getting a little shaky on this side of things.
Sweet depravity.
No, not my spear boys.
Code __0 cheat. X. No, I just what?
Reinforcements! Alright, we won. That means it's movie time! See you all after the movie. Nurgle's demon prince, the gardener, is vanquished. Claim his soul before his body rots. Then you must leave, for when you are this close to the god of decay, no immunity will last. Their bear god is lost and their greatest defender is dead. A child sits on the throne and its people freeze. Kislev is weak. It needs to be put out of its misery, throttled and suffocated until it's dead. Garvard the Destroyer, Herald of Khorne. Rude. I think all of our units survived. 450 kills on Nakari, not bad. Oof. That's a lot of devotees. Yeah, Nurgle, give me those devotees. Movie time. Wait, what? Wait, what? Where's my movie? Hey, hold on. Hold on. What? Where's my movie? I was promised a movie. After the turn, maybe. We got a master painter. You know what? You can have him.
Unspeakable depravity awaits.
That was an army I summoned. I don't really give a shit. I do not care about all this. I don't care. Movie. There we go.
Ursun is not dead. The bear still clings to life. Of course, god blood to break a curse.
Too long. I was imprisoned in shadow. Finally, my flesh returns. Flesh to tear, little demon. When I am free, you will know the wrath of a god. The bonds of the Forge are strong, and you grow weak. Our journey is not complete.
The Lord of Shadows is a shadow no more. With his curse broken, he can pursue his burning desire to enact revenge and dominate the world.
Okay, so
Bow to your better.
Be'lakor is no longer a shadow. And we have 2 souls.
Good. Another soul is ours, contained within the Tome of Fates. It would be much easier if we could collect the essence of any demon. But a true soul only comes from those with mortal origins. That is why we must slay demon princes, for their soul stuff, no matter how wretched, comes from a creature that was once mortal. So, to complete this great task, we must hunt down 2 more demonic princelings.
Alright. Tzeentch and Nurgle are done. Khorne and Slaanesh remain. We'll probably save Khorne for last, because Khorne's kind of a perfect finale fight for Slaanesh. Okay. So, couldn't the gods just de-bodify him again? You have to have the soul to make the body, but we're keeping the souls in the books. Alright, I've got a ton of little things I need to catch up on. You're giving subs to make people stay? Coda Zero, I appreciate that. You sexy beast, you. Broy Mode, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the Red Host. I hope you enjoy the emotes and being a part of our community. Why do we have gods of war like Cain and also chaos gods like Khorne? Don't they overlap? If each species has a god of war, where does Khorne fit in? So, Germlaux, generally speaking, there are overlapping gods, but you have to remember that a lot of gods have overlapping dominions because they ultimately represent a particular understanding of a belief. So, for instance, Cain and Khorne are both war gods, true, but they exemplify different types of violence, and they're in a different interpretation of violence. Khorne is more of like this universal embodiment of hatred and rage, more than he is a classic war god. Cain, Cain, on the other hand, is a
Code ___ 0 cheered. X10. I'm not sexy, just a Slaanesh herald.
That sounds sexy to me. But Cain, on the other hand, is the elves' interpretation of war. He is the lord of murder. He is the bloody-handed god. He is a god that represents an elven understanding and viewpoint on the concept of warfare. So he's a much more niche and also specified entity. Like, Cain actually cares much more about how you kill someone, whereas Khorne does not care where the blood flows so long as it flows. But at the same time, Khorne's a little bit of a hypocrite because he does care if people use magic. Because to him, the concept of using magic is cheating and makes you weak, which is, of course, very hypocritical and ironic, considering that he is a god of chaos, or he's a god, which means that he needs magic in order to exist. His demons require magic to exist. They are literally made out of it, but they hate it. And when it comes to gods, there's a lot of like contradictions and messiness to them, generally speaking. But you can have many gods that represent the same thing just because they're basically worshipped by a large enough group of people to give them enough power that they're like a major force in the world, but they are that group's interpretation of war, as opposed to like a true interpretation. Alright, we are almost max level with Nakari, so the time has come to really figure out what all we want. I've got 2, 38, 39, 40. I've got 5 skill points left. I would really like to get evasion because it's just like a permanent passive. Actually, I don't think I can get evasion. Because I would get... If I did that, I would need 3 more points. 38, 39, 40. So I can't get evasion. Damn. Wish I had my double skill point mod. I still think that's worth doing because I'm still using Nakari to cast most of my... You know what we're going to do? You know what we could do? I am not going to worry on magic. Oh, you're right. You're right. The max level is 50 now. Thank you, chat. You reminded me. But never mind. We're doing great. We're doing great. So let's grab Foam Maker. And then we're going to get Wound Maker.
A new way to slay.
Oh, I want to put you on... Actually, I think I'm going to keep her on foot. Which is why I gave her Locus of Grace. Let's do Wound Maker. Yo, 13 cultists, Gates of Slaanesh! We can summon demonettes now. Oh boy. Okay, and we're about to murder the shit out of this Zinch demon. And I'm about to
enslave the Southerners.
Okay, I think I'm gonna let these guys heal for one more turn. And then we will run south to take Ice Drake Ford with them. Yeah. So we're gonna let them heal one more turn. I've got enough devotees to take over a faction. Or to force subjugation. I already own the Bjornlings. I don't own the Greylings yet.
Code __0 cheered.
Ooh, Laurelorn's falling.
Make my valor great keeper when you can.
Okay. And I will get caught up on all the points redeems in just a sec, guys. I know a lot of y'all are waiting.
Your will.
You... Why can't I do this? Is he not fully seduced? No, he is.
Fair Onyx cheered. X10. Oh, Sotek, I sent you some safe for work flick art yesterday if you
I saw it. I saw it.
Eternal fool.
Marauders all.
Depravity.
Yo, I can confederate this guy?
Do
Do
you
it.
come seeking pleasure or pain?
Give me your territory.
Let us consummate as only Slaanesh can.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Yobo, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Okay, that complicates matters. We could probably use Kugoth as an ally, to be honest.
The last sensation you feel will be your flesh dripping away. You serve your prince wisely.
Okay, now the question is, why can I not dominate these guys?
War unceasing.
Not you, you.
Take what's theirs.
It must be fully seduced and not a military ally. They're not my military ally. Maybe it means they cannot be a defensive ally?
Enter then. Are you after a drink, a fist fight, or both?
So we could break our Wait, where's my... Okay, we could break our defensive alliance with them.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay. And then... Boop! Alright, so we've dominated the Grayling. The Grayling are my bitch now. Okay, so they need to update the tooltip on that. I need to send them a message about that. Okay, and then...
You will perish
Here, bring
in
the-
shrieking ecstasy.
Goodbye. Oh, that's gonna cost me some of my, like, good units if I do that. Okay, we're not gonna auto-resolve it. Okay, let me get caught up on these. Yobo, thanks again for the Prime sub. Okay, I answered that. What was Katarina's most badass moment in lore you know of? My favorite story involving Katarin was lore we got with her when they added Gutrot Spume, which is... Gutrot Spume is this Nurgle character who showed up in the end times. He's a very cool character. He's a Norskin who is like this big putrid Blight King dude. That half of his body is basically like made out of tentacles because part of his body got essentially eaten by like a plague kraken, and he kind of melded with it. So like he's like part plague kraken, part human, but he fights with the tentacles as one of his arms, and then he's got a big axe. So Gutrot Spume led this huge invasion of invasion of Norska. Because he wanted to, Nordland, because he wanted to prove himself a badass and kick the crap out of the Empire. So he leads this big invasion, but unfortunately for him, it does not all go according to plan, because the College of Heavens, the Astromancers and the Empire foresee his invasion. So they tell Karl Franz, hey, there's this huge invasion coming. Because the thing about Gutrot Spume is that what he's most famous for is that he leads like a massive fleet. So they're like, hey, like this guy's coming and this is like bad news for us, like really bad news. And so Karl Franz sends his armies to go fight to hold off Gutrot Spume.
Broken, and their bodies begging for more.
That sounds like most of chat. Or at least what chat would want. So Gutrot Spume unleashes his invasion with his big plague fleet. He's got a very Nurgle-themed fleet. And as he's invading, like, the Empire realizes that we're totally screwed. This guy's army is huge. And he's got, like, all these terrifying champions of Nurgle with him, and he himself is a very skilled general. But as his army, like, beaches and they start rushing across the water, Katarin shows up. Because Karl Franz personally went to Kislev to ask her for help, and after a discussion between them, he convinces her to help the Empire. So Katarin, if I recall, I can't remember if they ride on a Pegasus or if they ride in on Deathclaw, but him and Katerin are sharing a saddle, and they ride over the battlefield, and Katerin unleashes this huge spell that freezes the ocean, the shallows of the ocean underneath Gutrot Spume and his army. So Gutrot Spume, all of a sudden, him and his army are stuck. They can't move, and he's like, fuck. And so the Empire at that moment walks up and opens fire. So they all start shooting, and his army can't move. They're just stuck. So they just start getting obliterated by enemy shooting, and Gutrot Spume is eventually forced to retreat because, you know, like, he's able to break the ice around himself, and so him and his elite guard have to run for the hills because Katerin basically froze them in place long enough that they weren't able to do anything other than basically just, like, accept death. But that's a really good one. I also love the time that Katerin is one of the few people that's actually defeated Grimgor Ironhide. Hilarious, and she did it quite casually, which was hilarious. Because she literally summoned a blizzard when she heard he was coming, which is just, he can't beat nature.
He tried to come over past, and Kadori just slams the door shut in his face with a blizzard that lasts for several weeks.
Grimgor did try to fight his way through the blizzard, but even Grimgor can't, like, overwhelm nature as much as he wishes he could. Can't punch a blizzard to death.
Demonets! Decadence thievers!
Slay them!
Spread decadence and depravity.
Oh, I'm coming for you.
Harness my power.
Dark whispers of glory. A beguiling nightmare.
Slicing shard.
Way to steal my thunder Sotek I type out that whole story and you just say it all before I hit enter.
Yes, well, one of us here does this for a living and is literally has a job where he calls himself Lore Master. It's almost like that's what I'm supposed to do. How about you stop stealing my thunder? Ow, ow.
I breathe.
Actually, you know what? No, let Val have this. Who are the scariest converts to each of the Chaos Gods? As in those who were not born to Chaos. I would say the most terrifying people who were not born to Chaos, but have turned to Chaos over the course of their lives would for each god. Festus the Leech Lord, easy. Like, Festus by 1,000 million miles is the scariest Nurgle character who was not Nurgle aligned till very late in his life. For Slaanesh, it would be Decala the Denied. Decala the Denied one's really cool.
Pleasure slaves.
You then have
The Herald.
well, they specified not Archaon.
I am made
For
whole.
Khorne, I don't think he's ever been I don't know about playable characters, but for Khorne, there is a very spooky story about a Bretonnian. So there was this Bretonnian knight who was a really, really legendary dude. So there was this big showdown where two bloodthirsters challenged one another to, like, a game, and the game was who could collect the most skulls. You know, Khornates. Even when they're trying to have fun, they can't help themselves. So the two of them went to Bretonnia, they manifested in Bretonnia, and they had this really big fight where they were leading their armies around, killing lots of people to see who could kill the most. And I believe it was a duke of their lands, you know, didn't appreciate that. So he gathered up an army and rode to fight them. However, his horse got spooked and took him away from the battlefield, much to his annoyance, while his army kept charging in. His army got massacred by the double bloodthirsters. So after the double bloodthirsters massacred the army, I believe they also were attacking a city. They started fighting each other, and this duke, or this hero of the Bretonnians, was so angry. He was so full of rage at what had happened to all of his countrymen, what had happened to all of the people that he loved and cared for. He was like, he couldn't take it anymore. So he finally arrives back to see everybody dead, and he's so full enraged that he runs up and goes to fight the two bloodthirsters, and he actually beats them. By just manifesting his pure hatred, and also taking advantage of the fact that they're fighting each other. He comes out victorious. He's able to kill both of the bloodthirsters, or I think maybe one bloodthirster kills the other, and then he kills that bloodthirster. But he shows up and kills somebody, he was so full of rage, and this moment caught Khorne's attention. So Khorne sucks him into the realm of chaos, where he goes on to become one of his great champions. So that dude's pretty nasty. And then for Tzeentch, Egrim von Horseman. Egrim von Horseman was born and raised in the Empire, and he actually tried to manipulate Tzeentch into helping him without selling his soul to Tzeentch, and then Tzeentch got him in the end. So there's a good list for you. Can I tell you a bit about the Firebellies? Sure. So the Firebellies worship what they believe to be a partner deity to the, which unfortunately I can't see it because it's a little fog of ward, but you can kind of see it. So this is Thunder Mountain, the Firemouth, not Thunder Mountain. Thunder Mountain's in the World's Edge Mountains. So the Firemouth is a colossal volcano that's located in the Mountains of Morn. And when it was discovered by the ogres, there were a number of ogres that believed that the Firemouth was actually was the Great Maw's baby. They thought that the Great Maw had mated with the sun, and the two of them coupling had produced this like massive volcano that is pretty much always spewing out lava, and like, you know, will eat anything you throw into it by, you know, turning it to ash. And the ogres came to deeply respect and revere this Firemouth. And so some of the ogres set up a conclave, or a priesthood revolving around worshiping the Firemouth. And they started trying to find ways to connect with it. So they started like eating spicier stuff. So they were eating like literally the spiciest shit they could think of, and the hottest stuff they could think of, to like train themselves. And eventually some brave members among them reached down into the lava, and they used stone to basically scoop up the lava and drank it. So they drank the lava, and they deeply believed that the Firemouth would protect them. And enough of them were worshiping it that the Firemouth kind of adapted some power as a deity, and it is able to actually protect Firebellies. If they are able to form this bond with it, it will grant them the power to wield its fires, and it makes them able to survive drinking lava. Yeah. But that is the whole deal with the Firemouth. But they are not really connected to the Great Maw. They're a separate priesthood. They respect the Great Maw. They recognize the Great Maw as a god, but the Firemouth they think is the descendant of the Great Maw.
Cheered. X100. Krakenrock the Black also sold his soul to Chaos and is quite the powerful boy.
Yeah, you can count any of the Dragon Ogres as an acceptable undivided convert. Wow, this place is a damn mess. Did this guy just own like a bunch of random cities? How many cities do I have over here? 3? Okay, let's
An undesirable influence
Let's-
grips us.
leave this place and focus our efforts here. Interesting building choices. I'm not against this one. Oh, we're right next to the Writhing Fortress. That is perfect.
Name it, and it
shall be done. You are infertile.
Because the Writhing Fortress is what I want.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Is Slaanesh character. A character that fell Decala the Denied one. Decala the Denied is a big character that fell to Slaanesh later in life. Mornington Crescent, Dr. Bloody, Canuckle, Talion, 1999. Good to see you all. Welcome to the stream. Are there any undivided Dragon Ogres? Oh, any non-undivided Dragon Ogres? Let me check. That's actually very easy for me to check, so all I gotta do is check if that was a thing they could do. I don't think so. I think Dragon Ogres were pure undivided, but let me check. Yeah, no, Dragon Ogres are pure undivided. They never dedicated themselves to a god. So as far as we know, there's never been such thing as a dedicated Dragon Ogre. What happens if an ogre magic user decides to worship corn? Presumably they would stop using magic, or if they tried to use magic while worshiping corn, corn would get very upsetty spaghetti and smite them.
Lord.
Funny enough, there have been vague records of wizards who have tried to serve corn, like genuinely, like a wizard who worshipped corn in some way, and like tried to use magic under Korn's attention, and as you might guess, it doesn't end well. However, it's pretty rare. That being said, there are absolutely, like, if you ever see like a Kornate army, it's not Warriors of Chaos. If you see a Warriors of Chaos army that is dedicated, like it's led by a Lord of Korn, it is not unusual at all to see them have a wizard among them. Like there will usually be some sort of Chaos Sorcerer Lord in the army. Generally speaking, it's usually an undivided Sorcerer Lord using like the Lore of Fire or something like that. But they absolutely are out there sometimes. Like Korn, the demons are very intolerant, generally speaking, of wizards. But the mortal servants are a little bit more open-minded. Not because they're genuinely open-minded, but because they view it as kind of like a necessary evil at times.
Grace and cruelty.
Okay, so over here we are working on this junk. I have an ally over here, don't I? Yes. Ally. Kill these horde armies that are hurting me. Okay, you're gonna stay there one more turn. Hero not moved. Aimee. Aimee, assassinate this hero. Good girl. Does Krakenrock the Black ever wake up in the lore? Yes. He wakes up during the end times. We don't really get to see him during the end times, but it is talked about during Age of Sigmar, funny enough. He does wake up. He does run around rampaging and destroying a bunch of shit, and then the planet literally blows up under his feet and sends him hurtling into space. No! Critical failure! Wilma Cockpit! No! Can we get an F in chat for Wilma Cockpit? She was the best of us. She was truly the best of us, and she fell. She fell nobly. I mean, she'll be back, but at the same time, like, you know. I don't really care about Eringrad that much, so I'm gonna do this one.
The Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
A late night stream. What are you most excited about in WH3?
Everything.
And
It's
it shall be.
Dude, that's really hard to narrow down for me. There's a lot about it that I'm really enjoying.
Every step.
I mean, I like all the different armies. I like all the different systems. I like that, like, diplomacy is interesting and I'm having fun with it. What am I the most excited for? I'm the most excited for the combined map, because I really want to see all of these features expanded to the other races.
Onyx cheered. X10. You might say, she fell due to aid. Ill fit. Okay, I need a shower making that joke.
I need more... Okay, we'll deal with that in a second. Okay, so I control this territory. I guess we should send... Do y'all think we should send... Okay, actually, it's not that far away, though I do have to go through enemy territory, which is a little spooky. I think we're going to send Val over here to conquer this territory for us. I think that'll be the plan.
I must contain myself.
Val's spooky. She can handle it. Okay, answered that. This isn't so much asking for a lore fact, but a theory I had about Nurgle's strange association with krakens and fleets, that it's maybe he's connected to the seas due to the great diversity of life in the oceans, as well as the deep abyss of the ocean being a metaphor for despair and apathy Nurgle embodies. Hey, that's totally possible. 100%.
Your essence. Make a pact, and I may spare you.
You're kind of far away from anything I want. Oh, no, you're not. You're, like, right next to where I want to be. So, no. You get used to it. Good to see you. Yeah, Living Legend. I think that's a perfectly acceptable thing. And Lone Sparrow, thanks so much for continuing your sub for 16 months. Damn, Lone Sparrow. You're one of the old boys. But we're doing good. We've got our second Demon Prince soul now. And this will be exciting because I actually don't know what the Slaanesh ending is. Like, I haven't seen it. So we're going to see it together. How would I differentiate Azazel from Nakari? Azazel and Nakari, if memory serves, are very different conceptually. Like, Azazel is a demon prince, not a demon. And he also... Whoops! Yo! Wow, Nakari just crapped out an amazing army. Okay. I always click that button by accident. Dude, okay, and the nice thing is they don't take damage. And they also this army cost me 0 upkeep, and they take no damage as long as they're in places with suitably high Slaanesh corruption. So they're going to be Val's bodyguard. But the thing about Azazel is he's like he's a winged demon prince. So like he's a big flying nasty son of a bitch. So like he is suitably different in a lot of ways. Just from like a basic design principle, where Nakari is like this super fast hardcore melee greater demon who's like got big casting to assist with his other things. You would have a much more complicated design with Azazel, and Azazel would probably be more about like focusing with a particular hate boner with the Empire. And Azazel, I would also count Azazel as a Warriors of Chaos character demon prince, not a demon prince, because he's a human who ascended to demonhood. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk to Bjornling,
headbutting contest.
and I'm gonna tell the Bjornling, I will trade you. What is this? I'll trade you the fortress. Give me the Fortress of the Damned, and I will give you Pack Ice Bay. Wow, he does not think that's a good deal. Maybe it's because it has to level up a little bit. What is the deal up here? Fortress of the Damned is rank 2. We could threaten him into it, which I would really rather not. Okay, we'll let him sit on it for a moment. But we'll do our best to just like level this up as fast as we can before the enemy gets to it. But I really want that.
Fat Onyx cheered. X10. Azazel could also have some fun stuff about his position as the mentor of Morkar, the first ever chosen, so he could have special stuff with undivided /m/chaos mortals despite being sludge.
Yeah, something like that. Ooh, interesting. We could get cultist enclaves for creatures. Give me a garrison first so I know this place is safe.
Nurgle's impotence is your shame.
Wow, way to call Nurgle out there.
Slaanesh. We march in rapture. Tear their
Ooh,
souls
don't do that.
apart.
What else we got? Barbaros.
Infiltrate their blood.
Nice.
Spell
Dude, these
Speaker
elves are
Abathar.
getting corrupted faster and faster and faster. I love it. I love it. We're getting to them. We're getting to them. All right, and I have... Okay, I'm going to give up the Burning Monolith because I don't give a shit about it.
A malignancy.
Is there any faction nearby I could give it to who likes me? The Magathkin, I guess.
I daydream about watching you be consumed by
Code
agonizing
__0
infection.
cheered.
Well, he doesn't even want it. He's like, nah,
I thought
dude.
you were going to say Kyra has one big chest.
I mean, Nakari... I mean... That's...
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. In tabletop, could Swordmasters of Hoeth parry a grenade from Grenade Outriders a la Witcher style?
Yes. If you moved up a unit of grenadiers and you shot at the swordmasters, they would have a 6-up ward save to represent them deflecting it out of the air. What's the weirdest Warhammer couple I ship?
The singular sensation of agreement.
The weirdest ship. You can have it. I don't even want the settlement. Just take it, dude. I would probably say... I mean, now that we're getting more information and stuff about it, my previous ship of Karl Franz and Katerin is uncomfortable now. Like, it is not a ship I support anymore. Even though, like, a part of my heart still loves it. Because Karl Franz, his wife, is now officially still alive.
Code __0 cheered. X10. Sorry I had to lol, I'm a bad person but I get Herald of Slaanesh.
What? Sorry, I had to. I don't understand, Code. Okay, we got rid of the taint of Nurgle. Very nice. Slaanesh? No, never mind. I'm not gonna make that joke. Stop while you're ahead, Sotek. Stop while you're ahead.
Sensation lures me.
Yeah, because like I used to be a big fan of that ship. Of like, oh, I would love to see Karl Franz and Katerin. But like Katerin is way younger than Franz. And Franz is also married and has 3 kids with a wife that we're starting to learn more about because Games Workshop is like finally expanding the lore and like working on the new editions and stuff. So it's like, ah, yes, I used to enjoy this ship, but now not so much. not so much.
Tribal fury. To be honest, I'd rather be raiding, but you have my time.
Okay, so he does want it. He just wants the Fortress of the Damned more, I guess. How much is that? Man, we're like close to getting that. All right. Question is, I only control this army for 2 more turns. These guys are in raid stance, so they will be winded. But that's kind of a... That's like a legit army. But it's also not a full stack. Well, this is a full stack. Let's try and ambush them.
Marauding.
This is actually like a really nice ambush spot. Yeah, because we got a 70% chance. I'm trying to hold on to Ice Pack Bay long enough that I can ambush. No, I don't think Katerin sees him as a father figure at all. Like I think Katerin would very much see him as like a political opponent, like someone that she kind of like has to keep a wary eye on and probably doesn't trust super much. Like, I think she knows that Franz ultimately means well, but Katerin is, like, just as conniving and scheming as, like, she would need to be. Katerin is, like, a very well-trained politician. Like, she's trained through the Ice Court, and she was, like, formally educated and trained through all of, like, Boris's, attendants. Like, she was literally groomed to do whatever it takes, in order to ensure that, like, they would be well off.
Extinction comes.
Oh, this is my cultist. Can you establish a new... She might be able to establish a new thing. Okay, this place is looking at rebelling, but it should be okay. Boris and Franz? Oh god, no! Kodo Zero, what were you saying with your last message about, sorry I had to, I'm a bad person, but get a Herald of Slaanesh?
X10. New ship for you, Sotek, Elspeth, and Geld.
Oh, that'd be a weird one.
Inquisitor Hammond Shield. X10. Cotrine equals Yennefer Light.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Bringer of sensation.
Do we know the origins of the demon princes that are the final bosses in the Chaos Realms? No, I think they're literally just characters they made up. Yo, we got an ambush off. Okay, great. So we got an ambush, and now I can also seduce some units. I'm gonna take all your shooting units. And I think that's all I can afford. Yoink! Alright, she has no shooting. Let's go! Let's go! Is there any lore about the Monkey King? We know we're learning a lot about the Monkey King, but they're keeping him very intentionally under wraps. Oh! Miss M. Sherman. That is my best, that's my top ship. That is my top ship, is Carillion and Kruber.
X10.
There's even a joke about that in universe. Oh, dude, y'all can make pervy jokes. Guys, it's okay. We're all adults here. You should be an adult if you're watching this stream, or at least not, a child. It's okay. You can make jokes that teenage children would make. It's not. I don't care. I welcome it. Adric, I'm gonna literally give you about 5 seconds to say that was a joke, or else you're gonna be banned. Like, we don't joke about that here. If you say, haha, I'm 12, or like, I'm only 13 or something, I will literally ban you. Like, that's not to joke. You're 22? Okay. But like, that's a warning though. Like, don't joke about your age, guys. That's not funny.
What?
That would open a whole can of worms that I don't want to deal with.
Born to fight.
All right, Norskins. Let's show these demons who's boss.
Gods command me.
As you say.
Yes.
Trouble Shield. X10. Can my ship be Barton happily returning to his wife?
What do the gods desire?
Ship Barton returning to his wife. Oh, so wholesome.
Lusting for blood.
I'll deal with her.
Tremble, mortals. Fight! That's the master speed.
Dogs, come back. You gonna be tricky finding a home for the dogs.
Shields up!
They will succumb!
Dude, taking control of the blue horrors was like master play. Alright, they've got that under control.
Tremble, mortals!
Inquisitor Hammond Shield, X10, Bard Shaggins here. Tarts have fire
Now
spells
is our
aboard.
time!
Smell
Our general's
fear.
kicking the shit out of the Herald. That's great.
Start for the Scarfrow! Very well! Now is our time! Get them! Shaft them! So be it! Give us planning!
Code__0 Chief.
Show the master!
X10. My ship is tied in one line.
Blue horrors! Charge! I actually think that the blue horrors joining us is perfect. Because they would totally, this army is mostly Nurgle. They would absolutely betray them and join us. The little bastards.
Chaos Marauders! Yeah!
Bring it down! Bring it down!
Will!
Taka, 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 taka.
Braced for war!
I want to get their general.
Your will! Mortal fool! Ah!
Dogs! Fall back.
Honor the drive!
Next
Attack the
piece.
mortals!
Okay, their general's dead. It's toad eating time.
That
Marauder
one is
chieftain!
tuned.
A sure thing!
Sotek, what about the new ship this game gave us in Shenzhou and Elven? Where does that rank for you?
Yes!
If it turns out,
Ready to kill!
dude, if it turns out, oh my god, I should make a video about that. If it turns out that the whole reason Shenzhou vanished was because she went on like a secret tryst with Urson, and she's like too embarrassed to go home because she doesn't want anyone to figure it out. That, oh my god, that would be fucking hilarious. She's like, tell them I died. If my dad finds out I was fucking a bear god, he's never gonna let me come home. My dad's gonna kill me. That's like top tier shit posting. Your ship is Todd Bringer in one eye. Oh lord. But yeah, sorry, I got distracted from answering your question. Will I use elves if I corrupt them? Hell yeah! You think I'm not gonna take wood elf archers if I can corrupt them? What's the point of corrupting if I'm not gonna force them to serve me? What do you want about? Yeah, so, what was I gonna say? So when it comes to the Monkey King, they are purposefully keeping us very, very heavy in the dark. And we actually know that
I can feel it. You will have an undeniable attraction to me.
All right, Nakari. Oh, well, I mean, he is offering us a military alliance. Yeah, sure, bird.
I accept.
You're my slave now. You work for me. You work for me. Ah, is it pill time? We'll wait 30 more minutes. I should wait 30 more minutes just to be safe.
Code__0 cheered. X10. Is that best lady or god fucking? I'm still done for Dragon X bear ship.
I'd have to think about it. Yo, we got another cult. This place looks like it's kind of a mess, so we're gonna do cult den.
Fat Onyx cheered. X10.
What fun
Meowing
we
and
shall
Jiaoming
have.
finds Shanzu living in a cave with a bunch of dragon bear cubs. Also, I got an alarm set for 30 minutes to remind you.
Thank you. Listen,
Of
I'm not encouraging this. I'm just saying. I legit think that god bear cubs would kind of like dragon god bear cubs would probably be like
Gather!
horrifically adorable. I'm gonna be honest.
Bring death!
Okay, if we win this fight, this settlement is ours, and that'll give us really strong bargaining chip to make these guys give me the settlements I want. Because I don't want to attack him, because he's been a useful servant. But I will attack him if he forces me to. But yeah, we don't know anything about the Monkey King as far as like what he looks like. We've sussed out a lot of information about him as far... I'm going to be doing a video about him very, very soon. Just detailing all the information we've learned. Oh, that's right. He has to wait for reinforcements, and I can just murder him.
All will be despoiled!
Okay.
Chaos Marauders! Where's the enemy? Chaos Marauders!
Okay, you guys are gonna go get ready to deal... Well, it's gonna... Yeah, y'all are gonna go over that way.
X11. Dragon plus bear cubs is dragon plus donkey cubs 2.0.
Lusting for blood!
Yeah, basically.
Yes, Lord!
You're gonna come with us, because I'm gonna need y'all to kill those, flies.
Smell their fear! Masters! Yes!
Very well!
Command accepted!
What do the gods desire? Get them! Charge!
Marauder chieftain!
Are those... Okay, they're just rock flies. It's like, if those are plague drones, that actually might be a little...
Command me! Honor the tribe!
Bring them down, son!
Shields up!
I actually kind of like his, like, purple stuff.
X10. Why do the marauders sound like Honey Low?
Chaos Marauders!
Why do the Marauders sound like Arnie? What? Who the hell is... Oh, do you mean, like, Arnold
Show
Schwarzenegger?
the masters!
I don't know, probably because that's just
Battle ready!
the accent they went with. I don't know, dude. I don't think they sound like Arnie, to be honest.
To the slaughter!
He's got that under control. Get your booties over here.
Braced for war! Marauder chieftain!
Should have his buff coming up any second. There it is.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Because Tren does that to you.
Allied, come back. His leadership stopped cracking.
Marauder chieftain!
Though this is actually a good way to just, like, grind his rage all the way up. Oh shit, here they come!
Chaos Marauders! Attack the Marauders! Yes! We serve the gods! Yes, Lord! Yes, Lord! Charge them! Charge them! Rah!
Leader of savages!
He dead? He's dead.
Maneuvering!
Okay.
Faster!
Chaos Marauders! What? Rah! Close on the sheep!
Get behind them.
The gods demand it! Attack the mortals! That's what the masters bid! For the blood god! The gods demand
Defend it! Now is
Yeah.
our time! Born to fight! Chaos
Fatalist
Marauders!
cheered. X10. Why can't over Monday come soon?
It's so close, though. You just gotta hang in there, my dudes.
Faster!
All will be despoiled!
They will succumb!
All right, this is actually a great fight. Norska, I think, is actually really good against Nurgle, because Norska, you know, you just start getting all those buffs the longer the fight drags out. Pretty nice, actually.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered.
For the Chaos
X10.
Gods!
Because Slash comes faster.
Chaos Marauders!
That's foul. That's foul.
Prepared to ruin!
Ooh, easy there.
Chaos Marauders!
Fat Onyx cheered.
Okay, his big guys are here now.
For the
I'm now
Skull
chuckling at the
Throne!
image of CA announcing Shenzhou as a legendary lord. For Kislev, being like you were worried that Cathay would get nothing but dragon kids. Don't worry, Kislev is getting them too.
Based on what we talked about with Andy Hall, they're Shinzu's not. They're not going to do anything with Shinzu. Shinzu literally only exists for this little plot line. You're not going to see her again after that. Great job, great job, great job. Okay,
They will succumb!
let's bring you all over here.
Recarnage!
Roar! They will succumb!
Okay, rot flies are dead.
What the masters
Let's
did!
focus the plague toads.
Pull back! Shields up! Hurry! With
I need to find
speed.
their commander.
No time to lose!
I don't know where he is. There he is.
Positioning! Chaos Marauders! Attack the mortals!
Command us! Chaos
The
Marauders!
Kitsune Adventures
Toward the
cheered.
Blackguard!
X93.
For
Do
chaos!
we think we could see Galliard, the first Chaos Dragon in WH3?
Galrach. I would be very surprised not to see Galrach.
They will succumb!
Galrach is a pretty good character for them to bring in, who also wouldn't be super hard to develop. Like he's a fairly simple design,
To mortals!
as far as like, and he would be much easier than a lot of other characters are.
Pull back! Mortal fool!
Quick!
Chaos Marauders!
Pull our general to safety a little bit. It's getting a little dicey.
Now! Run!
I'm out of ammo now, which is kind of a problem.
Blood! Marauder Chieftain!
I need to take out their hero.
Quickly now! Onwards! Attack!
See if I can get rid of the
Orders
plague
taken.
toads.
Marauder Chieftain!
Everyone's rallying.
Marauders!
Back into the fight.
They will succumb!
There's one thing Norskins are good about. It is
Now
rallying.
is our time! Blood!
Hurry!
Okay, plague toads are
As
down.
you say!
Yes! Mortal
That's great. That's great. 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 I need to isolate their commander. Let's pop this really low unit of
Show the
Nurglings.
masters!
Chaos spawner down. Oh, he's like in the middle now. Damn.
Quickly now!
What do you bid?
Battle ready!
Okay, I'm gonna go help
No time
pop
to lose.
this group over here.
Talon 1999
Going now!
cheered. X100.
Obeying!
If they deploy as a chaos thing and invaded demons, who would you want for divided?
If they did Warriors of Chaos the same way they did Demons, who would I want for Divided? I think they should do the same thing. And my current list of legendary lords that I would really like for, or my list of characters I would like for the Warriors of Chaos Divided
Press the enemy!
would be
Charge on! Blood!
Festus the Leech Lord for Nurgle.
Marauders!
Yeah, Festus for Nurgle, Valkia for Khorne, Village the Curseling for Zinch, and Decala the Denied for Slaanesh. That would be my list that I would really like to see. Okay, their character's coming over here, which is good because it means it's gonna be isolated.
Retreat!
Sorry, bitch.
The Dark Gods command me. Born to fight.
Is our guys at max level? What phase are you on, dude? I have no idea what phase he's in, but... I am a little worried we're losing a lot of guys over here. Alright, it's just him. Everybody dogpile. Everybody dogpile. Did Slaanesh deny her? No, Slaanesh wasn't the one who denied her. She was denied, I believe, by a Elven lover that got her really upset. If y'all want, I think I have her story in a little book I have over here that I could go grab.
Very well.
Hold them off. I almost have the Slaanesh power.
Get them! Lusting for blood. On your mark.
They will succumb. Chaos Marauders.
Oh, he's almost dead.
Yes, Lord.
Get rid of that shooting unit.
Smell that fear.
Oh, death heads. Oh, those death heads are absolutely wrecking us.
Ready to kill.
Okay, their general's dead. I'm gonna fall back so they don't snipe my general. No, don't run off the battlefield. Don't run off the battlefield. Just run away.
Smell that fear.
Chaos Marauders.
Wow, those death heads like obliterated just a whole chunk.
Marauder chieftain.
I'm worried about a lot of my guys fleeing off the battlefield.
Positioning.
Damn, I really wanted this settlement, but I don't think we're gonna get it.
No time to lose.
This Norscan chieftain deserves ascension at this point. He's worked very hard.
Quickly now.
Chaos Marauders.
Hurry. I will.
Pull back.
Going now.
Your will.
Ah, we got army losses. Damn. Well, we fought as hard as... I don't think we're really going to get better than that. It was a good fight, but I don't think we had the... I don't think we had what we needed. The good news is I killed... Well, actually, no, there's not really any good news, to be honest. I killed everything except his garrison. His garrison is wounded. But, yeah. Y'all want me to read Decala? Okay, I'll go get it in a second. Let's see what the situation here is. If I could actually attack his base, I may be able to turn this around. Ooh, I got a disease. He survived?
Not.
How? He's 1 hit point. Okay, yep, so we're gonna lose this army next turn. Okay. Well, we did what we could, chat. But hey, that was fun. I actually really enjoyed controlling that army for a bit. Okay, well, that complicates matters. All right, so what I need...
Tempter Lord.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Kill.
Critical success. Aim A, you bloody legend. Get walls.
Name it, and it shall be done. Moving, my prince.
The herald of Slaanesh.
Yeah, you're just gonna chill their turn.
My divine master. Infiltrate their blood.
Trying to get him infested.
The waker of trees.
How high do I have to get the corruption for it to start, like, affecting them? It's weird. Okay. Isn't it midnight? No, it's 3 a.m. But I did not wake up until 8 p.m. So I'm staying up. I'm not going to bed. I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule is super fucked. Okay. Okay. I think that's everything we're gonna do for now. Don't I have a cultist at sea somewhere? Lords and Heroes.
Submission.
There you are. Go ahead and give me a cult here.
The cult of plentiful excess.
Good job, my dear. And I want you to keep going. Over there. Okay. Let me go get a storybook. Story time, chat. Oh, normally I would just let this guy die, but he has served us very faithfully. I don't think we should allow him to perish so easily. I'm not gonna let them kill my most beloved servant. He has done well for us. He deserves to live. Okay. This is upside down. I need purple pages. These are green. I would love so much for this book to have goddamn... Oh, Steercar the Serpent would also be great. I would also love Steercar the Serpent. Okay, we will read the story after we fight this battle. We're gonna do our best to protect our beloved servants.
That's what the master's meant.
It's literally just him and a pack of exalted boys versus a very beat up Norscan army. But we have the high ground. And everyone knows that the high ground means instant victory, right? Isn't that what Obi-Wan taught us?
For order, chieftain. Obeying.
Wonder if I could sacrifice the rotflies to eat all of his ammo. Can I rename the Lord? No, because he's not ours. So I can't give him, like, skill points or anything.
Ready to kill.
Bye, rotflies. Actually, probably, like, use you a little more efficiently.
X10. Starcraft the Demon Princehood.
Well, no, if you're doing Slaanesh, well, rip that dude. so fell the noble lord of Slaanesh, instantly, Nurgle, instantly bonked into oblivion. May he rest in peace. This is going to be an absolute shit show. Oh, where are my cavalry? Cavalry, get down here. Charge. Move.
Smell that fear. Hurry.
Bro, I don't think that's fear. And they're Nurgle demons. They have a smell. I won't deny that, but I don't think that's fear you're wafting.
Charge!
Rotflies, get that charge bonus. Up. Come on, Fatso, get off the ground. I can't cycle charge if you're just parking up there. There we go.
Very well. We want their eyes.
Shields up.
Fight to the bitter end! Y'all get within the general's aura so you can hold out a little better.
Go back!
Battle ready. Show the masters.
For the dark gods! Ah! Good shield bash, dude. We are out of ammo. Okay, we've almost wiped out one unit. Oh, I wish they were regulars and not exalted. This would be so much easier. Uh-oh.
Get them!
Pop that unit! Pop that unit! Ooh, we're losing our defense over here.
Marauder, chieftain.
We serve the gods! Fine! Yes! They will succumb! All will be despoiled! Chaos marauders! Fall back! Honor the drive! Just come back!
Into them! Ah!
Chaos marauders! That's what the masters bid!
Pull out my babies! Oh no, they're... Nah, the flies! We lost the flies! Dude, we barely killed like 2 of them. And they are holding steady. They're grinding us down, man. Oh, man. He was a noble servant. He was a noble servant. So, yeah, Lone Sparrow. Oh, screenshot. Nope, that's not wrong. There we go. Naryaska Lissa. That will definitely be a character we're getting in the game. That's 100 billion% a character we're getting into the game later. The Golden Knight. Oh, that is Steercar. That's hilarious. Steercar Grildason. We will remember you, Steercar. You will be remembered. Who are the playable legendary lords that bumped ugly with Morthy in all 3 games? None of them, actually. Morthy's usually pretty exclusive with who she's willing to couple with.
Slaanesh is delighted with our affair.
Or at least, like, the full extent. We don't know that much about characters that she has had those kinds of relations with. Nakari says he did. Nakari probably has. That's fair. Nakari probably has. Funniest, weirdest way someone has ascended to demonhood? Honestly, like, going to demonhood is usually such a long, drawn-out, miserable process that, to be frank,
Code _of_0 cheered. X10. Make sure that Great Maid becomes a keeper because he is the best servant we've had.
Make sure that great man becomes a keeper. Okay.
Cavorting on.
Okay, this army is actually ready to move now.
Slaanesh, the herald of Slaanesh.
I mean, if y'all want, it would be up to Code of Zero. If Code of Zero wants, I could rename, Val the Blade Lord. Or do y'all want to get a new Herald? Val, we need to upgrade your equipment, honey. You're a little out of date, aren't you? That's up to Val, though, and nobody... Y'all want a new Herald? Okay. We will get a new Herald. I suppose it is time. We could combine some stuff. Armor of Silvered Steel. Terrifying Mask of E is kind of garbage. Another Armored of Silver Steel. Ooh, Helm of Discord. Okay. Okay. Torment. Whoa, that's a cool blade. The Torment Blade. Plus 10 melee attack and gives you a really nasty debuff.
Code
Damn.
_0 cheered. X10. New Herald.
Alright.
The
Let me
Tempter Lord.
let me get all my dudes settled here. I've not gone through all my shit in a minute. Getting line of sight. Diplomacy with Slaanesh factions. We can switch that up for the Razor Standard. Ooh. You get rid of the Master Painter and give me the Agent of Temptation.
Hunger for soul.
Who's this? No one has named this Herald, by the way, or this Aluris. I have a very, very good Aluris that no one has named. Just sitting in our army. Here, have the Helm of Discord. And the Torment Blade. We have a lot of armors. For our Cultist, we will do... She's already got a shitload of armor, so we'll give you the Glittering Scales for the debuff.
Fat Onyx cheered. X10.
Oh.
Sotek, take your meds.
One man's pain
Okay.
is another's pleasure.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. That's Scipio Africanus. Don't rename, please.
Well, fine, I won't rename, but I'm gonna give her a last name at least. The Scipio is just like the base name you get.
My excellence.
Yeah, Scipio is just one of the randomly generated names you'll get.
My desires are
Am I a fan of Critical Role? I am not, but I suspect I would be if I had ever watched it.
pleasure.
Name it. Infiltrate. And it shall be done.
Wow.
Okay, Nakari needs one more turn of healing. I kind of want to replace our Marauders. But I don't really have like a good amount of anti-large stuff. And I really like the whips, because they just have a really solid stat line. So yeah, I guess we'll just keep what we've got. Can I get anything exciting into my army? Yeah. Ooh, I could get a mammoth. I kind of wish I could get a better than just a regular one. Hey, chat, do we want a mammoth? I don't want any Zinch units. Yes? No? Yes? Yes? Okay. Let's trade out a Hail Scourge unit. Get us a Chaos Mammoth. Upgrade to War Mammoth later. Well, the only way I can upgrade it is I have to get it where the... What tribe is that I got that from? I think it's these guys.
Always ready for a headbutting contest.
I've almost taken over you guys. So I don't want a military alliance. If I do a military alliance, I can't control them, and I'd rather control them. But then again... Well, actually, no, it's not a big deal. I'll just do a military alliance with them. Yeah, let's do the military alliance.
What? Always ready.
And
for
then
a
we can always just
headbutting
cancel.
contest.
We can always just cancel the military alliance. What? Wait, did y'all hear that voice? It was That was a little suspicious. Okay, we're gonna upgrade our outpost.
Marauders all. Yes. To be honest, I'd rather be raiding, but you have my time. Yes.
Okay, we'll upgrade to military alliance with all of the... Okay, so we control all of the Norskins. Some we control more than others, but that's okay. What is this? Army available. Hmm.
Take what's theirs.
You have an army I could take?
All.
You have a good army I could take?
Despoil and ravage.
No, you do not.
Dominate. Marauders all. Slaughter the sheep.
My divine master. The cult of pleasing perfection.
Voice.
I cannot move yet.
More cults, more cults, more cults. Slaanesh, I will say, Slaanesh easily has the best cult system. Like, Slaanesh's cult system actually feels super engaging and fun. The other ones are like they're good. They're good for accomplishing specific tasks. Like, they're more, how do I say this? They're more useful because they're better for, like, getting certain things done. Like Tzeentch, it gives you much better control over, like, you're generating, like, your resources much better, but Slaanesh feels more entertaining. Okay, so while I end this turn, because I think we're... Why are you... What are you trying to warn me about? Trying to warn me about something. What is it? Weird. All right. Decala the Denied. How is it that every time I take my eyes off this book, it gets upside down? It's a little freaky.
You hide deep down in your being. I already know it.
Well, there's Azazel. Maybe every once in a while we'll dedicate some reading time to little bits and pieces. There is... Ah, here we are. Here we are, the champions of Slaanesh. So champions of Slaanesh, these are the mortal champions. Do I want peace with you? Yes, you are not in my way right now. So, please enjoy. The Denied One. Regarding an account of the dreadful fate of Decala and her subsequent and ongoing rampage through the northern provinces. As the days have passed, my grip on the physical world becomes ever more sporadic. One moment I'm sitting here in my study, and in the next I find myself... Don't interrupt!
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. Make sure the new Herald goes south to kill the demons that killed his maid in the Tri-Slunch may slow and enjoy fall.
Okay.
Just a cycle.
Hey, one of the mods, can we do a vote? Does chat think Steercar... Did anyone catch his last name? Does chat think Steercar should have the lore of Slaanesh or the lore of Shadows? Let's do a vote. Do a vote. Let chat, let people vote. Anyway, don't interrupt. As the days have passed, my grip on the physical world becomes ever more sporadic. One moment I'm sitting here in my study, and in the next I find myself in the northern wastes once more. But my presence within the wastes is fluid and ever-changing. From one heartbeat to the next, I seem to travel vast distances. Yet, when I try to walk any distance for myself, the going is slow and arduous. I do not know where I am being taken. but I know I am being drawn by some external power. I can only pray that my invisible guide is Holy Sigmar and not some malevolent escort. Today, I found myself before a tall monolith of white marble. Fine silks of purple and gold were draped around it, somehow untouched by the harsh winds and blinding sleet that tore across the wastes. I knew that this edifice had been erected to the lascivious glory of Slaanesh. Lifting aside the great swaths of silk, I saw this inscription carved into the pink-veined marble of the monolith. I write of my love. I write of my mistress, she who is the daughter of pleasure, the sister of delight. Though her arms and neck sparkle with gorgeous jewels, they are dull and devoid of luster next to the seductive malice that shines from her eyes. Her lips are full and wanton, her teeth are needle-like pearls. In her hand, she holds a golden chalice, overflowing with the wine of her hatred. She is drunk with the blood of righteous men, and her body sways to the song of lost innocence. Though I long for her embrace, I fear her, for I know that though death stands before me, my lady shall never let me go. Traveler, heed my words. The favored concubine has returned, and she shall claim back all that was denied her. I have had time to muse upon these words, and I believe I know of whom they speak. The favored concubine can be none other than the vile Slaaneshi creature known as Decala. Decala, who causes the hearts of men to go astray. Decala, who appears in the dreams of night and in the vision of the day. Vision in the vision... I think they mean of the day. Or maybe not, whatever. Decala, who burns and casts down with nightmares the lands and peoples of Sigmar. Decala, the denied one. Though I sit close to my fire, nothing can warm the chill inspired within me. This murderous harlot has plagued the mortal realms for longer than imperial histories record. Throughout my research, I have uncovered numerous legends about her, although no two all concur on all the details of her past. There are, however, 12 accounts that are interesting in their consistency. Some suggest that Decala's near immortality is in fact part of a curse laid on her as punishment for some terrible crime long ago. Although who laid the curse and what her crime might have been, the legends do not agree. One legend that I found of particular pertinence tells that Decala was once a beautiful princess of far-off Ulthuan, who fell, or was pushed, into darkness millennia before the rise of Sigmar. If this is true, it indicates that though the elder races are less inclined to offer themselves body and soul to the service of the dark gods, as I've discussed in previous sections, it is by no means unprecedented. The legend tells that Decala was once the daughter of Antoralis, a great and mighty lord of Nagaryth who had fought alongside Anarion the Defender against the hordes of chaos so many thousands of years ago. It is said that such was Decala's porcelain-skinned beauty that she drew the gaze of a demon prince, Samael Silvertongue, exalted servant of the pleasure god. Wherever Decala fled with her family, Samael and his demonic minions would find them. Samael wanted Decala, as he had wanted no other being since his ascension to demonhood. Yet such was the cruelty within his heart that it was not enough for him to snatch her from her family, as indeed he most surely could have done. Instead, Samael wanted to drive her family apart, fermenting fear and hatred within their mortal hearts. Always his demands were the same. If Decala was given unto him, he would leave her family in peace. Until that time, he hounded their every footstep, violating their homes and their minds, killing their servants and pets in the most horrific ways, and pushing each and every one of them closer and closer to madness. Perhaps it was Samael's efforts that finally broke Decala's family. Or perhaps the brutal insanity that had emanated from Anarion since he had drawn the Widowmaker finally affected them. Who can say? Whatever the case, the day came when Antoralis struck a bargain with Samael and handed over his daughter to the Demon Prince. Rather than simply abuse her and consume her soul, Samael chose to corrupt Decala so that her beauty and grace would be his forevermore. And this he did. Such was Decala's fear of Samael, and such was her bitterness towards her father for abandoning her, that she was all too willing to become the monster Samael wanted her to be. In anger and frustration, Decala agreed to marry Samael, so long as he granted her the power to revenge herself upon her hated family. Wicked joy in his heart, Samael agreed. He gave Decala strength of arm and skill with blades, and led her back in the camp of her father. In that fell night, Decala unleashed all her wrath upon her one-time family, killing her siblings and cousins and drinking the blood of their children. Her father she left until last, and he took many hours to die, screaming his regret and his horror into darkness. Such was the imagination and fury of Decala's patricide that the Lord of Pleasure blessed her with his mark. But as is often the way between the followers of Slaanesh, sudden jealousy began to ferment in Samael's heart that his beloved lord had shown Decala his favor. Despite this, they married, and so they were bound one to the other. But Decala had tasted the painful glory and twisted passion that flowed from her new god Slaanesh, and she became less and less content to exist in the shadow of her husband and lord, Samael. "I will linger below you no longer," she said at last. "We are equals, you and I, inasmuch as we are both favored by holy Slaanesh, created to serve him." But Samael would not listen to her, and when Decala saw that his thoughts were turning against her, she fled away into the wastes of chaos. Samael's anger at his wife's lack of constancy boiled and raged. He lashed the ground and air with fire and fury. He raised his arms in prayer to his master. "Sovereign Lord," he cried, "the woman that I took for myself has run from me. To her I showed your glory, and through me she tasted your sweetness. Bring her back, darling one. Bring her back so that I might punish her, so that I might burn her with my coldest love." Then Slaanesh appeared before Samael, and wrath was in his gaze. "Make no demands of your lord. Make no demands of me, lest I take back all that I have given you and cast you from my sight." Thus rebuked, Samael lowered his eyes from his master. But Slaanesh loved his servant Samael, and offered him this compromise. "If Decala agrees to return to you of her own volition, then she is yours to do with as you please. But should she choose to remain apart from you, no matter how far Decala may rise in my favor and grace, she will never ascend to your height of demonhood, as long as you yet live." And so it was that Decala refused to return to her husband, and was free to rise through the ranks of Slaanesh's favored champions. Yet her freedom is bitter indeed, for no matter how many gifts she receives from her god, she will never join the ranks of his demons, as long as Samael remains in existence. Whereas both of these stories possess a certain romanticism, I can't help but wonder whether there is some grain of truth in them. Decala, after all, is known as the Denied One, and either of the two legends might lend an inkling as to what the title of Denied refers. There are some points in which all the legends and more contemporary accounts agree. Decala is without a doubt one of the most inhuman creatures to have ever hunted beneath the stars. She is described as beautiful, pitiless, and extraordinarily beguiling, despite the fact that she apparently bears little resemblance now to either human or elf. The many blessings bestowed on her by her perverse god are said to have mutated her to such an extent that she appears more demon than human. Her skin is described as smooth, white as porcelain and without blemish. Her lower torso has been warped into the shape of a lithe and sinuous serpent, and her long tail ends in a scorpion's sting that whips and cracks when she is aroused or angry. Her blue-green eyes are said to burn with a wanton inner light, promising terrible pain and boundless pleasure to all who would stand against her. Decala's visage is said to evoke as much loathing as it does pleasure, and she obviously possesses the kind of beauty that only Slaanesh can bestow, as disturbing as it is irresistible. Throughout the long millennia, Decala has missed no opportunity to demonstrate her total dedication as a disciple of Slaanesh. Her whole existence seems to be based around her need to indulge her every whim, and to be free from what she regards as the shackles of law and order. However, it is plain that this painted monster seeks these things only for herself. Everyone else can suffer and die for all she cares, just as long as her own desires are satisfied. Yet death is not the worst fate of those who would stand against this chaos whore, for such is Decala's twisted nature that she prefers to enslave her enemies rather than kill them. If the stories are to be believed, Decala has created one of the most potent and dangerous substances in the entire world, using an unholy blend of sacrificial blood, warpstone, and the vile fluids of her fornication. Those unlucky enough to be captured by Decala are forced to consume some of this hideous elixir, and from that point on, they need no chains to keep them from fleeing her camp. From their first sip, Decala's prisoners become the most desperate of addicts, as their craving for this noxious liquid renders them as helpless slaves to the slightest whim of their cruel and lustful mistress. As could be expected of a Slaaneshi champion of her infamy, Decala does not work alone. She has gathered about her a loyal band of Slaaneshi hedonists, and together they have cut one of the bloodiest and most fearful reputations of any war band to emerge from the Chaos Wastes. Like their mistress, they revel in perversity and vice, actively enjoying the suffering they bring to others. Hence their name, the Tok'Nyssen, or the Tormentors. The decadence of the Tormentors is said to have sunk to levels of depravity unknown anywhere else in the world. I can only imagine the horrors inflicted upon Decala's slaves, as they amble around the Tormentors' camp, attending to the unholy desires of their masters. Each dose of Decala's elixir that the slaves ingest induces their minds to slip further and further into a dreadful waking nightmare, while their bodies slowly warp and change. In time, I am told that their physical shape deteriorates to such an extent that all that remains of these pitiful creatures is a quivering mass of abused flesh. Having allowed their slaves to reach this heinous state, the Tormentors then abandon them to the soul-wrenching withdrawal from Decala's elixir that will be followed by a painful and lingering death. Before the slaves reach this point of formless damnation, they follow the Tormentors as a horde of shambling horrors, nightmarish blasphemies against nature that simply should not be. Those enemies that the Tormentors do not slay for sport, or those unfortunate souls that are left wounded upon the battlefield, will find themselves overwhelmed by a mass of these screaming slaves, only to be held down and forced to ingest some of Decala's vile elixir. One drop is enough to damn the recipient to become yet another slave to the lustful cruelties of the Tormentors. Death may seem a welcome relief to these poor souls. There you go. So that is Decala the Denied.
The Tempter Lord.
Spooky character.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Absolute obedience. Courtesan of the pleasure god.
The skinks are roused. Listen, if the skinks got roused by that, y'all aren't. You're. We may need to fire you. Skinks. Sorry to say. Oh, he's got some corn units in his army. I don't want to steal. Does Slaanesh have some high demon swordmaster or battle master, or is it only Nika? What do you mean by like? Do you mean like who's his most skilled warrior? Slaanesh's scariest demon in battle is Nakari. What to steal? I'm gonna take the Beast of Nurgle because he'll give me a buff, or he'll debuff them, and it's his only one. And then I have enough money to take something that costs like just under or over 1,000.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Pleasure Master of Slash Meow 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 Meow.
Behave, children. I could take the Plague Toads. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, they're too expensive. Do I want the Nurglings or the... I think the Warhounds would be... I think the Warhounds will be better, because I could use them to capture points. Alright. And the nice thing is he's standing outside, so he does not have his base to defend him. Let's see. Wasn't there a story of a Lithanar dancing with Morthy? A Lithanar snuck into like a party, essentially, that Morthy was hosting, and he did dance with her. He didn't sleep with her, but he danced with her. Because it was like a masquerade ball kind of thing. And he stole the Nightstone, or something. He stole an item from her, yes.
X10. That story was ooh.
That story was ooh. Octocraft, Franz Emperor, and Jin, welcome to the stream. Hades Death God, Beast of Chaos getting a major Herdstone buff. But what are Herdstones? What are they made of and what do they do? That's actually relatively easy to answer, funny enough. So Herdstones, yes, they are getting a huge... Dude, I'm so excited for the new Beastmen book. Beastmen look like they're actually going to be really strong. But in answer to your question, Herdstones are powerful artifacts. Generally speaking, they're like giant hunks of warpstone, or in AOS, they're often like realm stone, but they're these significant artifacts that basically have the a lot of magical energy to them. And what the Beastmen do is that, or the Beasts of Chaos in AOS, is that they will use profane rituals to kind of pervert and distort them. And what they're supposed to do to make them into these really nasty things that have the ability to, like, they spew out constant chaos nastiness around them at all times, and make a really big, ugly mess. And it's just unpleasant for everyone. But what they're mainly there for is to make life, really empower the Beastmen's efforts, draw the gaze of their, their gods and the things they worship, and generally speaking, just allow the Beastmen to kind of be dialed up to 11. That is what they are all about. And they're able to be used for that very effectively. How much time do I have? 37 seconds? Okay. Hey, back off, guys. Let me have this. Now I'm gonna buff myself.
Bringing suffering. Ravishing slaughter.
Here they come!
Demonettes!
Slaaneshi herald.
Alright, he's dying. That's great. My stuff will be here soon as well.
Captivating and
Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Let's back up.
For Slaanesh.
agony and ecstasy.
Furies, up, 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 up.
Demonettes!
Reinforcements to me! To me! We're gonna send all the chariots this way. Seekers, we're gonna come this way.
Of course! Sweetest suffering!
Ah, that should be sufficient.
George's free kiss. Delicious. Blend.
Furies! Let's take out these flies.
Avatar of torment! Slaanesh's burning. The beguiling nightmare!
Ooh, that's an AoE leadership debuff. Okay, that'll be good to start crumbling.
Spreading temptation.
Taking 1,919 shield. X20. Never any marked group that made me laugh and surprised I did what they did.
Seekers! Yes!
Chariots!
Flurry of talents. Beacon of depravity! Purest!
Summon the mirror!
Torture is rapture! Seekers of Slaanesh! Make them scream! Demonites of Slaanesh! Seekers of Slaanesh! Avatar of torment! Hand demon of Slaanesh!
Inquisitor Hammond Shield. X10. Is that how Sigvald was born?
Is that how Sigvald was born? Sigvald was supposedly born by his dad being just an absolute degenerate, and Slaanesh blessing him with a son as a reward who was just as degenerate as he was. Actually, worse.
Sing and depravity!
Darkest winds blow!
Inquisitor Hammond Shield.
Marauders!
X10.
Seeking
Native
sin!
Sigmund.
The eternal hunters! We hunt!
Consume them!
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace.
A journey to pleasure!
Finding fresh stone!
Flay their souls! Seekers of Slaanesh! The debauched ones! Beautiful pain!
For the Dark Prince! There we fleet divine slaughter!
I want to get off the big leadership debuff.
Seekers!
Of course, a dance of pain.
Are those? Oh no, those are enemies.
Safety!
Absolute obedience.
Bringing agony! A dance of pain!
Pain is a gift. Bring us all joyous degradation.
A dance of pain!
Flow like wine. Surging on. Ravage them. Endless suffering.
Trying to save up enough magic for the big leadership debuff spell.
Seekers!
If I can get a big cast of the leadership debuff, it's going to delete all these Nurgle demons.
Slaaneshi herald! Sin and depravity!
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Ah! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Most cert!
19 winds of magic. Alright, we're almost there.
Demonette of Slaanesh!
One more.
Resist me!
Oh yeah, one every 9. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, there we go. Big guy, yo, wait, there we go. Here it comes! Here it comes! Oh, look at that leadership. Yo, look at that magic spell, though. Don't see that summoning the giant demons? Oh, that's sick. I've never seen that spell. That's a kick-ass spell, dude. Ooh, daddy likes. No, the combined map will not be in the game at launch. It'll be added later. Right now, they're just trying to get the game out. Which I think is absolutely 100% the right idea.
Because it brings access, agonizing death.
__0 is that best looking spell in the game?
That best looking spell in the game? I don't know. I still haven't seen all of the spells. It's certainly up there.
Torture is rapture, the beguiling nightmare.
This is a damn big Nurgle army.
Of course. Slaaneshi Herald. Bend to
Okay, this group's mostly infantry, so I'll have the chariots focus over there. Seeker, I need y'all to kill that Chaos Spawn block.
captivating and horrifying. Decadence and subjugation.
Alright. There we go. Killed the general, and that's army losses.
Agony and
Disengage!
ecstasy.
Disengage!
We go.
On the
They're
hunt.
fading away. Get out of there.
The pact requires it.
I still think Talons of Night, which is the Lore of Yin spell that does like the giant dragon claws, that may be my favorite looking spell. What did the dwarves do with the Throne of Power after Thorgrim died? The Throne of Power no longer was functioning before Thorgrim died. Right before Thorgrim died. After the final battle with the Skaven, where Thorgrim won, like he defeated the Skaven and pushed them back, he checked the Throne of Power because he sensed something was off with it, like a power had left him, and he realized that the Throne of Power, the rune of Azamar, which the rune of Azamar represents power of the throne itself, and also stands for it also stands for
I am made
I'm having a brain fart.
I relish this carnage.
It also stands for the future of the dwarven race. Like, so long as it exists, the dwarven race will endure. The rune of Azamar had cracked, so it was no longer functioning properly. Everyone say bye to Losing Mastered. Bye, Losing Mastered. Throw him in the snake pit. Throw him in, chat. Throw his ass in there. May he be bitten, and through the venom, learn about things beyond our mortal knowledge.
Delectable bloodshed.
What potential DLC might Slaanesh have? I don't really know what more they're gonna be able to do for the demons. The demons feel like honestly kind of done to me. But for like
My divine master.
obviously, well, there's other characters we could get, obviously. So like a good character for the demons would be giving us
Time to
the
breathe.
mask the Mask would be a great character. She's a very, very famous. She's basically a herald of Slaanesh, legendary lord. So we could get the Mask. We could also get a lot of mortal stuff. But thanks to my conversation with Andy Hall, I have confirmed that I was correct, which a lot of people on the forums are going to be super butthurt about, and I look forward to rubbing it in their faces. But I was correct in that the base race in this game is not monogod. They are demons. These are demon of chaos characters, or these are demon of chaos factions that have a little bit of a sprinkle of mortals to make them a little bit more fleshed out. What's wrong with what he wrote? Ski Man who? What's wrong with what who wrote? Oh, he was asking to be banned. There's a redeem you can do, and if you do the redeem, I will throw you into the snake pit. You can pay points to be temporarily banned. And he wanted to be banned. You still want Nurgle Chosen? I think you will get Nurgle Chosen, but they're going to be in the Warriors of Chaos roster, not the Demons of Chaos roster. There's going to be a notable difference between the Warriors and the Demons. I think the Warriors of Chaos are going to get monogod factions. So like you're going to get Festus the Leech Lord as a monogod Nurgle character, as a Warriors of Chaos Nurgle army. So he's going to have access to all of his units will be Nurglified. Why do people want to be banned, Jacques Diego? That's a great question. I wish I could give you the answer.
It's me.
How divide?
Empower magic.
Go excess.
Shame. You address
Spartan
a
_
slave.
Shield. X11. PSST. The heralds of Slaanesh look like the snake men from Ninjago. My work here is done.
What? I don't really want a higher level outpost with him.
Northmen come.
I'm surprised Crack-a-Drac is still alive, to be honest.
Norska, enter then. Are you after a drink, a fist fight, or both?
Ugh, we're so close. We're at 11.5. Just how much money, if I threw everything I had at it, how much does this equal us out? Negative 3.5? We're almost there. No, I know what Ninjago is. I recall seeing it on TV. I didn't watch it, but I was aware of its existence. I think I was in high school or something.
Inquisitor Hammond Shield. X10. So close you can almost taste it. Release you inhibitions.
Never.
Drink in my excellence.
I relish this.
How did I get into Warhammer? The long story short is my parents, when I was very little, when I was about 10 years old, 9 or 10, my parents really wanted me to have a hobby. And so they thought really hard about what kind of hobby to get me into. And they were wandering around a store one day. Ooh, Perfectionist gives us a higher budget on seducing units.
I demand total submission.
What was his name? Chat? Steercar? What? Somebody, what was the name? How would the mask play differently from Nakari? The mask would probably be much more focus. Like Nakari is kind of more focused on being like a giant beat stick that's like a big monster that's super powerful and nasty. I think the mask would be much more focused on corruption and seduction.
Are you sure you're not running Slaanesh and M Club here? Seems kinda masochistic to be wanted to be thrown into a snake pit.
Hey, listen, I don't judge, I don't yuck someone's yum, okay? Like, y'all are adults, you're big boys and girls. Steercar has returned! And Steercar, as a proper son of Norse... Ooh, I'm gonna do something clever. I'm gonna do something clever that just occurred to me. Steercar is back with us, chat. Rejoice. Our lost son... Our lost son has returned. And he shall ascend. Oh, he shall ascend.
Name it, and it shall be.
I guess we're done for this turn.
Abyss yourself before me, and I
Vote
shall
is cheered.
consider your
X10.
needs.
Did you just fall for Hammond's meme name?
What? Did I just fall for Hammond's meme name? I don't get it. Do I want peace with him? I kind of want to keep beating the shit out of him and giving his territory to my Norscan slaves. Oh, it was Grindelson. Dude, fucking, I don't have time to deal with y'all's bullshit, chat. Jabber Scythe melee attack bypasses Ethereal? Does it? Okay, bye.
Pure, unalloyed sensation. Rejoice! We are not finished with you. Most
Wait, so what was his actual name?
of Slaanesh.
It was Grindelson. Grindelson. But dude, I love the Beasts of Chaos having unique monstrous actions for their critters. I think that's great. Okay, so Nakari, I'm actually gonna give him the mammoth because he's the Norscan guy.
_0 cheered. X10. I was that same. My mum wanted me to get out of the house more, and a friend of hers at the time started a new hobby shop that did Warhammer stuff, so she made me try out Warhammer with my upset about having to go until I started playing, and the rest is slunch.
The rest is Slaanesh. That's not how that saying goes. I kind of want like a different kind of unit in this army. I will take another unit of fiends though. I won't complain about more fiends.
Prince's Herald. Depravity reigns.
He's beautiful. He's returned to us from beyond the grave, chat. And he is truly glorious.
The greatest secrets are mine. Hello.
Oh, I just realized I've got like items on characters I'm not using.
Time to savor.
God damn it, that was the wrong character.
Eternal taster.
This is Sin Dancer. I don't know who Sin Dancer is, but I don't use them. Okay, are there any other like good items that are equipped on characters I'm not using? Val, Yurkar, Kari.
I must taste flesh.
Scipio. Sin Dancer again, but I have a better item. Okay, no. Okay, we pretty much got everything set up. Okay. Val, why do I not have you running with stuff? Witchbone Pennant. Enticer. You don't have Marauders, but I guess something's better than nothing.
Just a sample.
Need more, like, follower stuff.
A waste of good suffering.
But yeah, the Throne of Power cracked and was no longer
Herald
what
of the
it was
Dark
meant to be.
Prince.
Sad as that is. Okay, so the Palace of Ruin will level up next turn, and we can start getting really cool shit.
Unspeakable depravity awaits.
Woohoo! 17k.
All hope from them.
Yeah, give me that. Okay, that should be enough money to get the city I want from these damn Norskins.
War on sea. To be honest, I'd rather be raiding, but you have my time.
Yes! Yes!
I submit.
Yeah, you submit.
Code _of_0
Who's the symbol?
cheered. X10.
Oh.
Name unit.
Name unit. I don't see a name unit in my thing. Ikatauka, how you going? How you doing?
Has the perfect prince forsaken us?
Frontier cheered.
Oh, the Marcher Fortress!
Playing a Skarsnik campaign and I'm really missing a colossal squig.
Yeah, dude, tell me about it. This is why I wanted this. Because I wanted a unique building. So we got the Marcher Fortress. 30% cheaper lords, 25% casualty replenishment, and just oodles of corruption. Hades, I'm not worried about it, to be honest. Ooh, I like this little settlement. I still have to get the Chasm of Torment from him, but that's okay. And then this I could take through force. Or by confederating this guy. It looks like he's trying to take it.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Oh, how delighted I am.
Divine.
Hey, we got gemstones.
immortality.
What do gemstones do for us? 5% income from all local buildings. I want to corrupt the shit out of these provinces.
Grace and cruelty.
Okay, and they're going to keep pushing because I really want to take control of the Writhing Fortress, which is over there.
You are infertile.
Wow, that's rude. You can't just say that to people.
Maiden of dark delight.
Am I worried about a Gorgon with Rend? I don't care about Rend. I play Nidon. I don't give a shit about Rend.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
And don't get me wrong, I'm happy for them. I don't think it's gonna launch them to the top of the game, to be honest. Do I have any more cults where I have not built anything yet? Yes, I do. Just gonna spam the building that generates devotees. That way I can start getting like lots and lots and lots of them.
Slaaneshi Herald.
Oh, the Palace of Ruin is gonna rebel?
Prince's
Well then.
Herald.
What a perfect opportunity
My
for you to
den
prove
of
yourself.
sins.
Do I please you?
You...
Every step. Agony.
What do I think would be the most noob-friendly AOS faction? Right now, in third edition does not have a lot of armies that are, like, in prime condition for new players, because a lot of them are going through major changes and stuff. If you're completely new to AOS and you're wanting an army that is easy to play, I would probably recommend Stormcast Eternals or Iron Jaws. Iron Jaws are pretty easy with a really fun army.
Shall consider your need.
But honestly, I don't worry about that too often. I would tell people just get what makes you happy. Like, if you see an army and you're like, oh, that has some cool units, I would love to play that army, well then get it and play it. Because you're gonna have a way better time getting stuff that appeals to you than worrying about something because it's good or bad or any of that nonsense. I would never worry about it from a perspective of like what's good or bad. Yo, we got the other Trickster Shard, Gambler's Armor, and the Firestorm Blade. Yeah, I'll take that. What's happening?
All will die
Oh.
in wrath.
Yo! Val the Blade Lord. The salacious slaughter riven by this demonic host has amused the Dark Prince. He sends a gift of his most favored exalted demon to ensure the delights of destruction of not only continue but reach even more fervent levels. The depravity is mine alone. A selfish herald declining to be subsumed, wanting to experience the climax of depravity herself. Slaanesh is intrigued, but must not to be disappointed, or else. I'm almost there! They did that on purpose. They did that on purpose. I'm almost there! The herald demurs for a truly violent release has yet to occur. The Exalted One will claim the mantle of command in time. Or, I welcome your command, most exalted. An exalted keeper of secrets shall replace the Herald of Slaanesh to lead this demonic host to even greater depravities. Hail the Dark Prince. Yo, where is Code of Zero? Code. You've did quite a bit for this character. Let's see. In 40k, there are pariahs, entities who are basically immune to the warp and even kind of nullify. Is there a similar thing in 40 fantasy? Not really. The only thing we have close to a pariah in fantasy, like someone that's immune to magic, like dwarves are kind of like that, but like in that they're very resistant to it. But there's no such thing as a creature that is like truly immune. The only character who has literally turned into the I guess you could call a pariah, like a character who just absorbs magic and is basically immune to it, is Luther Harkin. Val, you want her to be exalted? Or Code, you want her to be exalted? So yeah, the closest thing to a pariah is Luther Harkin, and that was like a freak accident. No, the heralds do ascend. It's like, yeah, you're essentially replacing them with a new character. They're not like truly evolving. It's more like another character kind of steps in to rule over them. But like you just name them the same thing. But you have to like redo their skills and everything. Is there any benefit to not making them an exalted? Yeah, the heralds have different skill trees. They're also less vulnerable to shooting. Anti-large doesn't work on them. They have an easier time hiding in their armies. They have access to the locus abilities, which loci abilities make you like really, really good support. Code, if you want her to level up, say exalted, because the phrases you're using are they're not clear to me. Yeah, cheaper upkeep. Do they keep the levels? I think their levels go down a little bit. Are there any queer characters or romances in Warhammer? Yes. They definitely exist. They're not like heavily covered because Games Workshop just didn't really focus that much on it. But they do exist. We know there's quite a few queer elves. Or elves that are like queer or bisexual and stuff like that. There are a lot of asexual characters, funny enough. When it comes to like gay or bi characters, they 100% exist. They just don't tend to be focused on stuff. Exalted, okay.
A divine comedy.
Oh, okay, so she like exploded into Gorge Hammer. The Exalted One is now in command of this army. The Herald has been consumed. but a sliver of their power remains for the new leader to exploit. So you go down to level 7 and your character is literally eaten. Alright, damn, calm down. Yay, we got a new Exalted. How should their name change? So it's Val. Do you still want to be Val the Bladed One, or do you want their name to evolve? Yo, look at this new skill tree. What do we got? Feasting on fear. Others, fear is meat and drink to the perfect prince's feasters of pain. Every unit... Oh, you regenerate for any units within range who are low on leadership. Damn! Route Marcher. We'll take Supple and Spry for the missile resistance. And then we were building Val pretty magic heavy, so I think we're gonna stick with that.
My sense heightened.
Just the Blade Lord? So,
such insights to tempt you.
Depravity reigns. Divine immortality.
And we're not staying here.
Fornication.
Okay, wow, that was blunt.
Onward.
Oh my gosh. Is this character TOS?
There will come a riot.
I don't know if this character's TOS, chat. Okay, we can get the Court of the Covenant soon. What else do I want? I could get the chariot building. Yeah, we'll do that. Chariots!
The Tempter Lord.
Home to my sweet secrets.
We got Val the Blade Lord.
Our burning needs are unmet.
Ah, I remember when I was dating someone and they would say something to that effect.
Come to me. Tear their souls apart. The glorious obscenity of war.
How should I?
There's so much horny in this faction.
My prince.
Gotta say, corrupting elves is quite a... Scrag, you get out of here! I will not have you messing this up. I am busy here, son. I don't have time for your bullshit. That jerk. I don't care about that. Alright, we're gonna use Nakari to go after the folly of Malefics.
What may I tempt you with? Riches, power, or souls?
Very close to confederating him. Them. It. Her. Whatever they prefer.
Slaughter! Despoilers, come! Bloodshed!
We can almost vassalize Karnat's sons? That's kind of wild.
You want me? Sacred executive throne awaits your offering.
I'm kind of tempted to, like, start forging pacts with him. But I also want to kind of just eat him.
Cool.
what to think about it. What do we got here? Fantasy roleplay is destroy the Bridge of Brass. Okay, that is on my slaughter list. Renovate the bedroom. Oh, we can't do this anymore. Because the subtle torture is gone. Yeah, okay, so this is impossible. We'll get rid of that. Yeah, because we confederated them. Gain a substantial income. Okay. Supreme Addiction, working on it. Close the Chaos Rift, we can do that soon. Get 300 devotees from gifts. Slap those lads around. Slap those lads around. Okay. Maybe it's time for Nakari to go south.
Without conscience.
Who would win in a headbutting contest? Queek Head Taker or Skull Taker? Skull Taker would dominate Queek in a headbutting contest. Is but yeah, Mr. Fiddles, this is
as much as the Dark Prince himself.
It's something I've kind of spoken quite a bit about in the past.
Your desires no longer captivate me. Your needs stillborn and irrelevant.
Generally speaking, we've spoken a lot in the past about how there are absolutely 100% undeniably tons and tons of characters of all sexual orientations and types to be found in the Warhammer world. A lot of them have not been like expressly covered because up until recent times, Warhammer Fantasy was, of course, which, you know, is only now coming back into the limelight, but back in the day, Warhammer was, you know, only had a handful of writers, not a massive amount, but an okay amount of writers who were all busy, writing books to aim at very specific groups of viewers. And like generally they were, you know, they were a bunch of like white British dudes, writing for white teenage boys that were reading their stuff, and that was it. That was as far as they applied themselves. So, you know, there's a lot of things that should exist in their world that just doesn't. Not because they have the opinion that it doesn't exist, but just because it never really occurred to them to talk about it or write about it.
March, my children.
Scarbrand dented Khorne's armor with his attack. Are there any other non-god, non-chaos characters that could do more damage to even break it with this? Could anyone break Khorne's armor with a single strike? No, absolutely not. Under any circumstances, that is completely impossible. Are there characters who could theoretically like wear it down? Only if Khorne was like somehow very deeply wounded. I do not think that is something you would be able to do in any other circumstance.
On we go.
Because Khorne is kind of Khorne is a lot. You know, he is one of, if not the strongest god currently in the Warhammer setting. Doing something to actually hurt him would be an effort that probably like only another god could do.
Artisan of pain.
Okay.
How divine. You may bow.
Master.
And I don't think Scarbrand dented his armor. If memory serves, I think Scarbrand scratched his armor. A dent, he was not capable of a dent, as much as I'm sure he wishes he was. In canon Warhammer Fantasy, is it possible to straight up walk into the realm of chaos, like physically? Yeah, you could absolutely walk to it. Now, the problem is, once you get to the realm of chaos, it no longer follows the laws of physics and time and reality. So, where you're gonna go by walking in a straight line is kind of largely up to the whims of the chaos realm itself.
Could you concoct a phage to infect upon the Esser princess?
Akari, that's cheating. But yeah, like there are characters who have done that. Like the reason we know about the Realm of Chaos is so much about it is because there literally have been characters who have walked into it. There have been characters who the Dark Gods, for kind of unknown reasons, but you know, part of their schemes, they basically like allowed this scribe to just walk into the Realm of Chaos, and he wandered around for a while and like took a lot of notes and learned a lot about the realm, and he was able to do so without anything bad happening to him. He like was able to walk in, do all the stuff he wanted to do, and walk out, likely because the Chaos Gods wanted him to be capable of that, which is, you know, very, very interesting. Okay, so he did take the Folly of Malefics. I kind of want Nakari to go to Kislev or the Empire, one of the two. But away from here. I no longer desire to be in this realm.
Prince's Herald.
Such insights to tempt you.
Moving with grace.
I want y'all to make your way to the Writhing Fortress as quickly as possible because I desire it greatly.
What pleasures do you require?
Your demise is certain.
Oh, I could put a new cult here.
Cultist, the cult of plentiful excess.
Cease.
Anything I can do that'll help my armies? Yes, that will help my armies quite a bit. Do I have a soul grinder in an army? Not yet. I have to upgrade this building one more time before I can get soul grinders. But our finances are a little bit struggling at the moment. Let's activate the plus income building. Let's put these devotees of ours to work. Do the growth one. Okay. Where is a rebellion coming through? Oh, that's fine. I don't give a shit about that. Okay. Okie dokie. If Warriors of Chaos get an Ascension mechanic and become a Demon Prince, I would be... Mornington Crescent, I would be insane. I think that is the easiest call you can make for the Warriors of Chaos update, is that just like the demon characters can upgrade to become Exalted Demons, Warriors of Chaos are going to upgrade to become Demon Princes. I think that is the easiest called shot you can make for this entire trilogy. That is going to happen. Not a fragment of a doubt in my mind. But I do not think they will be customizable. No, they're gonna be. I think they're gonna be like they are. I think they have to be God specific. I don't think they should add any more undivided characters, because undivided characters are very much a that they're a huge lore shift. The Godslayer is already like a pretty heavy shift from a lore perspective, because Be'lakor is supposed to be the only undivided demon prince. I would say for the new demon prince, if they make it where you can take, if they make it where you can effectively like upgrade your characters into demon princes, they should have to be mono god. Ooh, plus income from all buildings. That might actually be worth it. But let's start with... I want to start with the growth building.
What wickedness we shall sow.
Now, that being said, like, once you ascend to one, I wouldn't be against them, like, allowing you to customize your character a bit. You know, maybe you could be like, oh, could I customize my character so that he, like, you know, has, like, a different weapon type or something? I think that would be fine. Okay, I'm not even worried about these corn guys. If they want to chase me, they can.
Most privileged.
My goal is to get to the Chimera Plateau so we can reinforce, and then we're finally going to be able to go after the Writhing Fortress.
without conscience.
Your
None
job
but
is to
Slaanesh may
hold that
dominate
thing back.
me.
Extinction comes.
So am I getting points for the corruption now? Yes, we are getting. I'm going to be really pissed if this army destroys
You are
Larlorn. They better not.
the chosen one.
Prince, go with grace.
Yeah, like you could. I would not be against having
For pleasure's
customization
sake.
for demon princes. As I think it should be reduced customization. I think that should really be the Godslayer's like unique system.
Herald of the dark
I don't think I'm a
winds.
fan of making that available to like every single character, because then he just kind of becomes really boring.
Speak.
Your desires no longer captivate me.
Which I know is probably not going to be a popular opinion, but that's how I feel about it. Like, the dude doesn't even have a tech tree. The only thing he can do is customize himself. That's literally his entire gimmick. I think if you just, like, gave that to generic characters, that would be a really bad decision. Name a unit. Okay, I will do that in a moment. Answer that. Val's hero unit. Okay, when Val gets a hero, I will do that. Goldfag Maneater should have customizable items. I could see Goldfag Maneater having like a customizable setup. Since
Slaanesh's courtesan.
I want you to go that way.
Pleasure.
Yes, plaything. The greater secrets are mine alone. Just a sign.
It's faster to go by ocean.
Set sail.
Slaanesh ship looks cool. Jinx the Broken Smile for a Slaanesh cultist and an army. Yes, we will get a cultist.
Do I please you?
You know what? I'm actually going to... how do I want to do this? They have a lot of cultists running around, but they aren't really kitted for battle. Can I recruit a cultist from here?
Handmaiden of dark delight.
Yes, I can, if I destroy one. Okay, so we're going to destroy
My divine
You.
master.
and hire a new one.
Divine immortality.
Ooh, before we hire her, actually, we will get you that cultist. Don't worry, I've got it sitting here on my screen. We will get you that cultist, but we're gonna upgrade. We're gonna get a tech so she comes out quite a bit stronger.
Excess.
Artisan of pain.
Slaves to darkness. Advance.
Prince's herald.
How do demons know how to make ships? Magic.
Stress of the young. Snuff them out.
Righteous killer. Nice. I will say I am really not a fan of some of the uniqueness they got rid of as far as like traits and stuff are concerned. I don't know why, but it seems like they kind of got lazy on the traits.
Speak.
Because a lot of the
On we go.
you used to be able to get a lot of unique named traits depending on like the character and who they are and what they did and stuff, and they don't do that anymore, which I think is a huge bummer.
On to another.
Like, it's just like, oh, you got the righteous killer trait because you
Our winds are full.
because you assassinated enough people. It's not like a unique Slaanesh flavored version of that phrase. Why don't the Chaos Gods utilize aquatic units? Because generally speaking, there is nothing that the Dark Gods care about that is underwater. There is no civilization down there. There are no souls, well, that they know about. We know there are fishmen down there, but they're a very mysterious and nebulous group. We don't know whose side they're on. That being said, like, theoretically, there are aquatic demons, but if there were, we would probably never see them. You'd only encounter them in, like, really nightmarish scenarios. Like, you'd only encounter them in, like, the oceans of the realm of chaos, and they'd only be able to manifest into reality in, like, an ocean scenario, which would be kind of wild. But plus, demons are demons, so a demon may not necessarily have to, like, breathe or do any of those annoying things that one has to do in order to survive underwater. Too much information. Your perfumers have designed a new scent to confound the senses, one which causes all those who inhale it to helplessly bellow their deepest desires aloud.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. Kill Costorton and Veils the Ice Queen.
We'll try. Your perfumers have designed a new scent to confound the senses, one which causes all those who inhale it to helplessly bellow their deepest desires aloud. By dousing themselves in this delicious fragrance, your demonettes are granted all the insight they need to bewitch their weak-minded foes. Gives us a higher budget for seducing enemies.
The mask slips. Sit. You want me.
Pleasure without conscience.
You think I would lose this game? I heavily disagree. But I could let him get bigger so I get more money for killing him.
The legendary scuba demon attack coming from the south.
Encamp!
Legendary scuba demon? Well, if you were gonna get attacked from, like, the south, like the far south, it's probably not a demon you would be worrying about. You would probably be worrying about, legions of beastmen, or if they choose to use the lore that was written for the Archaon novels, they may even be demonkin, which demonkin are pretty nasty.
And it shall be done.
A little exotic, but very nasty.
Go with disgrace.
Feasters of
Delectable.
He's got no missions for me. Okay.
Marauders all. Marauders all.
Ooh, I could take over Ivar's army and combine it with my own. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, he does have a mission for me now. Grand Vomitus. That's far away from my lands. That one's a little more possible.
Take what's dominate.
I just accepted a mission. What the fuck? That was weird. Let's see.
Yes. Northmen come. Slaughter the sheep.
Give me your army.
Overrun the world. Bring death.
Glade Lord.
The elves are halfway to being corrupted. Good. Good. Oh, one other thing I gotta check.
Slaughter. So.
Nope.
No. Sacred executioner.
How excited am I for ogres? I'm very excited to show y'all ogres. I think you're going to love them very much. A rebellion? I don't care if you want to rebel. I really don't. Where'd you go? You.
My prince? Infiltrator blood. Pleasure for pleasure's sake.
More corruption.
Cultist of the perfect prince.
You can outpost some mammoths? Oh yeah, dude, we got mammoths. You can outpost anything. Have I tried ogres in my own time? Yes. Bro, you think I haven't played the shit out of ogres the second I got access to them? Are you crazy? Cheng Lion, have a good night, dude. Thanks for being here. Do I ever feel like the world that was used to be narrow, that eventually there won't be any more possibilities? No, I do not feel that at all. Our world is immensely complicated and has a massive amount of history, and the Warhammer world is just our world dialed up to 11. I think if you ever reach a point where you're like, oh, there's nothing to do or talk about, then you're just bad at writing. No offense. Stellar Star, thanks for the stretch. Do that here in a second. How much wood would a wood elf chuck if a wood elf could chuck wood? Wood elves can't chuck wood. Have you seen their wimpy little arms? What a ridiculous question. They can't chuck wood. Elves.
Slaughter the sheep.
Ivar,
No delay.
ride to me.
On the prowl.
Come serve me. What time is it? It is almost 5 a.m. I've already explained this, but I'll explain it again. Yesterday, I was asleep for a very long time, so
Inquisitor Hammond Cheer.
I was
X10.
ready to be awake.
WTF. Diomedes. Troy team doing some work.
Am I too lazy to fight this? I'm kind of feeling too lazy to fight this. Yeah.
Such agonies await. There will be pain. So much pain.
Actually, I want to go up. No. Let's do server die.
A new power.
I'm gonna need to get you an army, and it's gonna be expensive.
Let us move.
Slaanesh, herald, behold my sensuous movements.
This victory is still raw.
Submission?
I need to get Ame over here.
Your pain.
Bloodthirsty.
Oh yeah, I took control of you too, didn't I?
It's done.
Come to me, Norskins. You shall be my meat shields, and you shall serve me gloriously in the battles to come.
A crude attempt to subjugate.
Your victory, good enough for me.
Unspeakable depravity awaits. Rip all hope from them. Artisan of pain.
Oh god, there's so many good things I could get. Keeper of Secrets. Soul Grinder. I kind of want the Soul Grinder first. Has Jinx been created? No, because we're waiting on that tech to finish.
Dark Prince.
We are waiting for that tech to finish leveling up.
I am made whole. Prince's herald.
Funnest campaign so far? That's genuinely hard to answer.
Such folly.
Oh, that's Scarbrand. Oh, well, that city's probably doomed.
Yes.
You.
I will rip the
Why can't I click on him? Maybe he's not at war with him.
Yes.
Oh no, he's not. Okay, kill him.
Most privileged of.
Master. You are infertile. This is not permitted.
Nope. Really is. Good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, it's time for us to take the fight to the Kislevites too, because we can get a lot of money kicking the shit out of the Kislevites.
That secret you hide deep down in your being, I already know it.
Is Warhammer 3 everything I'd hoped for? Pretty much. Like, honestly, yeah, pretty much. It is very, very enjoyable. Got a lot of really great features. It's brought over all the features I really, really wanted from some of the other games. I'm pretty happy with it.
Vatarius cheered. X10. Damn, the Slaanesh theme is good.
Yes. Back for more, huh?
The tome flickers to life.
Yeah, shit. Kind of forgot about that.
I must taste flesh.
I'll deal with this in a second. Why does it seem like in Age of Sigmar, Kurnoth and Tyrion are the only good gods? As in, I haven't heard of them doing morally questionable things. Tyrion actually saved the Idoneth. Also, what is Mor doing in Age of Sigmar? And who did he marry from the Elven Pantheon? Mor is in a weird spot because he's one of the death gods. And pretty much all of the death gods were, like, devoured by Nagash. But because they're death gods, being devoured seems to kind of universally be more like a matter of inconvenience as opposed to a matter of like, oh god, I'm actually 100% dead.
Time to indulge.
So, you know, it's a little complicated.
Depravity reigns.
But,
Slash every sinew.
did he actually get in reinforcement range? That little bitch. I don't think I can kill him and his reinforcements.
Divine immortality. Don't stop.
You desire fornication. You are summoned.
You need more boys.
Summon them.
Your sin is my command. Infiltrate their blood.
But yeah, we don't really know where Mor is. Like, if he's still alive, which is very unlikely, he's probably more being a typical death god, which means he's kind of like in that weird half and half zone between being still alive and being a dead entity that is kind of like refusing to stay dead, and so he like kind of comes in and out. Like, he's still worshipped, but like we don't know much more than that. But that being said, for real, one of the things that Games Workshop has been really big on, and they're going to continue being really big on, is that they want to make it really clear, and this is, you know, this is ideal for a war game like Age of Sigmar. There is no good guys. There are no good guys. There are some people that are better than other guys. Like Sigmar is certainly less evil than Gorka Morka or Nagash or the Chaos Gods, but he's not good. He does some really shitty stuff, and that's true for all of them. The only reason we haven't seen Tyrion do anything super shitty yet is because Tyrion hasn't like shown up. Really. Like, Tyrion hasn't had the spotlight thrust on him. The moment that we actually get like an up-close look at Tyrion, you better bet your butt that he's gonna be up to something that you're gonna go, ah, damn, Tyrion, how could you do that? Because it's just an important part of the recipe for Age of Sigmar. That being said, I don't think that necessarily makes them like bad. If anything, it just makes them a bit more, I guess, realistic, in my opinion. But you know, it is what it is. I personally like that about AOS. I don't tend to. I think the idea of having a good god is kind of dumb. It doesn't really like work as well in modern literature. Like, it's a cool enough idea, but I just don't. I don't know. I find it to be a very outdated theme that just doesn't make sense in today's world. And it's very like baby. Like that's the biggest reason I hate Lord of the Rings. Sorry, I'm gonna rephrase that. I don't hate Lord of the Rings. That's my biggest issue with Lord of the Rings. Like, I love Lord of the Rings. It's great, but I don't think it's perfect. And I have a lot of criticisms of it. Like the entirety, like Eru Livitar being a thing, I think is a huge flaw. That like makes Lord of the Rings to me not that great. Because it opens up the door. It's just so much dumb shit. Not that I'm saying like that it's bad. It's just why like I'm not like as big of a fan of it as I am of fantasy.
All she wants is to be free and for everyone to do what they want, and nothing evil about that. Poor Slaanesh Lorimer one lewd, Lorimer one lewd.
I mean, hey, you're entitled to look at it that way. But I don't think the people that are being horribly tortured to death by the people who really enjoy torturing people to death would agree with your sentiment.
Dark whispers of glory.
Heart seekers of Slaanesh. Paramour of Slaanesh. Suffer!
Your musk shall cease.
Bro, did you just threaten to cease my musk? I don't know what to do with that information. Furies! Go that way. Oh, he summoned demons too.
Decadent seekers. Sorceress lash. Extravagant despair.
Behold magnificence!
The eternal hunters.
Tear throats!
Searching all.
Excess in all things!
Death through sensation. Kill! Kill!
Finding fresh soap!
Supple servants of Slaanesh.
Arch Tempter!
Oh, no, you don't.
We are in agreement.
I see you trying to lock me out.
A dance of pain.
Ladies, go there. Arrows made by a guy that's been through the worst war. Give it some. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm not saying that like, oh, Lord of the Rings is super garbage. I don't understand how anybody could like that. It should be treated like it's a piece of garbage. You gotta, like, no, I think Lord of the Rings is like a beautiful series. I love it a lot. It's great to read. It's very hopeful, which I really enjoy about it. But I also like heavily critique it at the same time. Like, I don't think it's as good as fantasy. because I prefer fantasy's darker themes while still having a hopeful theme to it. Like, there are still possibilities to fight against these dark forces. I can't enjoy Lord of the Rings that much because, to me, Lord of the Rings has no stakes. Like, the good guys are gonna win because God exists, so like, there's really no point. I don't understand why the bad guys even try doing the shit they do. Because like the one time where the bad guys actually like really seem to have get kind of an upper hand with the whole Numenor crisis, Eru just cheats, which is like. But that's just my personal taste. I'm not saying that the universe is bad or you shouldn't like it or anything.
The darkest desires.
I am not yucking your yum. I'm simply explaining why, to me personally, Lord of the Rings is kind of eh. Like, it's good, but like I struggle to enjoy the books. Love the movies. But the movies also like cut a lot of stuff out and condense a lot of stuff.
Heart seekers of Slaanesh.
For me to like a universe, I feel like there's got to be stakes. Like, I got to realistically believe that the bad guys can win, and like the good guys should be fighting up against like a wall. I like fantasy because it's a good middle ground between the unending optimism of Lord of the Rings and the hopeless all is lost dark blade 40k. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Honestly, how do people enjoy the book? It takes 600 pages. Have I heard of the Stormlight Archives? Oh man, have I. I have a friend, a very, very good close friend, he's been on stream a few times, named Jacob. Jacob, every single fucking time he talks to me, he goes, have you read Stormlight Archives yet? Have you started reading Stormlight Archives yet? Have you started reading? I'm like, I'm busy. Like, I want to read it. I get it. Like, I get it. You think it's the coolest thing ever. Ooh, I can dude, that's cool. I can resurrect a vassalized faction here? Huh. I'm gonna sack it first. And then maybe next turn when I blow it up again for more money, then I will vassalize it. Like, I like Brandon Sanderson. I've watched some of his talks on writing. Very insightful.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Myrmidia is perfect. She has done nothing wrong.
Myrmidia's perfect. She's done nothing wrong. She's done nothing wrong, really. She's never done anything wrong. So you don't think the fact that Myrmidia felt that the people of the original city that were worshiping her and basically like caused her to exist as a god, she didn't like what they were doing and like the paths they were taking, so she literally abandoned them to the predations of the Great Horned Rat and allowed Skavenblight to be born in her absence? You don't think she did anything wrong?
Such insights to tempt you.
Most privileged.
Hey, you say so. They deserved it. That's what they get for being. They should have thought about that before they sinned.
Chieftain of the tribe.
Who's Myrmidia? She's the goddess of strategy, tactics, and battle in Warhammer Fantasy. She's a southern goddess, and she's a very like honorable deity. Funniest thing Slaanesh that has ever done that screwed everybody else. Generally speaking, Slaanesh doesn't tend to think that far ahead. I'm trying to think of like the funniest thing Slaanesh ever did. You know what? Honestly, actually, I do have an answer for this. The funniest thing Slaanesh ever did that actually caused a situation of screwing a lot of people over, hilariously enough, was Age of Sigmar. So in Age of Sigmar, one of the biggest reasons the Age of Chaos happens, which was basically kind of an end time scenario for them, was, honestly enough, it happened because after the Warhammer Fantasy world blew up, Slaanesh
Overrun the world.
could not help himself but be a big fatty.
Cheered. X10. Lotiar was most made in World War I, so it makes sense it would be more hopeful. Warhammer was made in the 80s, so a less hopeful setting.
I am not trying to... I understand that. I really do. I promise you. I deeply swear to you, I understand that. I really do. That's not where I, What? Whoa. What? I resurrected the orcs? Oh. Oh my. Oh, dude, we brought the orcs back. What the fuck? That's so cool. Oh my god. Yo, we got orc slaves. Let's go.
For souls.
I can't believe this. This is a what a lovely day. I did not think I thought it was gonna resurrect Norse skins, not green skins. We got Slaanesh. We got Slaanesh orcs up in here. Times are changing.
Such decadence.
Okay, I need you to start bombarding this garrison.
And it shall be done.
Oh, critical failure. Actually, instead of this, no, we can leave that. It's fine.
How divine. Delectable.
You're delectable.
Artisan of pain. Seeking sweet.
Yeah, I understand where Lord of the Rings is coming from. I understand why it has the theming it does, why it's hopeful, all that jazz. I think the messages explained in Lord of the Rings are immensely beautiful and something that should be studied and respected for like all time. However, I don't think that makes it immune to criticism. And I don't think that like magically erases that the universe has a serious flaw where it's so hopeful that it's flat out goofy.
You desire.
I'm gonna merge this, man.
11 cheered. X10. Why not both?
Why not both? Oh, anyway, I was answering that, Lord Redeem.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. What? We is no more Gorka Morka boss. We is special sexy gobbos. We is purple gobbos. What justice appear?
So the biggest thing Slaanesh did to screw over everybody was that Slaanesh was a greedy slut. Which that term's only okay to use on people that want it used on them. Let me make that clear. But there was an incident where when Slaanesh, after the world that was blew up. By the way, this is our first time of having one of these, so let's enjoy some idle goodness. Man, look at the confidence in that strut. I mean, damn, son. So there was a scenario where Slaanesh, when the world that was blew up, all the elves died, obviously, because the world exploded. And so Slaanesh glutted themselves on just an endless supply, pretty much, of elven soul. Billions of elf souls. Just eating them. And they got super bloated. And just like, oh, I gotta go digest all these elf souls. So Slaanesh retreated into the abyss.
Code __0 cheer.
Uh-oh, what's happening? Here it comes.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button, so back the start. Lotiar was mostly made in World War I, so more hopeful. Warhammer was made in the 80s, so less hopeful, but there would be some hope. 40k was made in the 90s.
Cut you off. 40k was made in the 90s, so each more edgelord's world, they are all products of their time, and none of them are bad, but they should still be. Yeah, I agree. So anyway, we had this. So there was this big incident where, you know, it was fine that Slaanesh did all this stuff, but the problem was that Slaanesh got too greedy. And Slaanesh, in his greed, the other gods, the Elven gods of Age of Sigmar, so the universe of Age of Sigmar is created. It's free of chaos. Chaos can't manifest there for a very, very long time because they weren't even aware of it for a while. But there was a whole incident where the elf gods realized that Slaanesh had devoured most of the elves, and that's why they were not reincarnating essentially into the realm of the mortal realms in Age of Sigmar. So they came up with a plan. They made a plan to basically trap Slaanesh, to actually capture a god. So what did they do? They literally, the four of them went to Olgish, which is a little sub-dimension between the realm of shadow and the realm of light, Hish and Olgu. So they went to Olgish, and they basically were just like, oh no, look, there's these four sexy, tasty elven gods just hanging out. Sure would be a shame if somebody came and tried to eat us. Meanwhile, they were like rubbing themselves with like butter and oil. And Slaanesh was like, oh, I gotta get me some of that. So Slaanesh comes out of hiding and goes down to attack and devour the four of them. But of course, they were waiting for him. So when Slaanesh in this super glutted form comes pulling himself into Olgish, they spring the trap, and all of a sudden Slaanesh gets immediately captured in a paradoxical trap. Because, of course, the only way to catch a god is by trapping him in a paradox. So Slaanesh suddenly realizes that they have been tricked and are stuck in a trap that they legitimately cannot get out of. However, here's the thing that's funny. Because the elf gods were so obsessed with trying to capture Slaanesh so they could bring back, they devised a ritual that allowed them to use these big ritual hooks to literally basically go fishing in Slaanesh's guts. They would rip his flesh open a little bit and send these hooks to grab onto these elf souls and rip them out of Slaanesh's guts and then remake them into a new form, which is how we got the various forms of elves in AOS. However, the problem is that the elves became so hyper-focused on this, they totally stopped paying attention to everything going on outside. So they were completely oblivious to everything that was happening outside of their own personal issues, and because of that, none of the elf gods were on Sigmar's Pantheon Council like they were supposed to be, which accidentally opened the door for the forces of chaos to start corrupting the mortal realms, which led to the Age of Chaos, because the elf gods were too busy with this personal job that they weren't paying attention to all the shit going on across the mortal realms, including with their own people. So Slaanesh, by being a greedy son of a bitch who just wanted to stuff himself even more when he was already full, got caught, and by doing so literally caused a series of events to start tumbling that led to all of the dark gods being able to invade the mortal realms and beginning the Age of Chaos, which was 500 years of horrible death and torture and yada 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 for everyone until the Age of Sigmar started. And that is a confident strut animation.
Cranium Brood cheered. X100. One thing I have always wondered, why does the Great Horned Rat help the Big Chaos 4 at all? Or was it more an accident of Scarven being Scarven that just happens to help the Big Chaos 4 win?
The Great Horned Rat was never particularly interested in helping the Four. He was much more interested in just doing his own thing. But because he is a force of corruption, he's just sort of helping them through coincidence as opposed to design. However, the Great Horned Rat is like willing to assist the Dark Powers, but only if he sees something in it for himself. Increased armor-piercing damage. Ooh, that was a good one. Whip him again, whip him again, whip him again.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. You know why that lord looks like? Go to your meme channel.
I mean, I could tell you this lord is based on a tabletop model. It's based on the Salacious Hellbane, who's actually a special character in Age of Sigmar. That's who he's based on. That being said, I am curious about what you posted in memes. If you haven't sent that to Nathan, you should.
Code__0 cheered. X10. Soleus would not have happened if the Elven god gave a crap outside of themselves.
It probably still would have happened, but it probably would have been easier to deal with, or maybe it wouldn't have happened. It's very possible it might not have happened. Hard to say though. Dude, the greater demons are so big in this game. It is wild to me. Like, I love how big they are, but like, god damn, they're huge. Alright. And my character, my Keeper of Secrets regenerates as long as he is in range of someone whose leadership is broken. So we're just going to let him chase units around until he's back to max health. And he's... What is your max health? Okay, now he's back at max. Okay. I need to do lore videos? Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Can I explain how the underworld in Warhammer Fantasy is different than the Chaos Realms, or if they're both the same? There is no underworld in Warhammer Fantasy. Whenever there is a... how do I explain this? There are a number of afterlives that exist in Warhammer Fantasy. And they all depend very much on what god you worship. In most cases, when you die, your soul basically will go into what you can kind of think of as the realm of chaos. Because basically you get sent there to the realm of your god, which your god's realm is somewhere within the realm of chaos. Because every god that exists has basically carved out a little piece of the realm of chaos for themselves. Where they exist as kind of like, you know, the ultimate authority or divine owner. Why can I not click on my... What?
My divine
Weird.
master.
Okay.
I cannot move yet.
Okay, so... I don't know why everything's like weirdly bugged right now.
The Tempter Lord.
Okay, I think we're done with everything. You've moved all the way. You moved all the way. Okay. Weird shit's happening. Alright, whatever. But there are some genuine afterlives. Most people, when they die, they will go to wherever their like primary god that they worship is, and that god most of the time will kind of like feed on them. Like their soul stuff is gradually broken down, and their god will devour them, or what's left of their spirit essence, and it is used it's not like literal, like they're not like picking that person up and being like nom. It's more like that person's soul kind of feeds the god's power and own life, allowing that god to continue to exist and grow stronger. But for many mortals, like they do experience a form of afterlife as they're kind of fading away, and become, you know, part of their god, so to speak. And some races do have genuine afterlives. For instance, like the elves do not have a typical afterlife. because they've devised other means. So like for the High Elves, most High Elves when they die, their souls are essentially implemented into the Waystone network that runs through Ulthuan. And they seem to experience, like, so they are in a literal afterlife that is not, like, you know, the goal is for them to eternally remain in those crystals and be safe. As opposed to, like, their soul going to some dimension or whatever afterwards. Because a lot of them aren't going to make it, because Slaanesh really likes elf souls and goes very out of his way to have dominion over them and nom them. Like, probably the best examples of genuine underworlds are, like, the Nehekaran underworld. We know a shitload about the Nehekaran underworld because it's such a major aspect of their culture. The Nehekaran underworld is a busy place.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. I will be going soon to get food, but I will be back for more Slaanesh sexy fun time and to find the most perfect art.
Okay.
Beacon of depravity.
I only have 1,000 gold. Okay, I'll just get like a big tower. He's coming at me from 2 directions. So let's do... This army's gonna get massacred by the towers. So we will put a tower... Trying to get like the most unobstructed view. I mean, most of these guys are going to get obliterated by just the wall shooting. Actually, Mammoth, you should probably be on this side, because if they're going to get through a gate, it's going to be this gate.
Agony and ecstasy.
Is there a Lorebeards today? Ooh, shit. Yes, there probably is. Now that you mention it. God damn it. No, like, it's fine. We're gonna do Lorebeards, but, like, I was supposed to finish... There was... Oh, well, that's fine. There was a mini I was going to spend tonight painting, but I forgot. So I guess I'm gonna present a different mini for Tale of Two Gamers. Oh, well.
Death through sensation.
It's alright, it's not a huge deal.
Alores.
Oh, look at that! That's so cool! So our Aluris, because this is a max tier settlement, our Aluris has a exalted chariot. So this is our garrison lord. Like, this is the lord that actually rules over the garrison. She has a... as you level up your garrisons and your settlements, your characters will upgrade their mounts if they have mount options. So that's really cool. She's like fully upgraded. Very cool. I like that. Yeah, Pentmobile. Oh, look at that. We got a keeper, too. Very nice.
The bringer of temptation. Your secrets spilled.
Alright, we'll just let the War Mammoth deal with this flank.
Marauders!
I've got one giant full health unit of Marauders. That is hilarious to me. Okay, I want you one little unit over here to activate those towers. Oh, but does she get better spells? No. Okay, I want the chariots. I want the chariots destroyed.
Upon souls. We will revel in suffering.
Bitch, I told you to kill the chariot. I don't give a damn about the infantry. The Mammoth can handle the infantry. Coordinate our shooting here. Okay, that one's not seeing anything.
Pain is a gift. An intriguing sin.
You know what? Just wait down on the ground for him. I've got all these big monsters here. Let's take advantage of them.
I am endowed with power.
Not the only thing you're endowed with. What did I tell you? Shoot the stupid damn chariot. Does the No, I already told you. No. The upgraded lures does not get more... They just get mounts. They get new mounts. That's all they get.
Can demon of Slaanesh
What are the towers shooting? They're shooting shards of giant mirrors. So it's the particle effect when you use one of the big Slaanesh spells. Oh, these are like legit mortals.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Come down to play.
Luscious deviants! Their flesh is my canvas!
Oh, she's too close to the wall.
Repulsive and alluring.
Come here where I can hit you, bitch. Quit hiding on those walls. Come down here and fight. Fight like a man. Get away from my door. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, marauders, come downstairs.
The purple herald!
That thing is getting through our door awfully quick.
Souls for Slaanesh!
Defend the mammoth!
Finding fresh souls!
A pleasure!
Wait, did it stop? Oh, they died.
Bring us souls!
Sorry, that caught me a little off guard. I didn't realize they died.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Oh yeah, whatever, kill her.
This will be exquisite.
Tear throats!
I am ready.
I didn't realize the Melkots killed them.
All right, a pleasure!
Once the Hellstriders are dead, I'll send the mammoth out.
Torture is
Are the battering rams phallic shaped? I don't believe so, no. I don't know though, they all blew up.
They offer their souls to us!
No one escapes. Mammoth! Go play. I don't think you're gonna make it in time, but you can try. No, you're not gonna make it. Okay, I don't want him to die. Did you hear, Folg? He's got balls as big as his belly. He called out the over-tyrant, told him straight that he needs to spread some of that gold around. Bold as a Stormnorn he was. I'd slap him on the back if I've seen him about. Anyone seen Folg? The Greases had a snack. Which lore is better in this game, Shadows or Slaanesh? Shadows, I believe, is still kind of overpowered at the moment. Shadow got, like, tuned weirdly. So the Pendulum spell is overperforming.
We are not finished with you.
The Tempter Lord!
Y'all ready for me to attack this Chaos Fortress with all of my Norskin slaves?
Slaughter the sheep.
I'm special.
You are special.
Greater secrets are mine. Alone.
Enslave the Southerners.
Okay.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Recruit the Purple Orcs? I can't do that yet. I've got to wait until they get like a certain kind of thing.
Pleasure. Afflictions upon them.
Okay, start
Such insights to tempt you.
Start deleting that garrison a bit. What's the cheapest unit I can get?
Expand
More Marauders,
the truth.
please.
Herald of the Dark Prince.
How divine. You are summoned. Slaanesh is young.
It will be drenched in bodily fluids.
Great.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Oh, it's mammoth time. It's mammoth time. I've noticed almost everyone's at war with Daniel. Is he that unfriendly? Actually, the Demon Prince, the Godslayer, was a very good ally of ours. But then he started killing all the Norskins and taking all their settlements, and I was subjugating them. So I decided I liked them as servants more than I liked him as an ally. Do I think Tzeentch's shield should get nerfed? I think that will become relevant once the game has been out long enough. Oh, look, that's so cute! Our mammoth has purple tusks. He has purple paint on his tusks. That reminds me of a time when I was in college. The college I was at, my university, we had a bison or a buffalo for a mascot, and we had a real one. His name was Thunder. And there was a time for Breast Cancer Awareness Month that we had a football game, and I was in the marching band because I was a music major. And for the record, I hated going to football games because I don't give a shit about football, but I had to go because it was part of the rules. So we were at this game for Breast Cancer Awareness, and to make Thunder stand out for the game, they painted his horns pink. Not a huge deal in and of itself. The problem was, apparently Thunder really didn't appreciate having his horns painted. So there was an incident where they tried to take him out on the field, to, like, you know, let him run around. Because whenever someone would score a football, score a football, or someone would score a touchdown, they would run him down the field. So he'd run down the field and he'd run back to the field. One problem: he didn't like those. He didn't like what they did to him. So his response was they tried to run him down the field and run him back, and he proceeded to get a little upset, and he literally, like, lifted up on his back legs and he dragged. They literally just, like, held onto him with ropes. A group of people did. So why is she so much faster than me? What the fuck? Oh, because I have acquiescence on me. That's not nice. Ah!
The herald goes. All right.
What is this scene? It's just like, oh god, get her, mammoth.
Avatar.
I'm getting out of here, dude. You got this. Let's get him out of that forest, but I am running far, far away. Get out of the forest, big guy. Anyway, so he raised up. The stuff started. The people, his handlers. One of his handlers got dragged underneath him, and he just comes down, snapped that dude's leg in half. It was brutal. It was awful. Like, just landed on him. Like, those hooves just bam. That leg went boop. Was pretty nasty. They retired Thunder after that. He no longer got to come to football games. Did he lose his leg or just broke? Just broke. He got to keep it. Are there genuine afterlives for humans? Yes, there are a couple. I mean, Nehakarans are human, and they believe in Usirian's afterlife, which is a real place. Usirian's underworld is quite notable because the Norskins very heavily worship it. Or not the Norskins, the Nehakarans. And it is where all of them went when they died. And to this day, well, until the end times, it's still standing. So not only do they very deeply worship and revere it, but it's where most of them spend their time when they are not like in active service, so to speak. When they're not actively being utilized by the they're not being actively utilized by the Tomb Kings, they spend all their time hanging out in the Nehekaran underworld, which we know is built in like tiers. They're basically like these large pillar-like structures, and depending on how important you were in life and how much attention you got in your burial rites, you reside on the closer you are to the top of the Nehekaran underworld, or Usirian's underworld, the better of an afterlife you are dealing with. And if you're at the very tippy top, it's basically heaven. Like, you're like constantly waited on. You have servants, you know, you have everything you would possibly ever want or need in order to thrive and enjoy your afterlife. But for the forces of everyone else is kind of on these descending tiers, but the most notable are the people at the absolute bottom, because the people at the absolute bottom of the underworld, who are running along like the darkness in the bottom, they are dealing with a very nasty situation, which is that they are eternally hunted, and they are eternally hunted by a pretty nasty piece of work, or the dogs of the underworld. And these hounds, these dogs of the underworld, are you may have seen them because they are known as they are known as dread abyssals, and the dread abyssals are giant dog-like creatures that in Age of Sigmar are ridden as mounts by Archon the Black, Neferata, the First Vampire, and Manfred von Karstein. Why not take the 2 skull cannons? I couldn't afford it. I don't have any money. My economy is kind of at the moment because I'm in the midst of a lot of fighting. These dogs roam around the bottom of the underworld, devouring people for eternity. And what they do, if you are a Nehekaran who died as you were like you died in ignominy, so you were like, you know, like a thief or an assassin or a murderer or someone that got caught, or you were just someone that was really poor, and you were like just kind of tossed into the charnel pits instead of given like a proper burial. By the way, here are the corn towers, if anyone has not seen their gloriousness. They literally surf on a wave of skulls, burning skulls, I might add. Yeah, they devour you and basically like shit you out for all of eternity. Endlessly. And it's agony. Like, you're literally ripped to pieces, devoured, digested, and then they pop you out, and then they eat you all over again. Are the baddies burning inside it? Nah, they're fine. It's magic fire, don't worry about it. None of this stuff can climb the walls, so we'll put some lads up here to activate all these towers. We actually have a pretty good chance of winning this fight. Oh god, those are exalted bloodletters? Oh no. That is no bueno. Yo, activate all the towers, please. Actually, you know what? It's gonna be better to use the demonettes for this, because then when he gets close, we can tell the demonettes to, like, get the hell out of Dodge.
Bringers of joyous degradation.
Okay. Yeah, that tower will be able to get, like, a pot shot. And then Scarbrand's coming in on this side. The core of the city is way back here. But let's go ahead and get a big tower here. He's just going to have to eat it. I think, and I'm kind of tempted to hold Scarbrand. No, we're going to hold Scarbrand here, back here at the back, because he's going to come to us. And our spears are going to be pretty effective against him. We've got swords. We're not even, I don't think we're even going to bother trying to hold any of the other points with our infantry. We got flyers. He doesn't have any flyers, so... Oh, no. He absolutely... No, he doesn't. Okay, he doesn't have any flyers, so y'all will be useful for scouting.
The aesthetics are...
Gonna need you in the back. And we'll have all these demonettes retreat back here. Alright. Oh, shoot. Everybody else on a wall.
And depravity.
How's the battle ram of corn look? We will take a look in just a second.
Hell Scourges!
Hell Scourges, y'all can be here for right now. Okay, I need one unit of swordsmen to take this post. Battering rams of corn. The big spooky skull house that looks like it's full of lava or something. It's got big old gears and spiky wheels and a big old skull face and nasty. I would like to focus Scarbrand. But the rest of this stuff's easy to kill. Scarbrand is a bitch. And the more, like, free damage I can get on him before he gets to the walls, or into the city proper, the better. What the hell? I thought there was a tower here. How strange. And of course, I've not been focusing fire very well. Okay, I lied. Focus this tower. Oh, damn it. That's not good. Well, so much for stopping that. Yeah, fall back. Okay, Starbrand's almost at half health, so that's good. Bro, if you want to waste all your ammo on my Furies, you feel free. And I need to get set up over here. Build the barricades.
Yes.
Ladies, fall back. Scarbrand's taking a beating from these towers. Oh, does he have any kind of health regen? He will heal if he gets into melee. Ooh, boy. Yeah, if he could just hurry up and die, that would be great. Alright, we've got demons in the walls. Okay, this needs to be a big wall to stop them from getting behind us. The gates are down. Shoot. Come on, kill him. Nope, okay. Alright, Scarbrand is officially in the city, but one of our towers should be able to take him down before he gets to us here in the back. Alright, I want all of you to fall back to the core of the city. tower up and running. Boy, what are you doing, big girl? Why is my sleep schedule so wacky? Anxiety. I have a stomach ulcer. Sometimes it flares up and gives me really, really bad nights. Sometimes it doesn't flare up too bad and I can get some rest. Sometimes I get distracted and have to deal with other stuff. Life. Could demons die from fall damage? Yeah. When demons manifest a physical body, they have to obey the laws of reality. So, like, if you stab them in the stomach, they can bleed out from that and die. If you were to push them off a building, they could absolutely fall to their death and splat. Wouldn't Slaanesh demons have beautiful cities, not ruins? In the Chaos Waste? Probably not. The Chaos Waste, they don't have as much control over what everything's going to manifest as. And generally speaking, demons are really not much in the way of builders. Alright, so Scarbrand's freaking out, which is good, because if I can keep Scarbrand out of things, we'll be alright. The Furies will be very useful for hunting down fleeing enemy units. We've got towers building up all over the place. Okay, spears. Defend the barricades. Beans, you're gonna be bait. Warriors. Prepare for battle.
Driven by pain.
How big would a building have to be that Scarbrand dies falling from it? Pretty big. Scarbrand can take a pretty healthy beating. Oh, Gorby's chariots. I'm so juicy and weak. Oh, gosh. Okay, you guys better hurry the hell up and get on that thing. Come on, fall for it. Come this way. Yes. Yes, good. Good, yes, come to me.
The pangs of suffering.
Oh, shit. Hey, which way are they going? Come on, come in here. Come in here so you get debuffed, you little shits. What tower is this? That tower, we're probably going to lose control of that tower, so I'm not going to upgrade that. Beautiful. They're all yours, boys.
Hell Scourge!
Slaanesh is alluring.
Drop their melee defense and speed.
On the hunt!
Got a level 3 tower. Oh, geez. Demonettes, you're up.
Repulsive and alluring.
For Slaanesh himself!
Souls for Slaanesh!
Souls for Slaanesh!
Are you riding a thing? Okay, you're on a horse. That's good to know.
Quicker. The pleasure is all mine.
I do need to keep an eye out for flesh hounds.
Spare!
Garrison that.
Pain and despair!
The darkest desire.
I'm a little worried about all these bloodletters. There's just a lot to deal with.
The aesthetics are lethal.
Chariots are almost down.
The maiden of ecstasy.
Yeah, tower's up. Blow him down.
Demonettes!
Pull the demonettes back. Pull the fiends back. Pull the whip boys back. Oh, no, 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 no. Hold the barricade. Hold the barricade.
Spearman!
We want to fight them on the barricade because the barricade nukes their melee defense. Okay, y'all come this way. We can get a really nice rear charge. Get a good whip. Oop, fiends, kill this thing. You guys, let's come over here so we can build up for a flank charge.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Spare!
Nicely done.
Eternal hunters! Hunt them down! Souls for
Not yet.
Slaanesh!
Not yet. Actually, yeah. Go ahead.
Sin and depravity!
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace.
The Prince of Chaos rises!
Retreating!
Supple servants of Slaanesh!
To the next victory! Yes!
This will be exquisite! Extravagant despair!
Bring us souls!
On the hunt!
Are there any other towers I still have control of across the city? You. Alright, great. Popped them. Popped them. Okay, army losses. Great. Awesome. The city is safe. Despite Scarbrand's efforts.
Death through sensation!
Hell Scourges!
Paramour of Slaanesh!
Very nice. Okay, they're gonna get away. Whew. What's their speed? 95 versus 110? Should be able to catch them. No, it's not so much the game hates auto-resolve, is that it's... So the auto-resolve will change depending on the difficulty you pick. The higher the difficulty you pick, the more punishing the auto-resolve is going to be. So if you choose to be like, oh, I'm going to play on very hard or legendary, then you're not going to get to auto-resolve as often, because the auto-resolve is going to be really brutal in exchange for you skipping fights. But yeah, back to the human afterlives question. Other afterlives we know about. So you have Usirian's underworld for the Nehekarans. We know the Cathayans have an underworld. The Cathayans have a... they have an underworld that lies beneath the Dragon River. And it's also where the Spirit Dragon resides. And she's basically in charge of protecting it and making sure that there are not any major shenanigans or issues that come up. But that is where all the ancestral dead of the Cathayans hang out. And that's why you can actually summon them to the battlefields as Cathay, is because unlike most people who die, where their souls are taken to like the domain of a god, where they are either fed upon by that god or they like live, you know, they kind of exist within that underworld to perform like specific roles. We see that there is... The Cathayan underworld does not have a god. The Spirit Dragon is a living being. And based on what lore we have about Cathay, the Cathayan underworld is basically her dream. Like, she is dreaming constantly, and her dreams are the reality that the Cathayan's ancestral dead live within. Oh, the Chaos Portal's opened? Not now.
Smell your exquisite stench.
Damn, I did not want to deal with that right now.
It will be legendary.
Yeah, their garrison is taking a ton of damage from her.
Such insights to tempt you.
Alright, I could get cheaper units. I'd also get more income from my buildings. Let's do that.
A fine boon.
Most privileged.
Go! We can get keepers. Alright, I want to do this big fight with my lord, and then I'm going to yeet him into the realm of chaos to do work.
The Tempter Lord. I want this.
This is going to be a big fight, Chad. I hope y'all are ready for this.
Their souls.
Slaughter the sheep. Marauding. Despoil and ravage. Journeying.
Bring rule.
Oh yeah. So we got 2 Norscan armies reinforcing our army. And I'm going to put the AI in control of them because that is way more micro than I want to deal with. So it's us versus this nerd. This will be a fight. This will be a legit fight. Holy frames, Batman. I'm gonna steal a couple units. I'm gonna steal his Beast of Nurgle. Anything else that looks particularly enticing? Oh my god, he's got like a million Beasts of Nurgle on that army. That's fine, I'll just steal one of them. I will steal... I'll steal your pink horrors. I think that's all I can afford. Nom. So begins the Battle of Doom Keep. What are some other underworld? So we've got the Cathayan underworld, we've got the Nehekaran underworld. We have Moor's afterlife, which is where the people of the old world go, because Talayans, Astalians, Bretonnians, and the Empire all believe in a death god. They all have a mutual death god that they all share, which is Moor. And Moor does have an afterlife. It's said to be just a very peaceful, quiet realm of infinite grayness that you go to when you die. And it's literally just supposed to be like perfect, quiet, and peace. Dude, our guys are coming in from like every direction. Do y'all see these reinforcements? Thanks for the stretch. I need to stretch and hydrate. Okay, so one of our ally forces is coming on 4 seconds later than him, but our army is bigger, so I can drag these around if I want. But I really want my Norskins to come in from like wild directions to mesh it. Oh, dude, look how perfect this reinforcement range. Look at that. He's gonna come in on top of his victory location. Like, that's the core of the city that the AI has to defend more than anything else. And the sneaky bastard Norskins are gonna come in right on it. Perfect. Perfect. So that leads it to me to smash through the gates and work my way inside. How delightful.
Kai.
I'm gonna destroy this gate.
Torture's sweet kiss.
Okay, we do want to deploy our army pretty far back to make sure that we don't have to worry about getting shot as easily by the towers. Because towers do actually have a limited range. Beast of Nurgle, you're gonna smash down the other gate because you're a traitor. And I make use of traitors.
Demon at the Slaanesh.
Dark whispers of glory.
Bend to our will.
Norskins, you're in the front line.
Warriors of Slaanesh.
Because y'all are slow as shit. So if I don't have you in the front line, you're not gonna make it when we get the gates open.
No! Give me the twins, and I may let you die quickly.
Oh, he's got death heads on the walls! Oh, God. Oh, God, it hurts! Oh, that was super painful. That was so brief, but so agonizingly painful. Wow, they got rid of like half my health. That wasn't very nice. Two can play that game. You summon Furies, I summon Furies. Oh, it's open.
The cult wakes. Oh yes.
Deliver unto Slaanesh.
Oh, I'm angry now.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. I'm back with food. What did I miss?
We are fighting a giant siege battle right now.
Excess in all things.
Summon reinforcements.
Slash! Power of Slaanesh!
For the Dark Prince.
Reinforcements have arrived! Look, they're capturing the heart of the city. Ha ha ha! Beautiful. Well, if the AI wanted to, the AI could have just defended the post and it would have been fine.
There we flit. Decadent seekers.
The AI's fault for not defending it. Why are we all climbing the walls?
Move with grace.
Demonette of Slaanesh! Slash's embrace!
Bringers of joyous degradation.
I cannot capture that post.
Lay their soul.
I breathe.
Oh wait, I'll wait till this unit dies out, because Nakari gets a lot of healing whenever a unit around him dies out. What does the capture point do? You see this meter filling up? Because we own the central capture point, like the most important one, that should have been at the very back of his city. When this meter fills up, we win. Which it's meter, as you can see, it's filling up very quickly.
Glorious.
Because the AI was a goof and didn't defend his point.
Heart seekers of Slaanesh.
Die.
This will be exquisite.
Now, if I had wanted to, I could have stopped I could have stopped my allies from cheating. I could have dragged him over here to make it where we had to fight the whole siege out. But, eh. There are still plenty of big battles left to happen in this campaign. Oh, the capture point with the horn on it. This one is a minor capture point location, but as you can see, if the defender controls it, he gets a buff. So he gets 15% more melee defense and 10 leadership on all units as long as he controls it. Well, all the demons just die. Oh my god. Oh lord. Oh lord. Oh lord. Oh lord. Oh lottie lottie. Oh lottie lottie. Everybody's just dying. Woo, what an exploit. Talk about speedrunning a siege. That is hilarious. That is legit the funniest thing I think I've seen this entire thing. That was anticlimactic. I think it was hilarious. Down goes the demon prince. I'm just gonna speed up time so all of his demons die. Ah, that's satisfying. That is super satisfying. Well, guess I'll die. Yeah. Their turn limit? No. Turn limits are gone. Did they just give in to Nurgle? No, they gave in to Slaanesh. Who originally built all the cities in the Chaos Waste? Most of them were built by immortal, like, slaves that are taken by the Warriors of Chaos. Sometimes cults build them. Sometimes, like, they just manifest due to the will of the gods or random happenstance, because the Chaos Waste are very wibbly-wobbly, crazy bullshit. A lot of stuff weird stuff happens, but generally speaking, they were built by immortal servants. Some of them, though, may have belonged to ancient cultures who are no longer around.
Sacked.
Oh, and everybody gets plagues. Joke's on me, I guess. Oh, my guy's got disease.
Annihilation.
Okay, you're gonna occupy this, because I'm gonna give it to the Greyling. I want to give it to the Bjornling, but I don't think I can. As for the Bjornling, it has to be adjacent to their other territory.
To be honest, I'd rather be raiding, but you have my time.
What's this place called? Doomkeep. Yeah, I can't give it to him. But I can
Bloodthirsty.
give it to the Greyling. Oh, I can make an outpost in the Greyling Moot? Yeah, sure. And then I'm going to tell them, hey,
To be
bro,
honest, I'd rather be raiding, but you have my time.
take this. And then just give me money.
I submit.
Good boy. Okay. So Doomkeep belongs to him.
Victory is victory. Last, I am unleashed. The Tempter Lord. March, my children. Yes.
And we're gonna make our way to this portal and go do the Realm of Slaanesh. Is the vassal system adjusted? I mean, it's in with the new diplomacy system, so it's hard to answer that because like it's not the same because diplomacy is not the same. Like diplomacy is not even recognizable from a Warhammer prior ones. So I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Do vassals betray you? None of my vassals have betrayed me yet.
Most privileged of
Code
Slaanesh.
__0 cheered. X10.
I have 50,000
How close
gold.
the elves and Ice Queen to being able to be your vassals?
The elves are super close. The elves are 61% to being converted. The time nears, my children. The time nears.
My divine master. My divine master. Execute.
Soon the elves will be mine.
Depravity reigns.
And Nakari's army will fill with glorious... Whoa! Bjornling got some new goodies. Oh, chat, what do we take? So this is our character who was based on a Norscan lord that we took over. And he was like really good for us, but he died heroically. So we resurrected him as a herald. So I want him to have his max amount of 4 Norscan units, and then we're gonna give him a lot of marauders. So he's gonna have a Norscan themed army. What do we take? Because I can only have 4 units. We could take another mammoth. We could have skin wolves. The furry brigade. Okay, you got me with the furry brigade. You got me with that. We have 1 war mammoth already. Should we save up alliance points for another war mammoth? Mr. Vorn, good to see you. Mafia Solaire, thanks for the hydrate. Mammoths and skin wolves. Okay, let's grab another mammoth to start, just because that takes a while to build up, and then we'll go skin wolves.
Who will join my rapturous odyssey?
Now we're not going to do berserkers because we're going to be able to get
Enslave the Southerners.
we're going to get a bunch of
Impossible. Tribal.
we're going to get a bunch of marauders for just being Slaanesh. So I don't want to waste it on marauders. Tell me the lore of Sile the Faithless. Adorak wants to know about Sile the Faithless. I think I can cook something up.
Taste thy pleasure.
Okay, I don't want to...
Expand the troop. Summon them.
Okay, I think next turn we will have enough...
No stop.
We will have enough units to take the Writhing Fortress. Can I do Pain for Pleasure on... Okay, we'll do that next turn. I'm going to do it right now. Yeah, mammoths do have a Slaaneshi trunk. That's true. Also, Kislev is actually almost 25% corruption due to the hilarious amount of cults I've made in her territory. She's got so many cults. Like, Kislev is just full of cults.
Submission.
Alright, so you want to hear about Sile the Faithless, huh? How about I read you a story? Comic-Con, where you at? I know you're around here somewhere. I saw you just the other day. Ah. Oh, door's open. Excuse me, one sec, guys. Sorry about that. It is rather cold, so I needed my jacket and my slippers. Anyway, Tarmakon. Sile the Faithless. Sile. Here we are. Sile the Faithless. The Twisted Seer of the Wastes. Sile the Faithless, infamous arch-sorcerer of the Dolgan tribe, is an utterly self-serving egotist and practiced murderer. His powers have as their cornerstone a mastery of betrayal and treachery, which has seen him rise supreme over rivals whose arcane powers were greater, and champions who have enjoyed the favor of the dark gods. Such is Sile's paranoia and hubris that he has never himself sworn allegiance to any single ruinous power, but rather paid lip service to many, and pursued pacts and bargains with numerous petty chaos godlings and demons, betraying each in turn when expedient, earning him the epithet of the Faithless. Sile's ascendancy within the Dolgan tribe began with his swearing allegiance to the powerful shaman-sorcerer Slaanesh the Vile as one of his cabal of 7 seer apprentices, the covenant of which used their prophetic powers to guide the tribe in war and in propitiation of the chaos gods. Propitiation. No, propitiation. Man, fucking Brits, dude. They use like weird words I've never seen before in my life. Anyway, from the beginning, Sile served no one but himself, and worked on the inherent paranoia and suspicion of the sorcerers, and with honeyed lies turned them against each other and fanned the flames of suspicion into murderous strife. He goaded Slaanesh into conducting a demonic ritual involving Sile and his master's 3 other remaining loyal sorcerers to gain vengeance on the traitors. This ritual Sile sabotaged, causing Slaanesh to be torn to pieces and the other surviving apprentices to fuse together into the horrific entity known as Nightmaw the Spawn. Although victorious, Sile was not untouched by his treachery in the ritual, his flesh mutating and his mortal sight lost to be replaced with the hellish and maddening senses of the demon realm. Hated and feared by his own people, Sile the Faithless. Hey, Smashington 86, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hated and feared by his own people, Sile the Faithless was nevertheless a strong war leader whose mastery over the unholy storms of the northern chaos wastes and prophetic seercraft made the Dolgan tribes under his sway greatly feared. However, as his reign stretched into scores of years, the list of Sile's enemies, both mortal and demon, grew long, and Sile's throne was ever threatened. When Tarmakon's burgeoning horde crashed through the Dolgan's lands, Sile shrewdly turned impending calamity to his advantage, and allied his forces with those of the Maggot Lord. That is, for as long as it suits his purposes. There you go. And then always with Sile, you have Nightmaw the Spawn, who is a spooky chaos spawn that has very good regeneration and extra limbs and a bunch of other nasty shit.
Holy Artist 95 cheered. X100. Now in both sub-tier and on Patreon Sotek XD.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Corrupted by Nurgle. I hate how much Nurgle influence is here. Get rid of this.
Onward.
I don't like that Nurgle corruption in my Wood Elf realm.
Insights to tempt you.
Service me. The bondage will be legendary.
The bondage will be legendary?
You want me?
I mean, I feel like I'm gonna stop.
Most
How do I feel about the
privileged
upcoming Elspeth versus Kabanda DLC? How do you feel about the incoming ban that you're about to get? Pretty good? Pretty great? Yeah? I just thought since we're both asking, you know, we should be on the same page. Thank God I can finally upgrade my gold pits. And also get... Oh, no, I have a garrison here. Okay. One of these increases my income. Yes, it does.
Our burning needs are unmet. Pleasure without conscience.
Oh, what am I? I'm so stupid. Let's get our mammoth from the Aisling tribe. And then from the Bjornlings, I can get skin wolves. Perfect. And then if they upgrade, if they unlock more bigger units, we can always get those later. Nice. All right. So here...
Overrun the world. Your will, you have my favor.
I must taste flesh.
Yes, the hound compels.
The tempter. The levels begin.
I have so many diseases.
Chieftain of the tribe.
Holy Artist 95 cheered. X10. So Sotek, why are you wearing a jacket? I might have missed it since I joined only 10 minutes ago.
Because I'm cold? Why? What? What kind of question is that? Because I'm freezing my tits off? What do you want me to say? Okay, I'm gonna steal... I've only got a budget of 3k. Oh, I can't steal the Chaos Knights, bummer. Okay, let's do this. Let's steal the full health unit, or nearly full health unit of halberds. Well, actually, no. Oh, I can steal the Chaos Trolls. That'd be like the only thing I'd get, though. And Chaos Trolls really aren't that good, I guess. Let's do this. Let's steal the Aspiring Champions. And the full health unit of Chaos Warriors. Nice. Okay. I do want towers.
An orgy of violence.
None but Slaanesh may dominate.
Oh, dude, the Silver Tower is completely boned. Like, the Silver Tower is so screwed. Rip them. Okay. So next turn, we will head to the Realm of Chaos. Alright. What happened to Erloth during and after the End Times? During the End Times, Erloth was... The big first thing we saw him do is Erloth joined up with a bunch of Wood Elves and went into Sylvania in an attempt to save the Everchild, the daughter of Tyrion and Elariel, and therefore prevent the resurrection of Nagash. However, while he was trying to do that, he ended up being interrupted by Lilith, who came to him and said, hey, you should totally abandon your quest and come help me with this other thing. And he said, okay, so he left. Later, he would appear in Ulthuan, and when he showed up in Ulthuan, he was told that there was a very important mission he needed to do instead of helping with... Actually, I don't remember the specific order of it, but he knew he had a job to do in Ulthuan. And the job that he... what ended up happening is he went to... Hey, Zicky Dog, thanks so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome to the Red Host. He functionally... I don't remember the order this happened in. I believe he went to the Realm of Chaos first. But basically, Lilith asked him to join up with a team. It was him, the Wood Elf character from Marcus Wolfheart's campaign in Total War Warhammer 3, and one other character who I can't remember off the top of my head. And they all snuck into the realm of Nurgle. And their job was they had to locate a demon called the Pax Fulcrum. And the Pax Fulcrum is Nurgle's most prized demon in possession. Because it is a demon that supposedly, it was a demon that he had cursed with the ability to be functionally immortal. It could feel the effects of every disease he gave to it, but it would heal from all of them with enough time. So it was basically the thing that he would test all of his diseases on. So they all journey through the realm of Nurgle, some shenanigans happen, and they end up busting out the Pax Fulcrum and reveal that the Pax Fulcrum is in fact Lilith.
Flesh shall tear. The Pavan is ready to commence.
So they break Shalia out so that Shalia can go help in the Empire deal with Nurgle's invasion. So Shalia vanishes, but they cannot let Nurgle know that they stole this from him, because that would give Nurgle a chance to like really retaliate and go after her again. So Kalara, who is the elf from Marcus Wolfheart's campaign, she had basically owed a terrible debt to Lilith. And the debt basically revolved around that she had done this thing in her past, which you can learn about playing Marcus Wolfheart's campaign. And because of that thing, this was her chance to earn amends. So she takes Kalara's place. So Kalara is left in the realm of chaos to basically become the Pax Fulcrum and be the creature that Nurgle tests his diseases on for the rest of eternity. Which, you know, sucks, but that's how it goes. And with all of that settled, Erloth then journeys back to help with the fighting going on in Ulthuan, where Erloth kind of has his big badass moment. And his big badass moment is actually that he fights Tyrion as the Avatar Cain. So like Tyrion's full demigod mode at this point. And Erloth fights him one-on-one. So Erloth basically fights the embodiment of Cain. And while Erloth isn't able to hurt him, Erloth is able to hold him off for like nearly a minute. Which is super freaking impressive. Considering, but Erloth is a very, very gifted fighter in his own right. Like, he was certainly not equipped at all to, like, kill Tyrion, but he was able to hold him back and just keep parrying him to make sure that he didn't get hit by Erloth, the Widowmaker. Erloth's, you know, sword on steroids. After that fight, Erloth continues helping out where he can, and then Lilith says, hey, I need you to come with me to take care of something, and he goes, okay, because he loves Lilith. He like deeply loves Lilith. So Lilith reveals to him that she has created a pocket dimension, and this pocket dimension was designed so that the elves would be able to survive this war with chaos. They would be able to continue living hidden away from the dark gods and able to survive where all others were killed. Erloth is a little perturbed by this, and he also is not really down with the idea of like abandoning everyone that's still around in order to like escape. He's like, that's not very heroic, and I thought you loved me because I was heroic, not because of, you know, something else. But what she tells him is, she says, well, we have a kid. And Erloth goes, what? And she says, we have a daughter, we have a child, and our daughter needs you in this new realm, which she calls the Haven. So she says, you need to go to our daughter who's contained within the haven. You have to go to her. And he says, how the hell do we have a daughter when, like, you know, we never, you know, stuff. And she's like, well, maybe we did and you just don't remember it. Or maybe, like, she kind of gives like a weird, she gives a bit of a weird answer. But the gist of it is that either he wouldn't remember it because she would not allow him to remember it, or he would not remember it because of complicated god reasons. But it also could just be that Leith was being manipulative, because that's kind of what she does. So Erloth, knowing that he has a kid that needs him, finally says, okay, fine, I'll go. And he disappears into the haven, and that's it.
I am irresistible. Intimately.
Yeah, quit jerking off about yourself and kill the sorcerer, please. Demonettes, make yourselves useful.
Joyous degradation. Divine slaughter.
The base one. Divine magics.
Supple servants of Slaanesh. Avatar of torment. The desire granted.
Yes.
Bend to our will.
Can I explain the whole moon crashing into Lustria a bit? Yeah, that one's actually pretty easy. So the Skaven throughout the end times keep trying to do things that they think are going to make them like the most powerful race on the planet. And unfortunately for the Skaven, most of their ideas that they come up with, very suitably for Skaven, are really, really stupid. And one of the plans that the Skaven kind of obsess on is that they think, oh, you know what? That moon is made out of warpstone. So, if we can find a way to bring the moon closer, then we would be able to harness it, all that juicy warpstone, and that would make us like gods. Like, we'd be unstoppable. So why don't we bring it closer? So they try and enact a ritual. The ritual is taught to them by the Vermin Lords, which are the greater demons of the... They're more like demon princes, but they're the demons of the Great Horned Rat. So the great... so they use all 169 Greyseers get together, including Thankul, I think, by technically, and they cast this big ritual to literally drag the moon closer to the planet. Now, the Slann Mage Priests become aware of this, and they're like, no sir. So the Slann unify their power and stop this ritual. So they stop the Chaos Moon from coming closer to the planet, but the effort of doing this literally knocks all the Slann out. So the Slann all pass out due to their exertions. And they pass out, and a whole bunch of other shenanigans happen. So the Greyseer clan kind of gets in shit with the rest of like the Council of 13 and everyone, because they promised they were going to bring the moon close enough to the planet the Skaven could harness it, but they failed. So everyone's like, oh, the Greyseers are idiots, the Greyseers are traitors. Like, and the Greyseer clan actually start like losing a lot of face, and a lot of them end up dying because they get killed by other clans. And like, you know, the Skaven Empire, of course, is like teetering on a civil war while they're also trying to like take over the planet. So, with all that in mind, the Skaven decide, okay, we need to find another way to get the moon. And so Clan Skryre comes in, and Clan Skryre says, we can bring the moon closer to the planet and show that we are superior to the Greyseer clan. We will succeed where they failed. Leave it to us. And the Council of 13 goes, okay. Like, don't mess this up.
Tempter.
Oh, here we go.
You wish to sample the Dark Prince's seductions again? Temptation, lust, and gluttony are bound in this realm of desire.
That's cool, so you get unique dialogue.
Slaanesh's champion will not be easy, for they are found within the 6 circles of seduction. As you journey inward, know that you will be lured by temptations beyond any your tepid imagination could conjure. In the center lies the Palace of Slaanesh, a monument to perpetual lust, excess, and debauchery.
Anyway, so Ikit Claw, as this big guy, is this big bad, says, I will develop a tractor beam that will grab the moon and bring it closer. I will do this. And Naked Claw's assistant says, yo, that was my idea. Naked Claw says, no, it wasn't. And he goes, yeah, it was. And he goes, no, it wasn't. So they argue about it. And, but eventually, Ikit gets called away before he can finish constructing this device.
Aurelius011 cheered. X10. Did you really just call Ankari of all people's imagination tepid?
Compared to Slaanesh's? Yes. So, we have this whole incident where Ikit Claw starts working on this tractor beam. But Ikit Claw doesn't have time to finish it before he gets called away because he has to go deal with other shenanigans. They need him on the war front, most notably in Karak 8 Peaks. So he gets sent down to Karak 8 Peaks to clean up some messes down there and deal with Queek's nonsense. So he goes down there, and while Ikit is gone, his assistant says, you know what? This tractor beam is not going to work. Like, I don't think this is going to work because I don't want it to work. Because if I can make my own device that would work instead, then I would be greater than Ikit Claw, and I would get to enjoy all the glory, and I would be the favored servant. So he meddles with a bunch of stuff. Green screen's messed up. He meddles with a bunch of stuff, and he comes up with a much more radical solution. Which his radical solution is, instead of using a beam to drag the moon close, he decides to blow it up. And he proceeds to launch, between what he could utilize at the tractor beam and his own machinations, he basically wombo combos a rocket plus something pulling the moon in to explode the Chaos Moon, so the Chaos Moon detonates, shatters into a bunch of big pieces, and starts tumbling towards the planet. And the Slann look at that and go, oh shit, we're all gonna die. To which Lord Mazdamundi says, not on my watch, and he proceeds to destroy most of the Chaos Moon through sheer, just like, basically conjuring all the power he can and just like using his mind to punch it into dust. But he's not able to stop all of it before he unfortunately dies, being the big badass hero that he was. And when Lord Mazdamundi perishes, he did manage to get rid of all of the fragments that were going to hit the old world, but he wasn't able to get rid of all the fragments that were going to hit Lustria. So after he dies, Lord Croak appears, essentially, and Lord Croak kind of looks at the situation and goes, yeah, this is kind of bad, but I guess I'll kind of deal with it. Because a bunch of the pieces hit the oceans, and of course these giant radioactive bombs hitting the ocean basically causes them to start like boiling and all this other horrible shit. But Lord Mazdamundi, or Lord Croak, literally just like flicks one of his hands and instantly snuffs out all the waves of fire. He snuffs out all the shock waves from them hitting the planet, and he calms all the raging seas. He literally just does that, and he does all of that instantly because he's freaking Lord Croak. And that was the moon incident. And then he gets consumed by the flames. Ratwood, good to see you. Okay, I did that. Rubber Duck of War, good to see you. Oh, Rubber Duck of War, how are you? Walker of the Void, good to see you. Lore Master Sotek, please, can I have a lore fact between the Lovebirds, Archon the Black, and Neferata? That's actually kind of an interesting thing. So there is a love story between Neferata and Archon the Black. That's true. What's very interesting about it is that did not exist for a really long time. It was invented by the author of the Nagash trilogy, which was, I believe, Mike Lee. Yeah, that was Mike Lee. It has since, the Pandemonium, the Dark Prince's Baroque theater, where actors perform a never-ending opera. Within the rhymes that keep their secrets is the answer to the Limeller paradox. Growth and control faction-wide, more control here in Slaanesh corruption. Neat. But it's actually contained within the Rise of Nagash trilogy, which it's an interesting story. I will note that I personally have a lot of annoyance with it being in the Nagash trilogy, because I feel like the Nagash trilogy should have been about Nagash, and it's really not. It's more about everyone except Nagash. Like the first book is about Nagash, but pretty much everything else is like other people, which I've always been a little disappointed in. But probably one of the most interesting facts about it is that Neferata loved who Archon was as a man. Like when he was alive, she was very affectionate towards him. And it's honestly because Archon did not look down on her for being a woman, which was very typical in Nehekara. And especially Neferata. Neferata was always very much treated as a... Neferata was always treated as a, you are here to look pretty and do as your father or husband or brother or whoever bids. Like, nobody gives a damn what you have to say about anything else. Like, that is nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear it. Which obviously she was super not cool with. But the thing about Archon did not care. Archon was purely focused on other things, and he taught her a lot of things. That being said, I have no issue with the love story. It is difficult to rectify it with the correct canon, as far as I'm concerned. It has some plot holes that are difficult to fill, but it is 100% canonical. However, Archon's love for Neferata pretty much died with him when he died. When he was brought back as a lich by Nagash, he doesn't really have any of those feelings anymore. Like, it's implied that he still kind of feels that way, but it's not. It's very complicated and sad in a number as well. But
slaughter the sheep.
Generally speaking, he is much more of a. The only time he ever seems to ever feel anything again regarding Neferata is during the very end of the end times, because the Everchild sort of curses Nagash right before he kills her, or not Nagash, Archon. She hits Archon with like a pseudo curse spell thing, and it sort of does a weird thing where it essentially like brings back Archon's like consciousness in a sense, and it puts him in a really weird position with Nagash himself.
Without conscience.
Name it, and it shall be.
What am I supposed to name? Val's hero unit. There it is.
Ready to sample the wares? Move! I implore you.
Isn't it a bit bullshit how the dude? Desasti. Listen, Desasti. Listen. If you want the words that come out of my mouth to start with, isn't it bullshit at the end times how blank we will be here for so long? We will never leave. We will never talk about anything else. The end times had a couple of cool moments, and it had a lot of stuff that I think is worth like discussing and analyzing. But to say it was anything other than like a couple of great moments in the midst of a flaming pile of dog shit is like super not accurate. It was a goddamn mess.
My goblet. Or are you a coward?
Does anyone else feel like the way Nakari phrased that came off very much like the someone saying screw you and say screw me yourself, you coward? That's how that came off to me.
A shameful but necessary compromise.
What was the story behind Lithanar's dance with Morathy? My last low redeem, you said yes, it happened. Oh, okay. You actually want the specifics. Why do y'all always make me reach for like the one book that's like furthest away from me? Reach. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. It should be in here. What's my favorite campaign so far? I'll give you a hint. I haven't played it yet.
Shadero cheered. X1000. Sounds like we should hear about the end times.
No. No. I don't think so. No, sir. It's raining men. Hallelujah. A hail of lithesome bodies falls from the skies, each corpse's face frozen in an ecstatic smile. It seems Lord Slaanesh has once again exhausted his playthings. He now craves fresh entertainments, and we must provide. A heartbreaking work of staggering genius. There's more to Slaanesh than simple sin and suffering. Perform a great opera for our enemies, a flawless artistic accomplishment to melt even the coldest of hearts. As they fall to their knees in desperate gratitude, the Dark Prince shall applaud. Or seduce an enemy soldier. One unforgettable night of fine wine, heavenly music, and extreme debauchery will be all it takes to coax secrets and strategies from their hungry lips. House Slaanesh will revel in our foe's subsequent suffering. I do like campaign line of sight, to be honest.
Hunger for souls.
Alright, let's see.
You tantalize me.
So, I want y'all to understand how kind of funny this event is. In that Morathy is a fairly complex character. She may not seem like she is, you know, she's kind of...
Pleasure.
She can seem a bit flanderized sometimes, but there is actually a lot of complexity to her as far as like how she operates and all this stuff. But a lot of people think that Morathy is just like forever this scandalous, you know, evil hooker woman that, you know, runs around mostly naked, seducing people, and doesn't give a damn about the consequences or anything like that. And that's not actually true. There is complexity to Morathy, but it mostly revolves around her former husband, an Aryan. Morathy deeply, and genuinely loved an Aryan. Like she actually very loved him more than anything else. I mean, that's part of why she loves Malekith so much, is because Malekith is essentially something that an Aryan gave her, because it's their mutual son. She cares very, very much about him, and like a lot of her schemes and shenanigans often revolve around her trying to find a way to like resurrect an Aryan through whatever means. So I want you to keep that in mind. Is she celibate? No, no. I said she's more complex than you think. Not she's not like a completely different character. You know, she's a horn dog. But so keep that in mind. And the other thing I would need you to keep in mind is that, so there is an item called the Stone of Midnight. And the Stone of Midnight is a jewel that was gifted to Morathy by Anarian. And it is a very powerful item that cloaks the user in magical darkness. So imagine how Morathy felt when the following happened. Let's see. Years later, Alithanar led his warriors out of Nagaroth and against the newly raised fortresses of Nagaroth itself. The Shadow Warriors soon became a thorn in the Witch King's side, harassing his ships, ambushing his warriors, and plundering his convoys. There was nothing the Shadow Warriors of Alithanar would not dare. It was said that a disguised Alithanar snuck into the court of the Witch King and danced with Morathy before stealing the Stone of Midnight from her treasury. Mortified, Morathy sent witch elves to hunt him down, but he tricked them into drinking poison mixed with blood, and so escaped to Ulthuan, where his warriors hailed him as the Shadow King. I think if I know of... Hold on a second. There's more to this story, and I'm trying to remember it, but I know where it is. Let me open this little thingy, and then there you are. There's one thing I like about storytelling. It's that, to be thorough, Alithanar. Of course, it doesn't let me do this the easy way. I gotta do it the hard way. Ah, here we are. The Stone of Midnight was a gift to Morathy from Anarian, the first and mightiest of the Phoenix Kings. It was stolen from her palace by Alithanar, who made mockery of the sorceress wards that protected it, and deftly evaded the guardians of the Hag Queen. The Hag Sorceress... This is the part that always cracks me up. The Hag Sorceress has promised the gift of eternal youth and a night of debauchery with the most beautiful of her witch elves to whoever can restore her, who can return her treasure to her. So, if you manage to kill Alithanar and take the Stone of Midnight from him and turn it into Morathy, she will give you eternal youth and a night of your wildest dreams with her most beautiful servants. Something to keep in mind. Are the ogres from fantasy different from those in AOS? No, they're basically the same. There are slight differences. The Beastclaw Raiders are a fairly new concept. Like, those units existed in fantasy, but the whole, like, eternal winter following them around stuff is new. And in fantasy, all the ogres worship the same god, which was the Great Maw, which was a very distinct god. In Age of Sigmar, they kind of got rolled in with the Greenskins, worshiping Gorka Morka, but they worship him in the form of the Gulping God, which is like a specific interpretation.
Prince's Herald. Depravity reigns.
Need more enchanted or arcane items, don't I? Maybe if I combine these, I'll be lucky and get an arcane item? Damn it! I don't need more torment blades.
Do I please you? Name it.
Where is... There you are.
Courtesan of the pleasure god. All will die in rapture.
for steer car,
All souls will yield for
we want
Slaanesh.
income from buildings, seduce units cheaper, marauders are cheaper. Second, can I put that on you? And then steer cars, servant.
Pleasure without conscience.
Boom. Okay.
Desire fornication. Time to indulge.
You are so scandalous.
Slaves to darkness.
I can hurt them.
I really need to close this portal.
How divine. So close. Expand the truth.
Let me get caught up with some of these. Okay, answered that. Answered that.
The Tempter Lord.
I will have you know the Wood Elf from the Hunts Marshal DLC is Kalara. Yes, I said that. Name a lord. We don't have any lords available right now, but we will get around to that eventually. RC Star Destroyer, Night in Flames, good to see you guys. Grab your closest book, open it to a random page, and tell us some lore about a character or unit. Okay. Holy Artist, left or right? Because I have mutually close books on all sides. Left or right? My favorite end time story was Hellebron versus Valkia the Bloody, the whole corn versus Cain thing. At the end, Hellebron had a glimpse of corn in her soul. Yeah, that was really good. My right. Okay. Random page number. Okay, I'm not gonna look. I'm just gonna like thumb the pages and go and stop. Ah, here we go. Here's a fun one. So y'all know what Kadai are, right? Or a lot of y'all hopefully do. So Kadai are these super spooky fire elemental type creatures that the Chaos Wars created, and they use them as like monstrous infantry. So a fun little lore thing that I don't think I've ever read this for everyone, but this is the ritual of awakening to awaken a Kadai Fireborn, and the ritual goes as such. This is what the Chaos Wars sorcerer would say to awaken them from their dormant state into an active war state. Hear the summons of Hashut. The Dark Father calls you to slaughter. Blood and fire exhort you to war. Exhorts you to war, sorry. Hear the summons of Hashut. Stretch your limbs of blood-oiled steel. The Dawi Zar march forth once more, answering the summons of Hashut. There you go. No, this is not Tarmacon. I do have Tarmacon, but it's on my left. This is the Monstrous Arcanum. Great book. Hey, we're at 69%.
My cult is
Nice.
your cult. Oh, yeah. Infiltrate their blood.
Despoil and ravage.
Has the Furry Brigade been recruited and named? Yes, it has.
Death. Done.
I don't know what to do with this group. Just go home.
Sent by the servant. Your will.
Shadero cheered. X10. Do Chaos Dwarfs and Dwarfs ever fought side by side?
What? No! No! No, they have a very strict kill on sight policy. Very strict kill on sight policy. What's the most evil book in Warhammer? That is kind of a matter of interpretation. I would say it is either the Liber Chaotica. The Liber Necris is pretty bad.
I can feel it. You will have an undeniable attraction to me.
Or the, can't remember the name of the book off the top of my head. Oh, this is this fight. I don't think I could, I don't think I could save this city.
X10. At Lawmaster of Sotek, since you were complaining that we always send you for the furthest book away, I thought I made it a bit easier for you.
Oh, thanks. Oh, the artist, thanks. I appreciate that. Has Shrek been written down for the Ogre campaign? Yeah, it's sitting on my redeem list. Wait, it was on my redeem list. Where'd it go? Don't worry. That I will do that. That one's easy to remember. I guess I should try to fight this. What do I take from him? I should take two things, not just one good thing. I could get away with a cavalry unit and a swordman unit. All right, we're probably gonna lose this, but we'll fight. Are there any defects with the Chaos Dwarfs to the dwarfs? Just like NK and SK. Defects as in people who... Okay, no, there's not. Dwarves and Chaos Dwarves have evolved into very different cultures, and they have a very strict kill on sight policy, and they hate one another. The Chaos Dwarves have kind of passed it down racially that the dwarves betrayed them and left them to die, and allowed them to go through this horrible process that turned them into these hideous monsters, while the dwarves see them as complete and utter abominations who have completely betrayed everything they stand for, and are an aberration that should be wiped out at the earliest opportunity. Jinx, King Kokichi, I'm trying! There was a redeem ahead of yours to name a cultist. We will get another cultist, I promise. Jinx is coming. I swear. Alright, how do I want to do this? This poor city has been under attack so many times. Wow, I only have 500 supplies to start. This is rough. No, not that one. What if they brought cookies to make peace? I don't think you know too much about dwarves. If you think cookies are gonna save the day. But hey, you know what? I'm gonna give you full points for optimism. You earned those optimism points. Be proud of that. Okay, most of us are gonna hide in the back, but we are going to leave behind very tiny units to defend the walls, to activate all the towers.
Demon X!
Beer cookies? Would those even be good? Oh, someone wanted to see the Slaanesh battering ram earlier? Here you go. Oh, look, it's actually, like, pulled by... Oh, no, I was gonna say, I was like, why is it got, like, hidden secrets? It's not, they just deployed under it. But it's a gross mouth tentacle thing. It's also got ropey flesh on it.
Warhammer 3 with 21% off. Thanks for the fanatical code, Sotek.
No, thank you.
Code underscore
right, I
underscore
appreciate
zero
that.
cheered. X10. Time for a real sexy battle with lots of lube and grease.
What? You said battle, but it feels like you meant to say something else. Towers, open fire!
The Kitsune Adventures donated $5.
Hey, thank
What's
you.
Your favorite lore fact of Nurgle mine is in the Garden Spartan of Nurgle.
Oh god. Oh god.
This battle is going to be just how legend most of chat like it. This was from the Chaotic Book of Nurgle.
It's my favorite lore fact of Nurgle mine is the Garden of Nurgle. This is turned into stone for betraying Nurgle as it used to be. Kitsune Adventures. My favorite lore fact about Nurgle. Honestly, the thing that makes Nurgle so well, I picked the wrong towers. Well, I'm stupid. That's okay though. Get out of there! I would say my favorite thing about Nurgle tends to be... gosh. Can you buy Total War Warhammer 3 with my code if you're in the... You can do it anywhere in the world, I am pretty damn sure. I'm like 90% sure. And if you type in... oh wait, no, I haven't fixed it, have I? Hold on, I'll post it in chat. Got it lying around here somewhere. If I'm smart, I would have had it somewhere a little more...
__0 cheered. X10. Wait, your battles does not have lube and grease log.
You don't know that. Maybe there is lube and you just can't see it. Maybe we pre-lubed before we show up. Like how you pre-game before you go to a party. We pre-lubed. It's a lot like pre-gaming. It's a little like... I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm gonna stop. Where is that?
Good, yes. Of course.
Oh, that's right. I need to look at this real quick. I may have something cool for y'all in like a second, actually. There you go. Am I playing on max settings? Yes, I'm playing on max settings, and my PC is not that great.
Giga_Gongans cheered. X10. Slaanesh diamonds probably have an auto lube function.
Okay, so here's a question. Is there anyone in chat who does not own Total War Warhammer 3, but would perhaps like to get it for free? I got one. From Fanatical, actually. Because the Fanatical guys are kind of cool sometimes. Well, most of the time. They're very nice people. They're very nice people. So I think, after this battle, maybe we'll give away that key. And I think, to make Ogre Day really exciting, I think I'm gonna give away a couple things on Ogre Day. I'll just use my own money for it, though, because people are being stingy with keys these days. And those Hellstriders are hauling ass.
The Eternal Hunters!
With metal box for disc. Oh, if you want like the special editions, that's on you. I don't want to deal with shipping that. Well, I'll think about it. Is today Ogre Day? No, tomorrow's Ogre Day.
Fear our speed, pain and despair.
Code__0 cheered. X10. Yes, please, and I will stop doing the sexy joke.
Endless craving.
You'll stop doing the sexy joke? Well, okay, well now I don't want to do it. What if I like the sexy joke? Did you consider that in your calculations?
For orders.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Bend to our will.
Tear throats.
Yo, get slammed, son. Oh yeah, by the way, there's the Fanatical link. I will update the bot to have that later, but if you want the Fanatical link to Total War Warhammer 3, obviously you'll probably want that after the giveaway. Because if you get the giveaway, that'd be, you know, a little unfortunate, I guess. But you can always give it to a friend.
Yes, please, and I will keep doing these years jokes. Jokes I already have forgiven.
Wait, don't go back.
The pangs of suffering.
Okay, you guys that like have nobody left in your unit, you're gonna defend the back.
Faster, quicker. Endless suffering.
Soul Riders!
Easy on the friendly fire, guys.
This will be exquisite.
Hell's Gouge!
The pleasure is all mine.
How does sexy become years? Well, you know, when you get into a relationship and, you know, time just kind of keeps passing, like you're committed to each other, but, you know, it's just, when that fire keeps burning, like, don't get me wrong, it is still sexy. It's just, you know, your interests change. Am I going to do a video review? Yes. I need to make it today. It's going to be pretty simple. I am not and will never be the kind of person that's going to do like the super fancy review that has like all the cool graphics and everything. You got like Mandalore to do that. Mandalore's great. Please watch his stuff. Mandalore's like one of the sweetest beings in the universe. Please support him. Not that he like needs that. Like his channel is so much more successful than mine. It's not even funny. But I love Mandalore. He's a good friend of mine. But like I'm not a game reviewer. I'm just a nerd that reads stories. 2 out of 10, no Cateran sled. Yeah, there you go. So you already know. You already know what I'm gonna give it.
Who can I play with? Alores. Yes.
Driven by pain!
Pain and despair. On the hunt.
Oh, that's their general.
The aesthetics are lethal.
And I'm meaner than she is. Come here, bitch.
Whips!
Whips!
Sensuous diversions.
Spears! Bring us souls! Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Bring us soul.
Alores. The Prince of Chaos.
Go time, boys.
rises.
Oh, she actually has better stats than I do.
Delighted to.
Never mind. I don't want to play fair.
Divine dance. Moving.
Hell's Gouges! Finding fresh souls. On the hunt!
Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why.
Repulsive and alluring. Dance upon their corpses.
I feel like that's a phrase a lot of us can relate to. Would y'all agree, chat?
Slaanesh.
Repulsive and alluring. Like, if you have good self-confidence, I feel like that's your go-to phrase, right?
The aesthetics are lethal.
Yeah, come on, kill their general. She's almost dead.
I am ready.
Yo, tower, stop that, please.
Paramour of Slaanesh.
There we go. Whip it! Why do they yell, bring us salt? Dude, have you ever had to eat without using salt? Could you imagine how bland and horrible life would be without salt? Like, no wonder they fell to Slaanesh, dude. They have, like, no good culinary things going on. I too would fall to a god of sensation if that was the only way I could get salt.
Hell's Gouge! Guided
That's
by
what, I think that's an obvious
Hunt them
thing.
down!
sorceress lash.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Eternal hunters!
Yeah, army losses! Get out of here! Get out of here! Bye, ladies.
Hell Scourge!
With boys.
Souls for Slaanesh!
I do not want any survivors. But those two, they can go. Actually, I lied. Furies killed them.
Decadent seekers. Sensuous diversions. Hear the discordant choir.
When do I think Warhammer will change when Sony buys Games Workshop? I don't think Sony wants Games Workshop. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Extravagant.
I think Sony is like very happy to have Games Workshop kind of reliably come to them for all of their video games, because Sega doesn't have like a complete monopoly on Warhammer games, but they're pretty strong in the Warhammer market. Yeah, no, I don't think Sega would want to touch. I don't think Sony would want to touch them with like a 10-foot pole. Games Workshop is a very like spooky company to deal with. No survivors. Whip him. Use the oversized whip. You think Microsoft will buy them instead? Thankfully, Games Workshop does not make video games. Thankfully. God, could you imagine how awful those would be?
Cheered. X10. Sex for the sex god. Salt for the salt thrones, that's how it goes, right?
Yeah, something like that. If the couple in the Vermintide trailer kept their baby, could they raise it to be good, or is it so lost the moment it's born? If they lived in a perfect world where their community would allow them to acceptably raise a goat-man hybrid creature in their home without, like, trying to kill them or, like, declaring them heretics and saying that they should be murdered and everything, theoretically, they could raise it to be good. But it would be very difficult, and it would have to deal with like a lot of unnatural urges that would be difficult for a normal human to understand, because it's not a full human, it's a hybrid. It's a beastman. So could they theoretically have raised that child? Not in Warhammer. Because like that child would be kill on sight. And the reason you get rid of your kid if they end up being a mutant, as sad as it is, ultimately ends up being because if it gets found out that you and your husband or you and your wife gave birth to a mutant or a beast man, then you will be killed. You will be hunted down and you will be tried for being heretics. You will be found guilty. There's no way in hell you're getting out of that. And they'll kill you. You will be tied to a stake and burned alive as an example for anyone thinking about cavorting with the dark powers, even though you did nothing wrong. Because such is the price of the lands of the Empire. I could summon a disciple army. Yeah, let's do it.
I demand total submission. Most privileged of Slaanesh.
I don't think the critique I don't think she's a switch.
Advance.
Close the rift. Goodbye.
Bringers of joyous degradation.
Finally got that stupid mission.
Excess. More power to me. Weave and strive.
We are ascendant of the great game.
Divine immortality.
Carnival of the Damned.
We shall fall upon the disgraced.
What would happen if the Emperor had a baby half-goat? He would tell one of his attendants about it, and they would take the baby somewhere and kill it. More than likely.
I can hurt them.
I mean, in the Warhammer world, it's viewed as the responsible thing to do is to murder the child. As horrible as that is.
This victory is still more.
Divine Master. Every step pleasure.
72%. I wish there were more Wood Elf armies to corrupt. We're already at max corruption, so my heroes aren't really doing anything at this point.
Moving, my prince.
I'm gonna go mess with his heroes. And he already has a Slaanesh trait, so I can't corrupt him any further.
And it shall be done.
Sadly.
Infiltrate their blood.
Cornelius 011 cheered. X10. Don't the dark gods own beastmen from birth?
Generally speaking, yes, because they're mutated. But a child that was like raised in a home who was doing everything in their power to like protect their child, even from the influence of chaos, could theoretically win that fight.
Agony.
There has been evidence very strongly suggested in the lore that just because a child is born a beastman does not automatically mean the child is doomed to be like a hideous monster that worships like death and destruction. It's more complicated than that, which makes, you know, the whole situation of them being like brutally murdered by their parents or, you know, left out to die in the wilds extra horrible.
They will never know the safe word.
Because theoretically they could have been okay.
For souls, slaves to darkness.
Let's see, what other lore effects we got? Tell me the lore of Catacross.
Your tendons were raised.
Catacross is a very interesting character. So Catacross, for anyone unaware, he's an Age of Sigmar character. He's basically like new Cetra. Catacross is the Mortarch of the Necropolis. And his job is that basically he is the big guy. Oh, the Legions of Chaos are dead. Good riddance. Retreat. What was I about to say? Oh, so Catacross grew up, I believe in the realm of, I believe he was raised in Shaiish, but no. Is that right? Ah, fuck it. Book to me! What is this? Oh, this is my summoned army. But I can win this. So I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win! Goodbye.
Pure, unalloyed sensation! Rejoice!
Let's see. Oh, Rippers! Why do it from memory and potentially screw it up when I can just read you a fun little passage and storytime it? Is the muted upbringing similar to the situated elf? Oh god, Elfin Lead. Why do you? Why? Why would you remind me of the existence of Elfin Lead? God, I haven't watched that show in so long. I don't even remember the specifics very well.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. Yay, Lord on Bone Daddy 2.0.
I'll put it this way. There have been people who have tried to raise their child despite them being a mutant. And some people have even been successful. in that, like, they're able to raise the kid, but generally speaking, it never ends well. Because ultimately, one of two things ends up going down. Either option A, it gets found out that the child is corrupt. Ooh, look at that, we got a new thing. Infernal Martyrdom. Increases our seduce unit budget by 150%. Holy crap, so we could seduce everybody. And plus 12 corruption. Here, I'm gonna whip you guys a bit. What was I talking about?
What wickedness we shall sow.
Got one more turn of Bowel Steep.
March, my children.
The Circle of Gluttony. You venture into the circle and come across rivers of wine and banqueting tables of sumptuous food. A demonette appears holding out a cloth. Underneath, she promises is food fit for gods that shall rain down upon your empire back in the mortal world. 20,000 gold in the Circle of Gluttony. No thank you. Mutated children. Oh, right. There are stories about that. Like, mutated children being born who their families have tried to raise, and it never ends well, man. Either the kid gets found out, like they're exposed by, like, on accident or by a well-meaning servant or something, and because of that, like, their family ends up being persecuted and killed or hunted. Or sometimes what will happen is that the child will, because they've got chaos basically running in their blood. You know, they've got chaos pouring through their veins, and because of that, they can't help but, like, hear the whispers of the dark gods constantly talking to them or taunting them or manipulating them, and because of that, they end up losing themselves to these whispers and false promises and everything, and they are corrupt. And either willingly or unwillingly, they end up hurting their families. Either by, like, letting in something that they thought they could trust, and ends up being a demon that, like, murders everybody, or what have you. A lot of shenanigans can go down.
My master, go with disgrace. Submission, smother them.
Nice! Good job. Spread more corruption for daddy. Alright, anyway, Catacross. Here you go. Catacross, Mortarch of the Necropolis. Orphean Catacross is the emperor of an undying elite, and he goes to war with all the pomp and circumstance that befits his station. Distrusting steed since the disastrous chariot charge that cost him his life, he simply strides to battle with the surety of a god. It is his wont to take a commanding vantage point from which he can look down on the battlefield, surrounded by his most valued aides, just as he did in life, though, like their master, they too are long dead. The regiments of the Catacrossian army are the Mortarch's blade and shield, for he has no wish to sully himself in the business of violence. Instead, he focuses on more cerebral matters, his indomitable will reaching out to invigorate and inspire his troops wherever his gaze passes across them. A Catacrossian legion is perfectly honed tool of war, a military body of surpassing discipline guided by the genius of a leader steeped in centuries of experience. His time spent trapped within the storm vault of Lake Lethis did not still his mind, having dwelt on matters of revenge across the entirety of the Age of Chaos. It is now a more sophisticated and dangerous weapon than ever before. The supernatural focus of Catacross brings to the art of war... the supernatural focus Catacross brings to the art of war is facilitated by his entourage. At his right hand is his Liege Immortus, the high-helmed champion who commands the Immortus Guard that protect him on the field of battle. At his left is his prime Necrophoros, the bearer of Catacross's sacred banner. All creatures, living or dead, that see the standard's glinting black capstone raised upon the horizon hear the Mortarch's stentorian tones clear in their mind whenever he speaks. Oftentimes, Catacross will wage several wars at once. Via the bird-like messengers of his Aviarch spy master, he coordinates overlapping campaigns that stretch across thousands of leagues. Even as he breaks the foe's army piece by piece, he dictates documents for their surrender to his keepers of knowledge, the Gnosis scroll bearers. For should enough of the enemy survive to prove a profitable source of tithe, he will seal their fate by binding them in an inescapable arcane contracts. In Nagash's eyes, Catacross is the perfect general. He was remade in the idealized form of an exemplar of undeath, a fact he knows full well, further compounding his monstrous sense of superiority. Should a supplicant grovel enough or prove to be particularly silver-tongued, the Mortarch can be bargained with. He will just as willingly subjugate Nathans through his own twisted form of diplomacy to secure a vassal state, and thereby a steady supply of bone, as he will crush them through military action. To him, it is one and the same. Either way, he will have his victory in the end. But let's take a look at when he was alive, shall we? Let's see, where is he? He's in here somewhere. Let's see, Shyish Resurgent. Ah, here we go. Oh, jeez. Okay, this one's a bit of a doozy.
Does my sensuous perfume arouse you?
All right, Amy, calm down. I don't want to hear about your perfume. Calm down, woman. I didn't want to hear about this. Behave, please.
You desire fornication.
God damn, son. All right. Anyway, Rise of a Mortarch.
You are so beguiling.
This is dangerous. This campaign is dangerous. All right, Orphean Catacross. Here we go. I need a sip of water. The Rise of a Mortarch. As a young man in the Gurish free cities of Fleich, Catacross was not well liked. So driven was he by the pursuit of personal excellence that he spurned recreation as weakness. After enlisting in the Fleich echelon, he found his true calling in the arts of tactics and strategy. Convinced he had been born to conquer, he rose to power purely so he could impose his convictions on every land, people, and creed. Swiftly rising through the ranks of the Fleich military, Catacross had a natural confidence about him that many took as arrogance, and perhaps they were right to. Notions such as compassion and mercy were all but alien concepts to him, indulgences that led him from the true path of his ascension. In training duels, his perspicacity saw him analyze, wear down, and defeat all those who challenged him. At night, he pored over atlases and bestiaries of the native megafauna of Fleich. He studied ancient texts of war, drinking in every iota of knowledge, and wrote many of his own texts by the light of long-burning oxen tallow lamps of his own devising. Catacross valued such knowledge above all other learnings, not because it had been won with the blood of his fellow Fleischians, but because it could further his rise to supremacy. Each barbarian tribe he defeated and monster he drove to its death was simply another vindication of his chosen path. Catacross brought his lethal talent for tactics to bear when leading the Fleischian elite against the beastmen that haunted the outskirts of the region where he was stationed. The all-herd of the Garak coast outnumbered his forces many times over, but in judging the winds by reading the flight patterns of prey birds and then using fire-flask catapults to spread wildfires through the forests, he burned the creatures out of their lairs and onto his army's blades. Seeking to capitalize on this success, he led a chariot charge intended to run down the foe as they fled the tree line, but his men failed to keep up with his advance. Before he knew it, Catacross found himself fighting alone against a Gorgon. He was thrown from his chariot and then scooped up by one of the beast's massive hands. Although he pierced the beast's heart with his blade, the creature fought on, bloody froth spilling from its lips as it tore Catacross limb from limb. Sometime after his death, Catacross's specter awoke in the boneyards of Assia, a Shyishian domain of order and purity. It was populated by Fleischians who believed in hard work and dignity at all times. The graves of those buried in flesh were mirrored in Assia, and those sites from the living from those Gurish domains could commune with the dead in the underworld without coming to harm. Through the constant vigilance and maintenance of flesh is dead, the sanctity of Ossia was preserved and its inhabitants knew a quiet contentment. The people there understood that death was not to be feared, and in this they found joy. The underworld to the north of Ossia, known as Necros, was the final destination of Fleshians who believed their worldly efforts would be rewarded with an afterlife of luxury. They found, to their delight, that Necros catered to their every whim. Where the Ossians to the south worked tirelessly, even in death, the Necrosians ate grapes and olives in the warm Shaishian twilight, singing happily and drinking sweet black. Even as a specter, Catacros felt the inequities between these two underworlds grating upon him, and soon felt the need to fight once more. He was swift to join the military force known as the Ossian Echelon, under the command of the Graven Tutors, deceased generals that believed above all else in the virtue of hard labor. Even though they drilled their troops with merciless intensity, these tutors recognized something repellent inside Catacros, some void in his soul.
Such a thin, weak will.
These tutors, a lack of humanity that he filled with fanatical pursuit of excellence. They found it disturbing, for it reminded them of hated Nagash. Catacros' skill in combat saw him win great honor in the ritual duels that determined the hierarchy of the Ossian military. Ultimately, though, his true interest lay in the perfection of conflict. Always he thought of warfare and how to perfect it, yet he did not revel in it, nor feel the guilty thrill of obsession. Instead, Catacros pursued the science of war with a passionless logic. As he rose from sergeant to captain to general in the Ossian military, Catacros' flair for martial theory became ever clearer. He proved able to take on any foe in any terrain and bring them to destruction. Finally rising to the rank of High General, Catacros devised the formation known as the Ossian Shield, the Aegis Immortal, and the Catacrosian Deathglaive, ensuring a mix of highly specialized and more flexible forces. Always commanding, was surrounded by an entourage of aides and bodyguards, Catacros ensured his attention on the battle was not distracted. He trusted his seconds, knowing their capabilities as well as he knew his own blade, for if they failed him, or worse still, crossed him, they would be punished severely, and inventively at that. All knew that Catacros had no mercy, but at least his callousness was a known quality. With Catacros in command, the Ossian Liege Echelon never once ceded victory to the perils of Shaiish. Freed by, and then this will be the next section. Okay, this is the last section that we're going to cover for this. The Wrath of the Gods. Freed by Sigmar in the Age of Myth from his incarceration, the great necromancer had claimed all Shaiish as his sovereign territory and had begun to consume it. Though the inhabitants of Ossia and Necros worshipped no god, Nagash sought to subsume both regions to his empire, for they were not too distant from the heart of the realm, where Nagashazar cast its shadow across the lands. He sent in his numberless hosts. For a time, Ossia's expert military held them back. It was painfully obvious that Necros would not be able to do the same, however, for it had no army, devoted as its people were to the enjoyment of their paradise. Catacros gave the order that Necros be annexed for the good of all, forming a single geopolitical region from two very different afterlives, as his forces occupied its lands and raised defenses. So long did the Ossian Echelon hold out, so many thousands of undead did they slay, that they came to the notice of Nagash. On that day, the doom of Ossia was sealed. As soon as he realized that there could be no victory against the Supreme Lord of the Undead, Catacros' mind was set. Passing in great ceremony through the gates of Nagashazar, he approached the great necromancer with a proposal. It speaks volumes about Catacros' reputation and skill that Nagash not only listened to him, but also accepted the bargain. In exchange for eternal servitude, Catacros would lead Nagash's foremost armies until all the realms were conquered by death. Catacros' specter was led into the black fires of Nagashazar, there to be remade as a towering, statuesque terror before being given rulership over the most elite armies of undeath ever created. The centuries that followed saw Nagash devise and create the Ossiarch Bone Reapers, secreting them beneath the cities of the mortal realms. Catacross, meanwhile, consolidated his position as a newly anointed Mortarch by conquering a dozen of the underworlds of Shyish in Nagash's name. It was the God King Sigmar that was to prove Catacross's undoing. Sigmar, expecting Nagash to honor their alliance when Archaon assailed the mortal realms, was incensed to find the great necromancer had focused his efforts only on defending Shyish. The God King carved a path of destruction through the realm of death. Catacross met him on the field of battle, despite knowing that even he could not hope to defeat a god. Yet, it was his master's will, and so it would be done. Sigmar's raw fury saw him smash through Catacross's artful envelopments until he stood before the Mortarch in person. The resultant duel was intense, but Sigmar in his rage was unstoppable. Yet even Gal Maraz, wielded by Sigmar, could not destroy Catacross entirely. So it was that Sigmar sealed the Mortarch within a great storm vault near Lake Lethis. Catacross languished there, trapped in the agony of defeat. Centuries later, at the dawn of the Arcanum Optimar, he was to be set free by his fellow Mortarch, Lady Olander, to take command of the Ossiarch Bone Reaper legions once again. It's giveaway time! Let's see, let's wake up Nightbot. Nightbot, where you at? Alright, here's how this is gonna go. Anybody can join. You do not need to be a sub or anything like that. Everyone is allowed to join. All you gotta do to win a key for Total War Warhammer 3 is type in !Slaanesh. !Slaanesh is your key to victory. I will give y'all a little bit to do that and catch up on some of this other stuff in chat. What is Valkia's greatest achievement in the lore? The most badass thing Valkia ever did is while she was a mortal champion, she was powerful, but she was immortal. She fought a one-on-one solo duel against a Slaanesh demon prince, Losifax, and she killed him. She beat him one-on-one in a battle that lasted for days. That is insane. How do you spell Slaanesh? Slaanesh. Oh, right, the Nurgle fact. My favorite Nurgle fact.
Prince's Herald.
That is a tricky one.
You want me?
I would have to say...
What purity have
Ooh,
you?
Confederate.
How intoxicating.
Yo, let's go. We have confederated exquisite pain, which gives us control of the Northern Chaos Wastes. Oh, you love to see it.
Another wretched
Hey, Alex Lowe, thanks so much for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hi.
Hello, hope you're doing well. Oh, gosh, man.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Yeah. I do not require your services right now.
Can they?
Where is that other army? I know it's around here somewhere.
Such insights to tempt you.
You're kind of in an interesting place, but you're very expensive.
What have you?
There you go. Do I have any other mystery armies?
Dance on. My divine master, my prince.
Lumbering, decomposing.
Honestly, I think my favorite thing about Nurgle is that, for me, it will always be that Nurgle is such a twist, just like a perfect representation of a god that he just represents such a fascinating concept to me, of that you have this god who ultimately is like, he's really kind of more of a like a death god, but well, he comes off as a death god because you think to yourself, oh, plague, disease, all of that stuff, you know, this is an entity who represents death, you know, he is a death god personified, but he's not. He's the opposite. He is a god of life. He's a god of eternal life. But his version of eternal life is honestly, I think, the most frightening that one could conceive of, where it is an endless cycle of just life being tortured and ripped to its most absurd extremes over and over and over and over again. Like, it's horrific. And I just love that about him. I think it's fantastic. I think it's great. I think that is just absolutely marvelous.
Time to indulge.
So that, I guess that would be my answer.
Drink in my excellence.
Are there any known drugs except alcohol and Warhammer? Yeah, we went over them the other day. Commissar Azura, yo, what's up? Thanks for the raid, hon. Bayonet charge. Chat, watch your butts. They got pointy things.
Pleasure.
Commissar, someone made you a cultist of Slaanesh, just so you have a heads up. You're in our Norska themed army. Just thought you might want to know. Inquisition, perfect timing. This man right here. No, don't betray me, you little bastards.
Now they'll see.
Okay. Also, for anyone that just joined in on the raid, I am giving away a copy of Total War Warhammer 3 right now. All you gotta do is type in !Slaanesh in chat, and if you've already done it, please don't do it again. It'll freak out if you try and spam it. So don't spam it. But if you haven't already, please type in !Slaanesh, SLAANESH, and you could win a free copy of Total War Warhammer 3. I'm gonna be giving that away in just a second. Can any race be turned into a zombie by necromancy? Yes. You want to know about more drugs from Warhammer Fantasy? I got you, fam. Here's a list of drugs. God. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh God damn. Okay. All right. That happened. Those are not the drugs. that was death and destruction. Drugs and poisons. Notable drugs. Mandrake root. Mandrake root is a highly addictive deliriant that grows under the gallows. And you chew it in order to keep an unquiet mind still. But it is very addictive, so you need to be careful with that. You have moonflower. Moonflower is a dried moss that can be found in Laurelorn Forest, and it is used as can be used as a tranquilizer, and it can also be used as a cure or a notable component to make a cure of the Black Death, or the Black Plague. There's also Ranald's Delight. Ranald's Delight is a highly addictive stimulant, and it's a synthetic compound that is created by mixing sulfur, mercury, and a few other elements. It makes a powder, and you snuff it. It's cocaine. It's called Ranald's Delight. There's Spit. Spit is extracted from creatures known as camellia leeches, and camellia leeches can be found in the marshes of the Empire. And it's a super powerful hallucinogen that if you take it, you will see hallucinogen, or you will hallucinate seeing visions of whatever it is that you desire most, whatever it is you deeply desire. Typically it is people that you see, but spit is very, very popular for people who have lost loved ones, dead friends, or one of their children has passed away. And then there's weird root. Weird root is the most common street drug in the Empire. Weird root is it's a root from a plant, and weird root, you stick it in your mouth and you chew it, and weird root brings you very pleasant, but not as wild hallucinations and a sense of euphoria. There you go. Oh. Yep, there you go. What drugs do elves use? They use a lot of those same things. Those aren't just in the Empire. Those are sometimes used by elves. But Moonflower is very specifically from the elves. But it's not really... I mean, it's a tranquilizer, but it's not really meant for that. It's used as a cure. But dark elves get into all sorts of crazy-ass shit. And there are, of course, like, shrooms and stuff. The circle of carnality. Wanton acts of depravity are everywhere you look. Buxom maidens and impossibly handsome men fornicate. Flesh quivers, organs mesh, the moans of ecstasy. Won't you join us? Spread the seed. And you get plus 20 diplomacy with all factions for 20 turns and 50,000 gold. We must move on. I got shit to do.
Divine.
I ain't here to pork.
Is my command. Extinction comes.
I got places to be. I got things to do. I ain't got time to pork right now.
Such insights to tempt you.
Taste thy pleasure. Tear their souls apart.
Soul grinder name? We don't have any soul grinders.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
I can't give the soul grinders a name if I don't have a soul grinder.
Slaves to darkness. Slaanesh is young.
Oh, I could get Marauders of Slaanesh in a single turn instead of multiple? That's kind of interesting.
So good.
Can I beat these nerds?
Time to...
Oh yeah, I can. Well, especially if I steal some of his units. Give me those plague drones. Oh wait, that's too expensive. Damn it! Give me all your nerdlings. Oh, I can only steal one unit. Damn. Okay, give me the chaos spawn. No, tranquilizer. A tranquilizer is like a sedative. It's something that makes you tired. It's something that makes you fall asleep. All right, I need to take a pill. Hopefully this goes normally, not horribly. Ah, fuck, I hate that thing. Gruzgob, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Are the faction leaders in AOS worshipped as gods? Yes, they are gods. They're not just faction leaders. They are gods. There are some faction leaders who are not gods, but every one of the realms in Age of Sigmar has a god. So Nagash is the god of death, Sigmar is the god of heavens, Grimnir is the god of fire, Grugni is the god of metal, Tyrion and Teclis together are the god of light, or they're the gods of light. Malarian, who used to be Malekith, but he got a name change, is the god of shadow. Alariel is the god of life, or the goddess of life, and Gorka Morka is the god of beasts. How would I rework artillery in AOS? I don't know that I would. I'd have to, I don't use artillery in my armies, so I'd have to sit down and look at artillery to figure it out. I think shooting in general, I think, needs a bit of an overhaul in Age of Sigmar. Shooting's a little too strong right now. Like, there needs to be more penalties that reduce your chance at shooting.
Is ready to commence. the bringer of temptation.
Ah, that voice work, dude.
I am irresistible. Your secrets spill. I am endowed with power.
Any of y'all think you could fight this man? Holy crap, Titan. Damn, son!
Hope you're doing well.
That is so many bits. That is a terrifying amount of bits. Thank you. That is so generous. My lord, dude, thank you. You absolute legend. King among men. Thank you very, very much. Wow, that's a lot of bits. That is way more bits than I see on a regular basis. A titanic amount of bits, one may say. To answer your question, if I could make a faction in Warhammer, what would it be? You know, honestly, I kinda have an obsession with like finishing what's already begun as opposed to starting something completely new. My faction that I would create, like if you sat down and said, Sotek, you can create a race. Oh, actually, here, I'll ask you this, Titan. Do you want my answer of like if I could take? How do I ask this? Can my answer be a race that is like it exists, but I think it's very underdeveloped? Or do you are you asking me if I had to create something purely from scratch, what would I create? Go die for me. Do I think Malarian will show up in Third Ed? Yes. I think Malarian will absolutely show up in Third Ed along with Tyrion. And they're going to be fighting each other.
We go!
Most exalted. Fuel by pay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question, but give me a little.
X10. At Lawmaster of Sotek outside of Skarvin was launch. What is the most self-defeating decision anyone ever made?
I'll answer that in a moment. Actually, here, Titan, I'll just do both. I'll do both, right? So what I would say is, if I could create a completely brand new race that there's literally nothing that I would be able to draw on, I would create an insect race. I would create a race of terrifying bug-like creatures that are neutral. So they don't worship chaos, but they're not on the side of order. They're just this like terrifying race that really taps into humanity's fear of bugs and insects. Obviously, spiders would be unique to the forest goblins, but like there are so many cool things you could do with bugs. Tyranids? No, they'd be different than Tyranids. Tyranids are cool, don't get me wrong, I love Tyranids, but Tyranids to me are a little too lizard-like to be a true bug race. They're very lizardy. And Tyranids are also, you know, kind of that, they're more of like that thing beyond the stars type of dread, not what if insects were bigger than us type of dread. You know, I think a true insect race would be a lot spookier. And you could do, because there's some fucking terrifying insects out there. Like, could y'all imagine like wasp creatures? Like, what if you made a unit that was like monstrous size, so like the size of a Pegasus or the size of like a troll, and it was a wasp? Or like centipede creatures. Or like parasitic creatures that could like take over people's bodies and manipulate them and stuff. Like you could do that. Plague drones? Well, plague drones are flies. Well, they're meant to be flies. Anyway, however, the other option, if I wanted something a little more mundane, you know what I would also really love? I would want to create a human race. I would have to do so much research and hire on people who are not me to do this. I love this idea. I would never do it myself. I would hire a team of people who are like much more experienced with the culture, but I feel like the Southlands is grossly underdeveloped, and I would gladly sell my left nut to get like a race of humans that are based on like a conglomeration of the most famous African tribes and are augmented with creatures from their mythology. Like, could you imagine, like, you take like the Zulu tribe and a couple of other of like the famous African war tribes that were discovered throughout history, and then you take like a splash of their cultures to help develop, kind of like further develop their like their banners and their armor and stuff like that, and then you really dig deep into their mythology to find truly unique creatures and monsters. I think that would just be
guts.
And it would actually make the Southlands interesting, because the Southlands is empty right now.
Such insights to tempt you.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. Left nut, I'm sure Slaanesh will be happy to take that.
I'm sure Slaanesh would be delighted with my left nut, that's true. Though he is the god of excess, so he probably would want more.
Spreading seduction.
Araby, I think Araby... I have two thoughts on Araby. I think Araby should either be made to be part of the... Like, if Games Workshop and Creative Assembly were willing to go, okay, we will give Araby, like, its own faction with its own full legendary lords, and do all that, then, yeah, do Araby. Please, God, do Araby. However, if they look at it and go, oh no, that's gonna be way too much money, way too much investment, like, we can't do that. We can't make Araby its own thing. That's just not in the cards, that's a totally acceptable answer. Then I think they should shut the hell up and take my money to make the true Dogs of War. And I think the Dog of War race should be Araby, the Border Princes, Estalia, and Talea combined into a super faction that has a lot of special bonuses when recruiting mercenaries. But I imagine this army of like Talayan pikemen backed up by like Estalian diestros and galloper guns with Border Prince cavalry and mercenaries backed up by Arabian camel knights and incarnate elementals, these towering monsters made of magic brought to life by Arabian sorcerers, and them all working together to really create like a very unique theme and feel. But it would definitely have to be done very well. How does one get your war fact looked at? You wait until I get down the list to you. I'm sorry. Moving on. Max, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How is a Nurgling born? Generally speaking, Nurglings are basically pockets of dark magic that form in the guts of Nurgle or his demons. And basically all that disease and contagion and just pus and mucus coalesces together with enough dark magic that it pops a demon out. But they are literally birthed from the entrails and guts of other Nurgle demons. Though, fun fact, there is actually a disease in Warhammer Fantasy you can actually get. So it's a disease that a common man can contract. And if you contract this disease, what it will do is it will cause a Nurgling to form in your stomach. And the Nurgling, once it has grown, will come out one of two ways. Actually, sorry, it forms in your intestines. It forms in your intestines, and it will come out one of two ways. I'll let you guess what those two ways are, and I'll also let you debate amongst yourselves which way would be worse. But it's gonna come out. You'll survive, more than likely. Oh no, it doesn't eat its way out. Oh no. Nothing, you don't die from it. Nothing so merciful. Oh no. No, it comes out, it takes an open road out.
Slaves to darkness.
I don't want to debate this.
Such insights to tempt you.
Lore fact on Khorne, Scarbrand, or Bloodletters. My choice. A good lore fact for Scarbrand or Khorne. Is there a cure? You have to let it pass. That is the only cure. You have to let it pass and hope that there is a healer on board. Well, you'll probably survive it, to be honest. Generally speaking, you survive. But you just have to suffer through it, to be honest.
Excessive risk.
It's as awful as it sounds. If you were like super desperate, theoretically you could pay a surgeon to open you up and extract it, but that would actually probably be worse for you and more traumatic because the Nurgling would like be trying to wiggle away the entire time, so your guts would get absolutely annihilated.
Slaanesh Herald.
Yeah, I'm gonna march out and murder these guys. A lore fact about Scarbrand, Khorne, or... here's a fun lore fact. Do y'all want to know, beyond the obvious of that, like, war and rage is so predominant in the Warhammer world, which is why Khorne tends to be on top, but do you know why Khorne tends to be dominant in the Great Game, which is the contest between the four greater gods, or the four chaos gods, where they're always fighting one another, trying to take dominion over the realm of chaos, yada, 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 yada. And the answer is that Khorne actually gets personally involved. Khorne will actually leave the Brass Citadel, take up his sword, what I think it's called World Ender, and he will actually go out and fight in the Great Game. So there will be these massive battles of like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of demons fighting one another over these crazy environments, and Khorne will actually go out and join himself in the fight to murder people. Holy shit!
100000.
Titan, bro.
Also, if you would pick a theme song of the races, Lords in Warhammer, what would you pick?
Damn, dude, that is a frightening amount. Oh my god, that's so many bits. Jesus Christ.
Beacon of depravity.
Damn, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is very generous. Please use your money responsibly. Please be using your money responsibly. Damn, my lord. If I had to pick a theme song of the races, Lords, and Warhammer, what would I pick? I'm sorry to say this, but I'm a really boring individual when it comes to like music.
X10. Looks like Sotek got a sugar daddy.
Hey, I would love to have a sugar daddy. No complaints here. I will sign up. Someone wants to just pay me oodles of money to just shit out lore facts all day. I'll wear whatever you want. I'll do whatever you want. I'm down. I'm in. I ain't picky, but a theme song for all. Okay, so to preface this, I don't listen to a lot of like pop music. I listen to like musicals generally, and like movie soundtracks and game soundtracks. So just trying to get off the top of my head here, a song I would associate with each of the legendary lords.
One cheered. X10. Sotek lore-based OnlyFans when?
I don't think they would let me do that. They'd probably kick me off the site.
Arceus Star Destroyer cheered. X10. I'm hearing maid costume.
Maybe one day. Probably one day. That honestly seems kind of inevitable in like a really unfortunate way. I'll say this. I think a lot of the characters, I'm kind of a nerd for like really just like cool actiony soundtracks. So I feel like you could really just take Dark Souls and just take the boss fights and kind of listen to them and be like, okay, this boss fight kind of like fits these themes that I feel is appropriate for this character. And this song, because like Dark Souls is literally just like the perfect epic dark fantasy soundtrack. It just is. There's no, you can't argue that. It's like perfection incarnate. That being said,
And alluring.
Excess in all
if
things.
I wanted to give all 4 of the Dark God legendary lords, so Kugoth and all of them, a song, I have to go to one musical, one singular musical, which would be Jekyll and Hyde. That soundtrack is fucking wild, and there is at least one good song in every... I don't remember the names of all the songs off the top of my head, but there's the transformation song where he first turns into Mr. Hyde. That would be perfect for Korn, where he goes out on the town. Plus he like kills a bunch of people. There is a sex song that ends with the woman he's having sex with being murdered. That would be perfect for Slaanesh. There's the song where he's experimenting too much, or he's like, there's one song where he's like arguing with himself. There's another song where he's like doing a lot of experimentation and he experiments on himself where he turns into Mr. Hyde. That'd be great for Tzeentch. And then for Nurgle, there's a song where he completely sinks into despair, and it's heavily implied if you watch the animatic version, which I highly recommend. He kills himself in the end. Great. So there you go, all 4 covered. Thank you for all the bits, dude. The super Elden Ring, yeah, super hype for Elden Ring. We are absolutely going to be streaming Elden Ring. I don't know how I'm going to do it with Total War Warhammer at the same time, but we're going to manage.
Captivating and horrifying.
By the way, do y'all like our army chat? So this lord, the lord of this army is Styrkar, who, Jacob Bell, thanks so much for the Prime sub, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So this guy, we have, so in Total War Warhammer 3, you have the ability to like buy armies from your allies, and you can manipulate them for 10 turns.
TW3 is Hulk still kind
So-
of a pet of the Chaos factions, or does he get some more campaign quests? I always love playing him.
Alex?
Just this big beast of beasts. D.
Alex, I'm sad to inform you that Kolek is not in the game yet. Total War Warhammer 3 has not gotten the combined patch. There will be a patch or a release, probably, if I had to guess, somewhere between 1 to 4 months, ballparkish, after the game releases here in a few days, where we will get the combined map, which will combine games 1 and 2 with game 3. But as of release, it's only game 3. So Kolek Suneater is not in the game yet. But that being said, I highly suspect he will get a significant update along with the Warriors of Chaos. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Anyway, so this army, we had a Norskin lord who we took over for a while, and he actually served us very faithfully. But right after he accomplished a bunch of cool missions for us, he got killed. So chat voted to resurrect Mr. Styrkar. And so Styrkar has returned to us. Where the hell is he? There he is. Styrkar has returned to us in his new form as a Herald of Slaanesh. Oh wow, I'm actually surprised they show the nipples on the heralds for their male half. That's kind of cool. Also kind of hilarious to show how stupid our cultures are, where you can show the male nipple on a creature that's half male, half female, but you can't show the female nipple. They're like, oh no, that's too far. So you may notice we have pink skin wolves, because they're on our side, and our mammoths have pink tusks, pink painted tusks. So this is Styrkar's Norskin themed army, where you can see we've got Hellstriders, so we've got all these Norskins that have been mutated with the glory of Slaanesh, and they're fused to their mounts.
I really enjoy your content and channel. Thank you for the company.
Hey, Jimmy Conius. Sorry, I probably said that wrong. I appreciate you guys. Listen, none of this would happen, none of this would be worth it at all if y'all weren't here choosing to spend your time with me for some damn reason. So I really, really deeply appreciate each and every one of you for choosing to come here, spend your time hanging out. Whether you're just hanging out and chatting or just lurking, even just if you're just sitting in chat lurking, all of it helps so much. And y'all are all a bunch of sweet beans, and I really appreciate each and every one of you, and I'm so thankful y'all are here sharing this cool experience of the game and launch and everything with me, and are happy to learn about Warhammer. I really am privileged to be able to do this, and I do appreciate it very, very much. That reminds me, I need to get to work hiring an emote artist. Oh, do y'all want to see something cool? Do y'all want to see get me out of this Slaanesh stream? Everyone say bye to Octocraft. Everyone wave bye to Octocraft. He's going in the snake pit. He's been overwhelmed by Slaanesh. He can't take it anymore. He's going in the snake pit. Say bye. And he goes. Where'd he go? Octocraft. Bye, Octocraft. See you in hell. Bye-bye. Maybe after he gets filled with delightful snake venom, he will come out pure once more. Isn't the Forge of Souls in Khorne's realm? No. Khorne has forges, but the Forge of Souls is a distinct entity, and it's neutral. Khorne has a lot of forges, mostly within the depths of the Brass Citadel, but the Forge of Souls itself does not belong to him.
Zelian cheered. X100.
Souls for Slaanesh.
Are there humans in the Southlands? Yes. Exelion, thanks for the bits. No message, but and thanks for all the bits, guys. Thank you. Are there humans in the Southlands? Yes, there are tons of humans in the Southlands. I'll put it this way: any place in our world where there are human cultures, you can probably find humans in the Warhammer Fantasy world. There are humans in the Southlands who are native. There are humans in the Lustria who are native. And like the humans in the Southlands, like they're black skin tone. So there are those African themed cultures that live there. They're starting to explore it in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, which is updating a lot of the lore and trying to like talk about the entire planet. It's just that it wasn't considered relevant to Warhammer Fantasy, which focused more on like the old world with a couple of little additions. But they're absolutely out there. What's a cool, interesting lore fact of the Amazons? The Amazons on Amazon Island. Cool, interesting lore fact is that they worship an old one. They worship a very particular old one named Rig. R-I-G-G. Rig was a very powerful old one who was basically like the mother old one. She was the old one that represented femininity, which to the lizardmen is super fucking confusing because the lizardmen do not have a concept of the female gender, because lizardmen don't have a gender. They're genderless. You know, they just are. They're birthed from spawning pools. That is not the case with everything else in the world. So Rig was the old one who quite literally seemed to have been responsible for creating the female aspects of all the different races and cultures across the Warhammer world. So the Amazons have learned about her, and they live in like temples dedicated to her, and they are very big worshippers of Rig. Unleash my wolves!
Dance upon their corpses.
Whips! Lacerate them!
The beguiling nightmare!
Spam those wall emotes, chat. Spam them! You have to be part of the wall if you're here. You have to. It's compulsory. It's not optional. I made that emote free so that anybody can use it. As long as you're a follower, you can use it. So when someone calls the wah, you answer the wah. Good job, chat.
Exquisite. The Prince of Chaos rises.
Dude, the mammoths in these armies is perfect.
Hands of suffering tear throats.
Silly bloodletters. Bullers are getting absolutely annihilated, my dude.
Agony and ecstasy!
Are there Beastman armies in Warhammer 3 that you can ally with? I haven't been able to pull it off. There are Beastman armies, but I've never seen them set up a Hearthstone.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. I had to go for a bit. Did I win or get announced?
Oh, I should do that. The winner is of a Total War Warhammer 3 copy. Badoosh. Skianthu. Skianthu is the winner. What a lucky bastard. What a lucky son of a gun. Skianthu, please be in chat. And shoot me a message on Twitch. And I will send you your key for Total War Warhammer 3.
Break them, body.
There you are.
and soul.
Yeah, just shoot me just a message on Discord and we'll get you taken care of, my dude.
Slaanesh.
Congrats, big congrats.
I am made whole.
Imagine if they didn't have a PC. He just gets it so no one else can. He's like, I just don't want anyone else to have it. What's the relationship between the lizards and the Amazons? Complicated. Generally speaking, the Amazons have a lot of respect for the lizardmen. And like the lizardmen acknowledge the Amazons and don't like try to mess with them or kill them or anything. But sometimes they will have disputes like over territory or like artifacts. But it also depends on which version of the lore you're looking at, because there are two distinct storylines on what the Amazons actually are.
Name it.
Like we have one storyline that talks about the Amazons being a
Most privileged of
they're like a kind of bizarre they are a race that was created specifically by the Old One Rig, and they're like this super advanced race with like crazy technology that use Old One artifacts, and they're kind of like an ancient immortal race, but you know, they'll take guys every once in a while. They'll like raid or trade in order to get men that they sleep with to produce kiddos. I'm personally not a fan of that storyline because they had like laser guns and stuff. I prefer the version where they were Valkyries that traveled with the original Norskins. Like Lost Ericsson, and when the Norskins finally settled down, the Scantho, thank you so much for getting to go. You didn't need to do that. Oh no, you didn't want to be one of the guys that they took, because if they took you, they killed you. Like you didn't get to snoo and then like walk away. You snooed, got them pregnant, and then they slit your throat and they sacrificed you. You died. But I prefer the version where when the Norskins originally arrived in Lustria under Lost Ericsson, and they settled down and they kind of made a camp and stuff, they had a group with them called the Valkyries, which the Valkyries were these super badass warrior women. And the Valkyries, you know, were used to being warriors, used to being powerful fighters. And the thing is that when Lost Ericsson and all of his lads set up camp, they told the Valkyries, hey, we're setting up here, we're trying to establish life and all this stuff, like we're trying to get like a colony going. You can't go out there and keep fighting anymore. We need you to take a husband and to get vetted, to have kids, and to settle down so we can stabilize. And the Valkyries looked at them and said, screw that noise. We're not doing that. Screw that. We're not doing that. Like, you want to do that, that's fine, but we're warriors. We are warriors. We fight, and that's what we do. And if you have two options. You can get out of our way and we're leaving, or you can try and stop us and we will murder you, because you know what? We fight better than you do. And we are terrifying. And the Norskins went, okay, damn, all right, fine, leave. So they left, and they wandered Lustria for a while before they finally settled on Amazon Island, which initially they settled there as a refuge. but as they delved into it and learned about it, they discovered the rig, and they started to learn about her, and they did acquire Old One technology and stuff, but they've got like these powerful shamans, and they have learned a lot of really interesting technology. So they don't have laser guns, but they do have like the occasional Old One artifact, and they are very, very scary warriors. Like, and there is a hilarious description. Hold on, I want to read y'all a really hilarious story that's in the lore about the Amazons. One second. Where is it? Lastria, come to me. Here we are. You'll get a kick out of this. This perfectly describes chat as well. Y'all are about to learn the consequences of horniness in Warhammer Fantasy. Let's see. Where are you? Okay, so this is a quote. This is a quote from a man who is in Lustria. He's leading an expedition, and he hired an Amazon warrior to be their guide, because the Amazons know Lustria really well, and they're willing to guide people in exchange for certain things. Usually, like money and goods, but, you know, sometimes other services. So, this is what he says in regards to the Amazons. He says, "The gods must have revised their opinions of our expedition, for surely they were with us this day. We are joined by a guide, a native, it seems, of this very jungle. She is a woman of tremendous presence and beauty, and she knows the jungle intricately. I only hope I can control the men. For their sake, not hers, for she is a terrifying devil with the spear." He's like, stop trying to pork the guy. She's gonna kill you. Let's see. The Circle of Paramoncy. You are greeted by a roar of an adulating crowd. They cry your name. The press of the crowd guides you to a great throne, but this is no game. Sit upon the throne? All you need to do is sit for a moment upon this throne, and great power shall be yours. All units in our army become rank 9. We get 60,000 gold, and global recruitment is reduced by 1 for permanently. That's a permanent buff. -1 global recruitment permanently on this character. Very tempting, but we must move on.
Such insights to tempt.
She could spear me anytime. Chat, it's an actual spear, she's not threatening to peg you, she's threatening to kill you. Who would win, Archaon versus Be'lakor? Archaon. Archaon can confidently defeat Be'lakor. It's a fight, but he can confidently defeat him. Though, the first time Be'lakor and Archaon fought, Be'lakor absolutely mopped the floor with him.
Come to me. I can hurt them.
Can you? That is your job. Death by Snoo Snoo? No, I don't think there would be Snoo Snoo involved. I think it'd be you being like, hey, you're looking whatever your cheesy pickup line is, and her going, haha, cute, and then she stabs you.
Spreading seduction.
I just like killing Norskins. Sorry, killing corn demons. That slipped out wrong. How about Archaon and Scarbrand? Archaon will beat anybody. Like, any of the, like, chaos stuff, he will beat them one-on-one. Archaon is a beast. I know he just kind of looks like a dude, but that's the only reason he looks like a punk in Warhammer is because Dorger is not as big as he's supposed to be. Dorger is supposed to be huge. Like, at least the size of a troll. Or somewhere in that ballpark.
Fat Onyx cheered.
Oh god, Fal's awake.
I finally fell asleep and woke up to the words "it's an actual spear." Chat. She's not offering to peg you. Never change chat.
Yeah, well. Andy and Lich, how you doing, dude? Outside of Skaven and Siege. Oh, right, the most self-defeating decision. What is my favorite self-defeating story? Here, I've got a funny story for you. So there was an incident where a goblin tribe of night goblins.
Code _of_0 cheered. X10. Stop making they sound super sexy killer babies.
So there was an incident where a night goblin tribe found themselves under attack by the Skaven. And it was a shitload of Skaven. They were completely outgunned. They did not stand a chance. They were going to die. So the night goblins decided if they were going to die, they might as well, if it was so hopeless, they might as well try and do everything in their power to prevent this horrible, you know, destruction. So what do? They go to their squigs, and the goblins take all of their madcap mushrooms and all of their just absolutely crazy ass drugs. They take all the drugs, just every single drug they can think of, and they force feed them all to the squigs. So the squigs get like, they're basically vibrating with just like rage and energy, literally about to pop because they are so just like, ah. And when the Skaven army comes for them, they let loose the squigs, and the squigs are basically these like too fast for the human eye to see blurs of death that go flying into the Skaven army and absolutely decimate the Skaven. So the Skaven are getting completely and utterly ripped to pieces, and of course they win. Like they panic, and everyone starts running for their lives, and the goblins miraculously win, and they go, "Oh shit, we won! We won!" Except they didn't, because the problem was the squigs weren't done yet. So the squigs, run out of Skaven, turn to the goblins and go, "Ah!" And just the goblins get completely and utterly massacred by the squigs. Like it's a bloodbath. So the goblins do succeed in defeating the Skaven, but they get completely massacred because they're stuck in a cave with nowhere to go. But that's typical for greenskins. What was this question? I was looking at the stats of some of the legendary lords from Warhammer 1 and 2. Comparing to Warhammer 3, it looks like the only lords who can fight Scarbrand and win would be Emmerich, Tyrion, Grommadil, and Ungrim, mostly due to the massive fire resist. Opinion? Are the new lords a bit too overtuned? No, I don't think so. Like the new lords, I mean, they have some like weaknesses that I think people will learn with time. And if they are a little overbalanced, you know, that'll get adjusted as the game has time to really sit and get played. But right now, I think generally speaking, it's good not to worry too much about like, oh, do we need to like tone this down or start tweaking this? It's too early for that, I think. I think we still need a lot more data, but CA will make adjustments as they need to.
Glorious pain.
Beacon of depravity.
Hell Scourge!
Still counts as a Pyrrhic victory. I'll be sure to tell the goblins you said that. I'm sure they'll appreciate the technicality. All our marauders are like, oh god!
Torture them! Decadence and subjugation!
What'll be the next campaign after this? I'll give you a hint. Somebody want. That's all you get. That's all you get.
Spreading temptation.
Mammoth, squish him.
Marauders! Pain and despair!
None can resist me.
Harold, stop! Don't die! Please don't die! I don't want to have to make another one.
We flee!
I go. Herald moving. A journey.
Oh, rally! Rally! God, stop being negative leadership! No! Rally your damn leadership! Idiots. Great, now I'm gonna have to deal with that bullshit. Well, steer car's dead. Great, now we gotta make a new steer car. Rematch? Oh yeah, I can do that. I can actually do that. That's so convenient, dude. That is so nice. That's a great feature. That is a great feature. I really like that feature. What's a wicked story about Lord Skrulk? I'll tell you 2 cool stories about Lord Skrulk. First story about Lord Skrulk. Do you know why Lord Skrulk's blind? Allow me to reveal the truth to you. The reason Lord Skrulk is blind, you may think, oh, he got some kind of disease or an illness. Maybe he like got in a horrible fight. A rival tore out his eyes. Nope. No. What happened to Lord Skrulk is that Lord Skrulk was a very devoted servant of Clan Pestilence. He was a very active and religious plague priest. He was very, very fanatical. So once, after a great mission, he was finally given the opportunity to go to Skavenblight and meet Lord Nurglich. Which Lord Nurglich is, of course, the ruling general, or he's the member on the Council of 13 of Clan Pestilence. He's the big bad of Clan Pestilence. And so foul and disgusting and diseased was Lord Nurglich that when Skrulk looked upon him, Skrulk declared that it was the most diseased and terrible sight he had ever seen in his life. And so he proceeded to scratch out his own eyes with his hands because he wanted it to be the last thing he would ever see in this life. He literally scratched out his own eyeballs because he was like, that shit is the greatest thing I am ever going to see. It doesn't get better than this. We popped. We peaked. Might as well say game over at this point. It's all over. Don't need these anymore. So he ripped his own eyeballs out. And after ripping out his own eyeballs, Nurglich was very impressed. Nurglich was thoroughly took a lot of joy in his disciples' extreme reaction. So that, of course, catapulted him up the ranks of Clan Pestilence even further. And what kind of went down after that was a bit of an incident where to fill his eye sockets, and as a gift,
A gift sub to salve the wound of the dreams you crushed with the dancing spear.
Seeking Slaanesh.
Thank you, Release. And thanks for the gift sub too. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Always so delightful when chat spawns a new sacred spawning of subs. Y'all truly have the power over the. Y'all have the power. You really do when it comes to our spawning pools here. But so Nurglich gifted him with Warpstone, which Skrulk proceeded to go, oh, Warpstone, this is a very dangerous substance. I know the responsible thing to do with this. And he jammed it into his eye sockets. And surprisingly, that worked. Saxy Guy, thanks so much for using your Prime sub here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining the community. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome to the Red Host. Please enjoy the emotes and all that jazz. Welcome. And so after shoving the Warpstone into his eye sockets, turns out it actually worked, and it gave him the ability to essentially see. But he doesn't see the world like we do. Skrulk sees the world in kind of a more, he sees like the magical reality that kind of sits on top of our reality. So he perceives the world in a bit of a weird way, but it is strong enough that it allows him to very accurately perceive everything around him, and even allows him to see things that most people can't. But he is very, very good at paying attention and being aware of everything around him. The other fun story about Skrulk is I'll tell you a fun tale about a time someone tried to assassinate him. So there was an incident where Clan Eshin saw Lord Skrulk as a rival. Well, not Clan Eshin, but they were hired on a contract to kill Lord Skrulk. So they sent a team of very, very gifted assassins whose job was very simple. They were to locate Lord Skrulk and, you know, put him down. So they went into the sewers near Altdorf, actually, is where this event takes place. And they managed to track down Lord Skrulk. But they found him in a pretty interesting way. They found him just sort of sitting. He didn't have any body. He didn't really have any guards. Didn't have a bodyguard. He was just hanging out. He had a couple of attendants around him, and he was just sort of sitting by this fire, and they were wafting flames around him. And the assassins look at this and go, "Oh, this is too easy. This is too easy. This is simple. We got this. We got this. This is the easiest job." So they march out. And they all do like their sneaky stuff, and they're like jumping through the ceiling and using the shadows to stay hidden. And they're all sneaking up on Lord Skrulk. Skrulk seems totally unaware. He's just sitting there, just hanging out. And as they start approaching, the leader of the assassins, the most gifted assassin among them, notices something a little weird. He notices as they're getting close to Skrulk that everywhere else in the sewers they had been, full of excrement and all sorts of other nasty stuff, there had been flies and rats and like creatures. But Lord Skrulk was completely alone. There were no flies around him buzzing. There were no rats scurrying around him. And he notices, looking down, that Skrulk is surrounded by a bunch of dead flies and a bunch of dead rats. So he stops. But all of his other guys go in to try and kill him. And unfortunately for the assassins that did not stop, as they got close to Skrulk and they got within range to like start throwing stuff at him, they, you know, some of them throw some stars and stuff, and Skrulk is rather easily able to parry aside very casually. I'm gonna seduce their Keeper of Secrets. He's mine now. He parries aside a lot of those things, but just getting within that range where they can smell what's been wafting around, all of the assassins' lungs liquefy and they die. Like that. Very quickly. So they all die horribly as their lungs dissolve into fluid and their blood runs black and pus leaks out of all of their orifices. They die to this horrible contagion. And the last assassin, who thought that he stopped out of range, Skrulk goes, he basically is like, I'll kill you from back here. I didn't go in your aura. And Skrulk goes, no, actually you didn't. Just by coming like even remotely in this area, you're actually already infected with a horrible disease. You'll start feeling it in a couple seconds. Sure enough, the assassin starts coughing horribly and realizing, oh shit, I'm gonna die. And Skrulk goes, tell you what, how about instead of you trying to kill me and dying horribly right now, you instead agree to work for me now, and I'll give you the cure so that you won't die to this disease. And of course that rat's finally like, oh god, please, and signs up with Lord Skrulk, and that's how Lord Skrulk gets an assassin for that story. Is there going to be a day one patch for Warhammer? I don't know about a day one patch, but there is a launch beta that is available at this exact moment in time. I have not moved to it yet. I'm still on the before launch beta because I want to finish this campaign, and there's a chance that when I switch the builds, it could potentially screw with the campaign.
We are in agreement.
Come and get me!
Hakari moves.
Exalted demonets of Slaanesh!
An intriguing sin. Delicious.
Chariot on chariot action.
Glorious.
Summon more demons.
Make them scream.
Consume them!
Supple servants of
More
Slaanesh.
demons, more demons.
Sensuous diversions. The darkest of desires. Extravagant despair.
Power of Slaanesh.
More demons, more demons. Let's summon a keeper of secrets.
Streams of sensation!
Furies.
Pain and despair!
The cult thrives! Pleasure, passion, excess, and decadence!
Oh, good. I can summon a volcano. Let's do it right there.
Darkling majesty.
Dodge this, you casual.
No one faster.
Exalt.
Death through sensation.
And we're definitely going to lose a few units, I fear.
Hakari.
Oh, good. We won. Do bloodletters have scaly skin in the army book? Good question. Scaly skin has been applied very inconsistently throughout Warhammer 1 and 2, to be fair. Some things that have scaly skin get missile resistance. Sometimes they just get like a little more sometimes they just get a bit of armor. Sometimes they get neither. Like, it has not been consistent, I will say that. Yeah, you're right though, they did have scaly skin. Ah, we lost a unit. Bummer. How hard is it to find a demon's true name, and how does one go about finding a true name? It's insanely difficult. Demons jump through an obscene amount of hoops for an immortal being to keep their true names a secret. How would you go about finding it? Depends on the demon in question. Generally speaking, they hide it somewhere. It's usually recorded somewhere within the realm of chaos, or there may be another entity that knows it. Like the gods know all their true names, obviously. And you may be able to like barter for it from like a more knowledgeable entity. Generally speaking though, they're very difficult to get, and even if you get it, it doesn't mean you can use it, because the thing about demon names is they are very, very hard to pronounce. They are super hard to pronounce. Like they are very alien, nonsensical words. So like just because you know it doesn't mean you can pronounce it, and if you pronounce it wrong, the problem is, like, the ritual you would be doing will summon the demon to you. Pretty much guaranteed. But if you did it wrong, or if you say it wrong, you're not gonna know you said it wrong until the demon shows up and is like, yo, what's up, bro? were you just trying to use my true name to manipulate me? In which case you go, oh god.
Another desire fulfilled.
Because you are about to have your ass ripped 12 ways to Sunday, son.
Tempter Lord.
Hand down those little trinkets.
Working on it.
Excellence.
All right, spell time. We are very close to max level Nakari.
How delightful.
Yay, immortal.
You may bow.
All right, what does Slaanesh got for us this time? The Circle of Vainglory. Here, unseen voices whisper reminders of forgotten triumphs and a catalog of achievements both great and small. Just a few minutes to remember. It will do your soul good. Reminisce. Listen to the voices. Let them remind you of your many victories. Well done. 45,000 gold. All lords and heroes faction-wide get +5 ranks, and the Dark Prince's paramour becomes a permanent follower. The Dark Prince's paramour gives you +25 control faction-wide, +250 growth in a province where your character is, and -50 control to any enemy province your character is standing in. But we must move on.
So good.
The realm of Slaanesh sure is tempting.
Our burning needs are
Where are you going? Come back here, you little scamp.
Oh, yes.
Is he still in our territory? Yes, he is. Activate the thing that slows him down. Hey, I'm gonna call you Beast. Bova Beast. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure my family is downstairs right now preparing for the Super Bowl as well.
Name it.
I am not gonna participate in like the celebrations, but I do like, you know, I will socialize with them before it begins and everything.
I am favored, not you.
Ah, I'm so close to dominating these elves. We're at 80%. I'm gonna dominate these wood elves, chat.
My divine
I'm going to revel in it so much, and we're gonna recruit wood elves into Nakari's army, and it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. Let's proliferate cults. Problem is, I don't always. Okay, the Tower of a Share. Start doing this one. What else we get? Ah, Nangao. I would like another cultist. Let's do this, and then you, let's do this. Okay. Oh man, we were taking a beating getting through here. Alright though, that was to be expected. Do I lose the campaign instantly if any faction gets the 4 souls before you? I don't know, because that's never happened.
Divine.
Because the AI, to be honest, is not that good at getting the souls. Like, even on Legendary, I have never gotten close to the AI pulling that off.
The screams shall fill.
Like, the AI can certainly be annoying, and they can, like, beat you to a soul. That's happened. But I've never had them get all 4. Ever.
Cultist. Onward.
I feel like you would have to deliberately be, like, just twiddling your thumbs the entire time. Oh, awesome. Are there any Karaks that stand out as more defensive than the others? Karak 8P, or Karaza Karak. Karaza Karak is the impregnable hold. It is the god hold that has never fallen. And it never will! At least not in my heart. Are they gonna attack us? Please don't attack me. Normally, I have pretty good luck of getting through here without running into armies, but this time I have not been so fortunate. Ah! Okay, we're gonna seduce their Keeper of Secrets again. How stupidly defensible should be the siege map for the Everpeak? It should be pretty dumb. it should be agonizing. If greenskeins are grown as mushrooms, what happens if someone eats such a mushroom? Will a greenskin grow in them? No. Carol, if you go outside right now and you find a mushroom that, like, presumably is not poisonous, and you eat it, would it grow in you? No, because it's dead. Greenskin mushrooms are not immortal. No, that's no. they would die.
Onyx Shield, X10. I feel like Karak Labyrinth map would be the most cheesable in Total War.
If they accurately base it off like some of the art we have and stuff, where it has like the big bridge, yeah. Are there other races that eat the flesh rooms? Skaven have been noted to eat flesh rooms sometimes, but generally speaking, no. Most races stay away from them because they're very hard to find because they're only in like very specific places, and they're usually very heavily defended by greenskins, and apparently they look disgusting. Like they're not good eating. 1.6k damage. Come on, everyone, pile in on the fun. The rest of you, run away, because I don't want y'all taking any more damage. Cultists, cover our flank with summons, please. Summon the Keeper of Secrets! Here, General. Dude, the Cultist is so good once they get the ability to start summoning. It is, like, so sexy. I probably should have kept my Marauders out of the fight now that I think about it, but it's too late. Summon the big angry hand of death. The death super spell is so cool. Here it comes. Kaboom! And they're all dead. That spell has a super long build-up, but if you get caught in it, you are dead. You are super dead. Slaanesh. I bet the AI doesn't use the big spells. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Hopefully they figure out a way to teach them to use it, because I mean, they're very possible to dodge. I have seen the AI use them. I have actually seen the AI use them before, but it's rare. I'm not sure what its like specifications are to use it, but I have witnessed the AI use one of the Cataclysm spells. Is there ever a time that Tzeentch plans backfired so bad that everyone just had to pity him? No. No one would ever pity him. Everybody hates him.
X1000. Hey, when you get a hot moment, check my direct message in Discord. Smile.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you for, wow, that's a lot of bits, dude. That was very generous. You didn't need to do that. Thank you, my dude. Oh. Hey. Okay. Are you sure? You sure, my dude? Thank you for the bits, man. See? Okay. Chat, I have some news for you from Mr. Scantu here. This man says he's got too much going on right now. Therefore, he would like us to do the giveaway again. So, if you would like to win a free copy of Total War Warhammer 3, I would highly recommend you type in !Slaanesh right now.
The time of
And perhaps you will be the lucky one who will receive a free copy of the game. Because that hero, that man, that god amongst men, decided that he's just too much of a boss. Also, hey Chad, do you want to see something cool? Do you want to see something cool? This is totally unrelated. I just want to make that clear. Would y'all like to see something cool? As you're all typing in !Slaanesh so you can win that free copy of Total War Warhammer 3. Do y'all want to see the new official... Actually, you know what? We'll save it for Lorebeards. We'll save it for Lorebeards.
Billy Mays impersonation, Little Kappa.
What? My what now? Billy Mays here. We'll save it. We'll save it. We'll save it for Lorebeards. I will have something very cool to show off at Lorebeards, which is relevant to Lorebeards.
Code_of_0 cheered. X10. Basically what I was asking is I time that most silliest times Yonch screwed or his plan.
I don't know about silly, but I can tell you about the time where Zinch got his ass kicked the hardest. Oh, chat. The circle of indolency. Pleasant waves lap at your feet. The sky is azure blue and the weather is warm. Rest upon the calm sands and take a draught from the ambrosial waters. Rest and feel refreshed. You could lie down. Let us rest. You won't regret it. 50,000 gold and the blade of Slaanesh himself. 30 melee attack, magical attacks, 500 armor-piercing damage, a 20% ward save, and unbreakable. And we also get our personal sycophant, who gives us 100 experience per turn, 200% bonus experience gain, plus 20% campaign movement, and 25% campaign line of sight. All we'd have to do is click that button. So here's what I'm thinking. Our army is a little beat up. So I'm not against taking it. However, that adds like a lot of extra time to the campaign. Like a lot of extra time because we have to wait until the Realm of Chaos opens up again. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I am not powerful enough. I'm not powerful enough to decide this. But you know who is? You are, chat. So, you all get to vote. And I'm even going to include a system where you can rig the vote by spending lots of points.
Fat Onyx
and even bits.
X10. Chat, remember you can invoke the sacred right of bribery to sway Sotek. Use those channel points and bits.
The poll has begun! You have 3 minutes to decide our fate, chat. You have 3 minutes. And that gives me time to check out a couple of little things. What's it gonna be, chat? What's it gonna be? I'm indifferent. It could go either way. Like on one hand, finishing the campaign would be great. It would be lovely to finish it. At the same time, that's a sexy sword. That's a very sexy sword. Ooh, chat, y'all are... If you haven't voted, go vote. Vote's up right now. You could decide, do we get kicked out of the realm of Slaanesh? But in exchange, we get 50,000 gold, the most powerful weapon in the game, and probably one of the most powerful followers in the game? Or do we continue and brutally fight our way through the final battle for the realm of Slaanesh in order to continue the storyline? The bribes are slightly random, but if you make it all the way down, you always get the blade. But it's at the very bottom. Am I strong enough to win the final battle? I am. Trust me. Can you enter Slaanesh's realm again? If we accept the bribe, yes. Oh, well, yes, we could either way, but if we beat it, we're not coming back. Finish this madness! Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Y'all are fighting. It's close. It's close. There's only a 12 vote difference.
Fat Onyx cheered. X10. Hey Sotek, question for you. Do you have to take your LL into the Chaos Realms? Or can
Yes.
you like take a normal lord into
No.
Slaanesh to take all the bribes, then just never use
No,
the lord again
you
to
have
avoid
to
the
send your
penalties?
legendary lord. Legendary lords are the only characters that can enter the realm of chaos. Otherwise, everyone would cheese it. Cast it into the fire! Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Take the sword. Let us rest. You won't regret it. Your limbs are heavy, your mind unfocused. Rest on the Dark Prince's bosom. We have failed the realm of Slaanesh. But we got Slaanesh's sword!
_0 cheered. X100.
And the personal
Big Bang
sycophant.
The blade, Lord the blade.
The sword is ours. The sword is ours. Brother Flying, good to see you. Abozo. Brother Flying, thanks for the stretch. I'll do that. I wonder, is the sword locked to him, or can I put it on anybody?
My excellence.
Oh, I can put it on anybody. Steercar's kind of our Mimi character, so here you go. I like the Wit Stealer sword. And I'm also not going to keep the personal sycophant on him because its whole thing is that it juices you with experience, which I already have plenty of experience. Wait, what is that? Seduce unit cost. What am I running right now? Stack. Okay. How long until after Urson roars do portals open? It seems a little random. I haven't timed it well. Like I'm not sure is what I'm saying.
Code _0 cheered. X100. Give the sword to Val.
Val doesn't need it. Val's plenty strong. Val is doing just great. Ooh. Oh, we will give Val the Banner of Ecstasy, though. He's unbreakable as long as he's in combat. It's part of a set. We need to find the Lash of Despair for a set bonus. Okay, you get the personal sycophant because it'll level you up really fast. Gourmand. Still don't have any casting items, do I? Okay, we can combine some of these items, see if we get anything good. Another Helm of Discord. Listen, the Helm of Discord is great, but could I get something different, please? Picture shard sucks. Let's combine those. Yo, Ring of Sensate. Wow, that is garbage. That is garbage. How is that a blue item? 10% spell resistance? What the fuck? I can take the Obsidian Talisman for 20% spell resistance. Why would I ever take that? That is such a garbage item. Oh my god. Oh, I don't like that at all. That was painful. Spell resistance is garbage. It's still useful. It's not as good as it used to be, that's true. %10 spell resistance. Even if that was a 10% ward save, that would still be garbage for a blue item.
Fair Onyx Cheer. X10. I just realized a new meme that will emerge in the combined map. Iltharion is going to be able to out-torture Slaanesh demons with his mechanics.
I don't know if he's out torturing so much as he's just like taking them on a sabbatical. Seductive Glory. It's a buff. Okay, it's a buff we activate that lowers melee defense and causes rampage. When victory is thought to be close, caution is cast at the four winds and frenzy beckons enticingly. Ballet of blows. Not those kind of blows, chat. Behave. The finest combat is beautiful to behold, like the precision choreography of the most complex of dances, each delicious move bringing the exalted keeper of secrets closer to the killing climax. Okay, maybe it is that kind of blows. Awesome. They get the Norse skin mechanic where they get stronger the longer they fight.
A new power.
Name it, and it shall be done.
You need a cultist. I cannot recruit cultists here. Oh, I know. I'll cheat.
They call to you. The cult of pleasing perfection.
Because I know there's someone in chat who is dying to get a cultist out, so it's time.
Excess.
You are no threat. The screams shall fill the void.
Summon them.
Really wish the Bjornling would build more interesting buildings so I could get better troops from them.
Herald of the Dark Prince.
What is the Stirkar's got 900 weapon strength for a herald? That's amazing.
The glorious obscenity of war. Grant slow.
She gets like a billion. Oh, Talisman of Endurance. Good find. Good find.
Death.
Okay, Stirkar, we're gonna keep renowned and feared.
My
Make your army as cheap as
deepest
possible.
desire granted. Spreading seduction.
Alright, I need more Norskins! I also want chariots. Because you know what makes me think of Norska, chat? It's chariots.
To the Lord of Excess. Only absolute supplication will suffice. They will never know the safe word.
Did you hear what she just said? Oh my god! They will never know the safe word? That's not how that works, Slaanesh! No, Slaanesh, that's not how that works! That's not how that works! Oh my god. That is so bad. Oh my god.
You want me?
Wow, never do that, chat. Never say that to anyone.
How divine.
God, I cannot imagine a more terrifying sentence to hear from another person. What's the safe word again? Oh, you'll never know.
Code
What?
__0
What?
cheered. X10. Is Styrkar on a mount?
Stykar is not on a mount. He was not. Oh, he was on a horse when we found him, so we should definitely get him on a horse or a steed.
Let
Aurelius 011 cheered. X10. The safe word is the demon's true name.
Ah, yes. That's super easy to pronounce.
My divine master comes.
Yay, we gave him a new gift. I love giving gifts. The elves are at 82%.
You are not the chosen one. My divine master.
Why is it so hard for me to gift them?
Leave me to my manipulations.
Embrace the lust. Feast on their soul.
Crushing defeat. Yoink. Yoink.
Code _of_0 cheered.
Aha!
X10. I always tell my friend the safe word is
Feast upon their
surprise
sin.
What'd you say? I always tell my friend the safe word is surprise. Is surprise when tell go. What? Did the giveaway already happen? No, I forgot. Giveaway! And fire! Angel, hey, Angel 2 Bry. That's a name I recognize. Angel 2 Bry. Congratulations, you won a free copy of Total War Warhammer 3. Big congrats. Well done, well done.
End them. Such insights to tempt you.
I would really like to take or defend the Chimera Plateau, but I need to approach this
Don't
carefully.
stop.
Mistress.
No
of
way,
the
yes way. Unless you don't want it, in which case I guess no way would be correct. But I'm assuming you do want it.
How should I debase myself?
Oh fucking God, okay. Whew. Man,
Divine
there are some
immortality.
spicy voice lines in this. Goddamn, CA, take a chill pill. Yeah, I need to start saving up cultists, or devotees, because I'm going to need them to convert the elves. Yeah, Angel 2 Bry, hit me up on Discord or Twitch or whatever, I don't care. Pick your poison. Uh-oh. 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 Katarin. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. So I'm just gonna... You can have Norska. I am out of here. Is there a fantasy equivalent to 40k blanks or pariahs? Only one. His name is Luther Harkin. Luther Harkin is the only thing we know of in Warhammer Fantasy who is literally... he is basically like a... resistant. He actively sucks up the winds of magic and nullifies them. But he is the only entity we know of that does that. How hard is it to find... okay, I answered that.
Prince promises ecstasy for every sense if you submit.
Have I played the CK2 Warhammer Fantasy mod? Nope.
Fat Onyx cheered.
Will I play it for CK3? Probably not.
Kari saw what Katoran had planned and used the safe word.
Since we're talking about Amazons, can I tell you a little bit about Anaconda? That is a really specific piece of lore that was before my time. So I'm gonna do a rain check on that one. Ask me about that next stream and I can try and look that up, but I'll refund your points. Does Slaanesh have more campaign range? You can get more campaign range with Slaanesh. But I'm getting most of my bonus campaign range from my cultists. Cultists have bonus campaign range as one of their blue tree abilities, the increased mobility. But as Slaanesh, you can literally whip yourself. There's this ability called Pleasure for Pain. You can target one of your armies and you take 6% damage on all units, but it gives you plus 12% extra movement, which is pretty sexy. All right, I kind of want Nakari to kick some ass around here, but I need to set up a base of operations. Let's go. I'll just take this. Hello, I'm coming in. When you say surprise when you come from behind, Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. What do you get at the end / center of Slaanesh's realm? You get the Sword of Slaanesh, which we got it just a minute ago. You get 50,000 gold, the Sword of Slaanesh, which is a very powerful item, and you get Slaanesh's Sycophant, which is a follower that buffs the shit out of the lord you attach it to and levels them up really fast. If you went any further than that, you just do the final battle for Slaanesh's realm. Any cool lore about Hashit, like the relationship between the other dark gods? Hashit doesn't get out much. Hashit is very much a very insular figure. He has very little record of ever dealing with the other chaos powers. But a very cool thing I can tell you about him is that Hashit is a god who has some very, very terrifying amount of lore or knowledge to him. He's very, very clever. And one of the spookiest things that Hashit knows that he has shared with the Chaos Dwarfs is Hashit, for whatever reason, has discovered knowledge that allows him to rather consistently basically manipulate the building blocks of life itself. So Hashit has taught the Chaos Dwarves how to manipulate life on basically a molecular level, to the extent where they're able to manipulate the growth of greenskins, which is how Black Orcs were created, even though that ended up not being a great thing for the Chaos Dwarfs. But he also taught them so much about the fundamental laws and rules of life that he was able to teach them enough that they learned to create their own life forms, being the Kadai, which are not true demons, they're not true anything. They are literally manifestations of new stuff. They are not truly alive, but nor are they dead. They are hideous, terrifying entities that the Chaos Dwarves literally kind of birthed up from nothing. Which, the more you think about it, the spookier it gets. Come here, priest. Hey, do the thing where you summon a greater demon. More whips.
All for the prince.
Orgasmic agony.
Have some damage.
Yes!
Brink of joyous degradation.
Do y'all ever think about how many people are probably going to be playing this game, and there's going to be a moment where, like, the demons of Slaanesh say something, and someone's just going to sit there and go, "Huh, that's my fetish." It's sad because it's true. It's me. It's me.
The serpent strikes.
Very rude.
The Lord of Excess arises.
Sing unto brevity.
That works a shield. Excellent. Imagine how often someone's gonna play this in their parents / significant other walks in on the demons of Slash saying stuff like that out of context.
Hey, remember guys, remember though, CA worked very hard to make sure that the blood pack does not start in this game because of ratings reasons, right? Like that's, they're watching out for the kids. And all this is fine, obviously, but like blood, that's too much. Thank God CA's got our backs to make sure that we're not, you know, checking out content that might be too much for young children and minds. Thank God this is still 100% appropriately rated for teen.
Slaanesh! Bringers of joyous degradation!
What about shitting out nerdlings? Yeah, you know, family-friendly stuff. Obviously.
Dark whispers of glory!
Soul trigger!
Fat Onyx
The
cheered.
aesthetics
X10.
are lethal.
I think that says more about the rating system than CATBH.
You're not wrong.
Nakari moves.
Rip. Oh wait, I already answered that. Are there any special days for Dark Elves other than raiding season? Death Night. Death Night is huge in Dark Elf culture. Obviously, it's the whole issue of, obviously they have the whole thing of, there's, like, in the city of, in Hellebron City, Harganeth, there is a whole thing. Ooh, I could create a vassal. That might be useful. Standard of Chaos Glory.
The Tempter Lord. The
Level 50!
Tempter Lord.
Alright, we got max level Nakari. Kind of want cheaper slicing shards. But I also kind of want Hate's Corn. Because we're about... Well, no, we're going to be going into Slaanesh's realm again. Oh, I'll get Promise of Perfection, actually. Oh, I should have put... Damn, I wish I had more points. I'm not going to get to Arcane Conduit, which makes me a little butthurt. Or I could get Acts of Hedonism. Oh, this is hard. Yeah, I'm going to take Acts of Hedonism.
I am enlightened.
Okay.
You answer to me.
What did I lose? It doesn't really matter what I lose. Oh, I want a Soul Grinder. God, I want a Soul Grinder. Give me the Soul Grinder. I think I can hide here for 4 turns. I don't...
Despoil and ravage.
Pleasures.
Get out of here.
So
You're not welcome here.
Such insights to tempt you.
Target army belonging to me in enemy territory. Okay.
you will perish in shrieking ecstasy.
I wanted to get you an Aluris. I cannot... Oh, no, I can get an Aluris. Nice! Wait, do they have poison attacks?
Most privileged.
No, they don't have poison attacks. I will take a poisonous Aluris, thank you very much.
Are you now you are ready?
Assassinate. My divine master? No, I must decline. Smother them. Name it, and it shall be done.
But yeah, Death Knight is the big one. And the Dark Elves do have holidays that they celebrate for like all of the Elven gods, or most of the Elven gods. There are genuine holidays lined out for like almost the entirety of the Pantheon. Like there's the goddess of pleasure, Authority. Authority has like a whole ritual or like little celebration holiday around her, which got co-opted by Nakari once. And Nakara used it to summon himself into the realm of Naggarond. He showed up in Naggarond itself and killed a bunch of people.
X10. What is the playing time for Lorebeards?
Lorebeard starts in... When does Lorebeard start? Hold on. I'm double checking with Nathan that we're still good for today. What's the most successful Kadak outside the World's Edge Mountains and why? Can I tell a funny lore thing about it? The most... Oh, I am attacking the Ice Court? What do y'all think, chat? Should we help the Norskins or should we abandon them to just die? We should probably help them. I like fighting side by side with the AI.
Yeah boy 2044 cheered. X10. Do you think CA will do different DLCs than just Lord packs, and what would they be?
Yes, I do. I hope they do. Honestly, I hate Lord packs. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think they're dumb. I think Lord packs are stupid. They're overplayed. I would much prefer new DLCs. I would much rather get DLCs where we get like, hey, here's a monster pack that comes with a group of monsters that go to specific races. Like, hey, this pack comes with like, or just a pack focusing on one race. Because here's the thing. Here's the problem with Lord packs, right? The problem with Lord packs, which are the Versus DLCs, they are always bad in the sense that one faction gets good stuff and like, or it feels done, and the other half feels like absolute shit. It has happened practically every single time. And I hate it. I would much prefer just do a DLC on the Warriors of Chaos. Just do a DLC on Norska. Just do a DLC on Lizardmen. Just do a DLC High Elves, whatever. I think Versus are, I hate them. I think they're terrible because one of the races always ends up getting screwed. And I think it's an outdated method, and I don't think it works well for Warhammer. I think it works fine for maybe other games, but for Warhammer, I don't think it works well. Hey, fellow, thanks so much for gifting us up to Andy the Lich.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
But I also would like a Legendary Hero DLC. Maybe we could do Legendary Hero DLC, gives you, like, it just adds in groups of Legendary Heroes. So they're like, hey, here's a Legendary Hero DLC. You get like Chalkox for the Lizardmen. You get Shadowblade for the Dark Elves. You get Karanak the Hound for Khorne. You get Scylla Anfringim for Norska. You get, like, you know, just shit like that. I think that'd be great. Oh, these Kislevites are about to have a bad time. Thanks for the stretch and hydrate. Do I think they'll overhaul Nakai? I don't know about overhaul, but I think they'll fix them, especially if I keep bitching about it, which I will. Can I tell you a lore fact that'll make everyone love Skarsnik 4? Do you know what Skarsnik's staff is? Skarsnik's Prada? If you're a dwarf fan, you're gonna hate this. If you're a Skarsnik fan, you're gonna love this. Skarsnik's Prada is not a true greenskin artifact originally. Skarsnik's Prada was a very high quality rune staff that belonged to a rune lord who specialized in healing. And Skarsnik saw his cool staff and decided, I want that, and captured the rune lord himself as well, and brought the rune lord, tricked the rune lord, captured him alive, and tortured him by making him watch as Skarsnik perverted his beloved rune staff into a weapon of destruction. And then Skarsnik kept the rune lord as a prisoner and tortured him for like a good many decades until he finally died. Alright, bear killing time. Forgive me, Boris. But I'll do what I must.
What do you want?
This will be exquisite.
The Lord of Excess arises!
Do the thing! Oh, is he dodging it? That's very rude. No dodging, that's against the rules.
Make them scream.
I think I hurt myself more than him with that. This is a really cool spell, if you haven't seen this. It summons phantoms of giant demons.
Slaanesh.
I need him over here to kill the characters. Put that 175 speed to work. The big goober.
Divine dance. The Dark Princess servant.
Their flesh is my canvas. Sorcerer's lash.
Worship Journal. Stop! Oh, yes.
Once their generals are all dead, we will be in a much better position. There's one down. Here's the second one.
Excess in all things.
Beans, make yourself useful.
I am ready.
Summon the mirror of Slaanesh! Ooh, I'm taking a lot of damage. Stop their shooting!
Onward!
The Maiden of Ecstasy.
Summon more demons.
Phantasmagoria.
Arch Tempter! Moving! Move!
Oh,
Charge!
hello.
Faster! Yes!
Dark whispers of glory.
Maim! Kill! The darkest desires.
Go!
New extremes of sense. civilization.
Yeah, I need to get in the back and cut off all these annoying shooting units.
Unleash my power. This will do. I shall dance. Past. Power of Slaanesh.
Delightful. Extravagant despair.
Spread decadence and depravity.
Agreed. Attack. Tasmagoria.
Who can I blame?
Run! I feel the urge.
Your desires are mine. I need souls. Soul Trigger.
Comrades, we must be stronger!
Slaanesh is Allures. Hear the discordant choir. The Prince of Chaos rises.
Ugh, that was a brutal fight. Do I think there will be more Barbie cosmetic features than just the Demon Princes? You might see minor ones pop up here and there. I don't think you'll ever see anything as in-depth as the Demon Prince ever again. That is his mechanic. I don't think you're ever going to see that expanded on somebody not him. But you may see, I would not be shocked to see an army painter once the game is pretty much at the end of its line. Like, once they're like, okay, we've gotten everybody, like, all the races are in the game, and, like, we're coming up to the end of Warhammer, Total War Warhammer's life cycle, I think there's a very high chance, pretty much guaranteed, in my opinion, that you will see a army builder. We won't know for sure until, you know, we're there. But, like, the ability to maybe, like, choose between a couple different weapon outfits for certain characters or units, I could see, well, probably just characters. Like, I could see maybe they're like, oh, okay, you chose a Black Orc War Boss. Like, do you want him to have a great weapon? Do you want him to have a sword and board? Or do you want him to have two-hand weapons? Like, you know, keep it very simple. At the end of the life cycle, yeah, I would not expect it before then. Because from their perspective, that would just be like adding a mechanic that they would then have to like keep tweaking and upgrading as they release more stuff. From a CA perspective, it makes a lot more sense to just wait until they've got everybody in the game. Once everybody's in the game, then you throw in the army builder and you do it once and you're done. The most successful Kadak outside of the World Judge Mountains would be Kadak. It's not Kadak Heenern. I think it's Kadak Norn. I think Kadak Norn is the most successful hold outside the World's Edge Mountains, up in the Grey Mountains. It does very, very well for itself when it's not picking fights with the Wood Elves, which they've gotten a lot better about not doing. Good job, Norskins. Way to prove it was worth resurrecting you. What's a funny story about it? About Kadak Norn? I don't know if there's really any funny stories about Kadak Norn. Kadak Norn is kind of a brutal existence, to be honest. Any theory on when or how long Mortal Empire's version of the entire map gets released? I'm gonna be honest, and granted, I think the worst case scenario, I'm ballparking like, I'm ballparking
such insights.
Granted, once again, worst case scenario. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm saying that this is what I'm like preparing myself for. Is like the massive amount of stuff they need to get in there. I am preparing my brain for 6 months. If they do it in less than 6 months, I would be thrilled. But that is what I'm like preparing myself for.
You want me?
I think that's the worst case scenario.
I get stronger.
Taste thy pleasures. Most privileged of
But I do think that's a fair amount of time.
Now you are
Inquisitor
ready.
Hammond cheered.
Handmaiden
What in
of
darnation?
dark
Were you
delight.
still awake? Go eat some breakfast, sir.
You're not my boss.
The Tempter Lord. You shall sample.
I kind of want to get rid of the Norse skins and replace them with better stuff. Though, man, it would make my upkeep really expensive. Could do it later. No Regiments of Renown exist? Not yet. Regiments of Renown will be added later.
My divine master.
That's normal though.
Execute.
Like none of the base games had Regiments of Renown.
My divine
Those have always been a
master.
DLC feature.
Infiltrate.
I love how he keeps spawning lords so I can infect them. Makes me happy.
Such delightful torment.
Moving, my prince.
So good. Slaanesh is young. You are summoned.
Alright, I don't actually want you here. I just put you there so I could recruit cultists.
The
Where else?
cult, please.
Silver Tower is gonna rebel. It'll be fine.
You
Maybe.
may touch me only in dreams. Artisan of pain.
Is there a book dedicated to flora and fauna in the Warhammer Fantasy universe? Yes, essentially. There's a lot of lore you can find that heavily details plants and animals and creatures that can be found thanks to the role-playing games.
You wish to join my young. If you
I would heavily recommend checking out the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition series and also the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition series. If you're looking for just like creatures, you could find, allegedly, not that I'm suggesting you should do this, but I've heard from another source, totally not me, I'm not saying you should do this, but I've heard that you can find pretty much every single Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition book for free on the internet very easily. Not that I would know anything about that. And it's like very nice quality PDFs that will teach you incredible amounts of lore, including plants, animals, and creatures across the world. But like I said, I know nothing about that. And in 4th edition, there's a new book coming out you can purchase called The Imperial Zoo, which I think is going to be very up that alley. I'm looking forward to picking it up myself.
Don't stop. I yearn to go.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Such decadence. Troop toward euphoria.
Embrace the lust.
Contest of the perfect prince. My divine master. Submission. You are in paradise.
Yay! We gave the tree man the gift of Slaanesh. We're so generous, aren't we, chat? Ah, the elves are at 90%! Oh, we're so close.
Courtesan.
Go away,
I
Scrag!
know my place.
Scrag, I swear to God, if you kill the elves right at the cusp of my victory, I'm going to be immensely upset. I wonder if they would be...
Not since the coming of Morga has Athel Lauren been so tainted.
Okay, fair. But have you thought about... Wait, where's Join War? Wait, am I at war with... No, I'm not at war with... Wait, where's my Join War button? Oh, I can't offer to do that for them. Okay, well, whatever. He's gonna kill them for sure. Don't say that!
Aztecas cower in the snow.
God, I'm tempted to, like, just throw Nakari south to go save them. I'm gonna be so salty if we don't get them after all that work.
Pleasure without conscience.
Because we have been plucking away at that string for a while. Is Alberic's trident the actually trident of the god Manon? No. Manon's personal trident is gigantic. Like, his trident, like the actual god Manon's trident would be... It would be very large. It would be very large. Super large. Is it a genuinely deeply blessed item that represents it and wields a lot of its power? Yes. I would like peace with him for right now.
Onyx cheered. X10. TBF, that would be peak slash. You spend all this effort to corrupt someone only to get blue balled at the last moment.
Oh. Okay. He helped me kill the rebels. All right, no complaining here. Thanks, bird boy. Why do I care? If the wood elves die, can't I restore them? Oh yeah, I guess I could. Huh. Ancient agony.
Such insights to tempt you.
Extinction comes.
Your pain.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Jinx.
Your imperfections are abhorrent.
The broken smile.
The cult
Join his army.
makes us move.
Stretch and hydrate, that's a good point. I should do that. I probably should switch my desk into standing mode, but I need to clear some stuff away from it before I do that. Who's the most fun of the 4 Chaos campaigns? Oh, I don't know, dude. That's genuinely hard to say. Like, they're all very, very enjoyable, just in different ways. Let's see.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Now that I remember, has Val got her hero unit?
Yeah. And it's named after Commissar Azura, as you requested. Already took care of it.
You are no threat.
I need to hydrate.
Little one.
Excess.
Please you.
Okay, I don't know if Scrag died, but at least he left.
Every step.
Oh, there he is.
Agony. Extinction.
Critical failure. Oh.
Pleasure. For pleasure's sake.
93! Who's this? Oh, you.
Herald of the Dark Prince. On cloven foot. Such a craven little fool.
A brief explanation on what the 4 Chaos Gods represent and how do they make mortals fall for them. Oof. Okay, so the first part's a lot easier than the second part. Though it's not. Okay, so each of the Chaos Gods represents the following. Khorne is primarily the god of hatred.
Enter my palace of pleasure and speak, precious one.
Ooh. So Khorne is the god of hatred. He's the god of rage, war, battle, slaughter. Just kind of a bad time overall. But rage is his core tenet. He is a god that is all about just losing yourself to the deepest and most horrible of anger and just completely indulging in it, no matter, you know, how bad that may be for you. You know, lose yourself to your hatred. That's all that matters. Nurgle is the god of despair, but he also represents disease, plague, life in a very twisted and perverted sense. He represents decay and regrowth, the cycle of life, death, rot, which is decay, and rebirth, as it continually goes around forever. He's also the god of like morbidity. Tzeentch is the god of hope primarily, but he's also the god of magic, the god of change, the god of deception and lies, and the god of mutation. And then Slaanesh, who is ultimately the embodiment of excess, he represents many of civilization's heights. But he's the god of sex, the god of pleasure, the god of pain, the god of music, generally just civilization. As for how they lure you to them, honestly, it's a bit of a complicated thing, but the general gist is that there are things they offer that can bring you... Well, let's kind of break them down. The way you fall to Khorne is very straightforward. You fall to Khorne because you lose yourself to anger. You lose yourself to hatred because something has happened in your life that has made you so full of hate that all you can do is just indulge in it. Whether because you hate a particular person or an ideology or a place or a thing. You know, maybe a monster came into your village and killed all of your family, and you hate that creature and you completely dedicate yourself to hunting this creature down, and you're consumed by that hatred. Khorne will be whispering to you, reaching out to you, offering you more power in exchange for just letting go and letting that hatred, that rage consume you. He's also this god of battle. And the thing is a lot of the dark gods will also lure you in with lies. they will trick you into thinking that they are something they're not. So maybe at first you are someone who desires to perfect the art of battle. You are a skilled swordsman and you want to prove that you're amazing at what you do. And you start worshiping this god that you think represents honor and fighting fairly and proving your skill in combat. But in reality, it's just Khorne hiding in a very, very clever guise. And if you go too deep down that road, as you try and pursue becoming ever more skilled in battle, you start to care less and less about the other things in your life, and you start to hear a voice that whispers that you'd be a little faster, you'd be a little stronger if you were angry, you'd be a little more deadly if you could only like understand giving in to bloodlust and your hatred. But Khorne is kind of the most straightforward of the Dark Gods. He's usually not one to worry too much about like convoluted plots trying to lure you in and turn you. Khorne is more someone that grabs you when you're at your lowest. And you have a moment where something has happened and you just can't take it anymore and you're just so angry. And in that moment of you being that angry, you end up hurting someone. You know, you end up losing control of yourself and you strike a loved one. Like you know, or you kill something that was precious to you, or you destroy something meaningful. You have a moment of weakness where hatred takes over your mind, essentially. Not in the sense of like you are losing power to a nefarious force, but in the sense that when you were tested, you gave in to hate. You lost control. And because you lost control, Khorne's there to scoop you up. Nurgle is much more sinister. Nurgle is a god who specifically seeks out those who are weak. People who are being dragged into the absolute depths of despair because of usually disease, famine, suffering. People who are crying out to any force, any entity in existence that will listen, because they're struggling, they're dying, and they're suffering in horrible ways. They're in agony and torture, and they're just praying for it to end. You know, they're begging anything that will listen to spare them from this hell, this never-ending suffering that they have become trapped by. And Nurgle will answer your call. You know, Nurgle says, oh, you know, you're in an eternal famine, or you're in this horrible famine and the crops won't grow. Don't worry. I will allow my garden to take root there and introduce you to the joy of my garden and its plagues. Or he'll say, oh, you're in a drought, you're in a horrible drought, and the crops won't grow and there's nothing to drink. Oh, that's terrible. Here, let me send rain to quench your thirst. And he sends a rain of pus and brackish filth that will drown you. And the thing about Nurgle is that Nurgle is this joyous, almost like Santa Claus-like figure who just keeps saying that he loves you. And all he wants is to embrace you. He just wants to share his gifts with you. You shouldn't be so selfish. You should accept Grandfather's gifts. And in exchange, he will protect you. So yeah, sure, your body may be racked with horrible disease and filth, but you won't feel it. You're not going to feel any of that pain if you give in to Nurgle. If you don't give in to Nurgle, that disease is going to be torture. You're going to spend every waking moment of your life suffering from that fever, your bloated intestines, the maggots eating their way through your flesh, all of this stuff. But if you embrace Grandfather, if you understand that, you know, you're just there as part of this eternal cycle and you find joy and finally just give up. Just give up. Just don't worry about it anymore. Just relax. just realize that nothing matters and you're part of the cycle and just embrace your piece of it, then Nurgle will set you free. That's the deal. Tzeentch is the easiest, honestly. We're probably the easiest next to Slaanesh. Tzeentch is hope. He is the concept of change. Many of us, I think, would fall prey to many of the dark gods, but Tzeentch, in our day and age, Tzeentch in particular would be terrifying. Tzeentch is the embrace of change, and he's basically the monkey's paw god. Tzeentch is the god that's always listening, and when you sit there and you say, I can't take this anymore, I'm working this job that never ends, I'm so burned out, I wish something would change, I wish I could have something that made me happy, I wish something was different, Tzeentch will answer. If you're someone that says, man, the world is so unfair, like I do all this stuff, I work so hard, I put my heart and soul into all these efforts, and no one appreciates me for my talents. I wish that I wish I could be as good as Joe. Joe is so great at what we do. He's so much better than me. It's so not fair. He grew up with all these advantages. I wish I could have Joe's skill. Tzeentch will make that happen. Tzeentch will magically show up and he'll rip off Joe's hands and put them on your hands. And suddenly, hey, look, you're better than Joe now. But now you owe Tzeentch a favor. Or you've been corrupted, or because of your actions, Joe has been horribly mutilated and murdered. But hey, you wanted it. So Tzeentch is that concept of kind of like challenging destiny and trying to get better from what you initially had. And then on top of all that, you've got Slaanesh. And Slaanesh is painfully obvious. You're an artist, but just you're not as good as you wish you were. If only you could be a little bit better, or you picked up this instrument and man, this instrument's really hard. You just wish you were better. You wish you were just good. You know, you wish you didn't have to deal with it. You know, you could just be amazing. Slaanesh has got your back. Oh man, you're an artist, but your art isn't selling well. It doesn't have that pizzazz that somebody wants, whatever the hell that means. Like, man, how can you make it so that people properly appreciate your art? Slaanesh has got your back. Slaanesh will help you get that little extra something that really appeals to people, that tickles them, and makes your art the most popular thing in the world. You know, granted, it might be that you need to go next door and kill your neighbor's kids and grind them up into a fine paste and use that as a pigment for your paint. But hey, you got what you wanted, right? Say, oh man, I wish this girl that I liked or this boy that I liked would like me back. Like, I'm so lonely. I wish they could see me for who I am. I wish they would love me, even though they've been very clear about the fact that they're just not looking for a relationship right now, or they're just not that into you. You know, it's not like there's anything necessarily wrong with you. You just don't have a connection. Slaanesh will take care of that for you. You pray to Slaanesh and he says, "Oh, I'll take care of that. I'll take care of that. Here, let me talk to your little friend here. Let me just tweak her brain a little bit. Let me just make it where she doesn't have free will anymore. Let me just make it where, you know what, she's just a doll. You get to have her. You get to have her, no problem." But those are the dark gods. Like, they all have something to offer. Khorne to our world is not quite as... I think in our world, Khorne would actually probably become the weakest god very quickly. Well, maybe not. I don't know. War is kind of a complex subject for us, isn't it? In our day and age. But there you go. There's a breakdown of all the dark gods. Does Slaanesh get power from extreme aesthetics? Yes. Excess. So, like, if someone does something where they are achieving or pursuing something to the point of excessiveness, to where it like hurts them or hurts those around them, then Slaanesh will feed off of that.
If you stop following you, she'll do to you what she did to the Dark Elves. That was her.
Oh, Lady Azura. Oh, interesting.
The aesthetics are lethal.
Hell's Gorgeous!
Pain is a gift.
Dude, I can't imagine how upset Korn would be if he went from a world where he's like the most powerful god and all of his worshippers are like these super muscular buff He-Mans, and he comes to our world and he ends up being like the god of internet trolls. Like, man, that would talk about culture shock. Has a mortal's perspective of God ever changed that chaos god? What? Has a mortal's perspective of a god ever changed that chaos god? Such as has a... No. Changing one of the chaos gods would... the thing about the chaos gods is the chaos gods have not been created by a specific cult or group worshiping them into existence like most gods. They are genuinely they are genuinely icons of specific emotions that have coalesced in such massive amounts that they became sentient deities.
You do not comprehend.
Yo, Steercar! Actually, I don't think Steercar should become an exalted demon.
Slaanesh no longer desires you.
I don't think Steercar should become a exalted. Because Steercar is supposed to be like our Norska champion. Steercar needs to get on a big badass chariot. Right? Steercar should be a perma-herald. Oh, Confident 17, great to hear that. Thank you so much. Would y'all agree with that? Steercar should be the chariot lord. Krizomi, Lothorn, Virbik, Torchan, ya boy, it's Nico. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you guys. Okay, sounds like everyone agrees. A selfish herald, declining to be subsumed, wanting to experience the climax of depravity herself. Slaanesh is intrigued, but was not to be disappointed, or else. She gained 4 levels. Good lord. Locus of Beguilement, Locus of Swiftness. Actually could be pretty terrifying on a chariot. Yeah, let's take the Locus of Swiftness. Okay, we're still a ways away. Oh, man, I don't want to waste a skill point, though. I want this chariot. Let's start working on her, Norskin, buffing our Norskin units. Marauders of Slaanesh and Hellstriders. There we go.
Such wondrous suffering this will bring.
Isn't swiftness overkill for chariots? No such thing. Well, it's percentage based, so no, I would actually say it's not.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Temptalor.
Yay, Nakari can move again. You can select your characters at the top left corner? Yes, it's very nice. So now that I think about it, I suspect you were saying that as a, you should be doing this, not a, oh, you can do this. I guess that would be more efficient, wouldn't it? Alright. It is time for us to start claiming Norskin territory. Or, you're not Norskin, whoever you are. Kislavite territory.
I want their secrets next. destination. Brace the lost. Onward.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Summon them. My new harem.
Taste thy pleasures.
Name it, and it shall be done.
How divine.
You will never know true rapture. A crescendo of pain and pleasure. Handmaiden of dark delight. I am made whole, most privileged of.
The elves are at 97%. Oh my gosh, dude.
Onward.
It's about to happen. We're about to take over the elves. They're going to be my slaves. Oh, joyous day. Oh wait, no, don't repair that yet, because you're still under attack. Why is that even an option?
Just a sample. Slaanesh power.
Give it to me! Give it to me! What's the most terrifyingly stupid thing any race has ever done? Skaven. Just Skaven. They created a doomsday device that supposedly would have allowed them to take over the world, but it didn't have any safety features, so when an earthquake hit, it detonated and nearly wiped out their entire species.
I'm the arch tempter, the soul flenser, the flesh taster, and you shall adore me.
They have a bad habit of creating diseases that they try to use to, like, take over the world, and then they get infected by their own diseases. Like, the whole Black Plague incident, when the Empire, most of the humans of the old world were wiped out, and, like, the Skaven surged up and almost took over the Empire, and then they were defeated. The reason the Skaven lost wasn't because the Empire magically beat them back after being decimated by the Plague. It's because the Plague... There was a particular Skaven who thought, I bet I could take advantage of this plague to manipulate my fellow Skaven into doing what I want if I'm very, very clever. So he tried to, like, reverse engineer it and proceeded to create a variant that could infect Skaven. So the Black Plague suddenly could infect Skaven, and a shitload of Skaven died. They make bad decisions. A lot. Hey, Kikris Hill, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thank you very much.
Joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Fair Onyx cheered. X10. It was the current Sea Lord specifically, yuck.
Good old Krilisk. Wasn't there something with crashing the moon to the planet? Well, yeah, but that was end time stuff. That is so many Chaos Furies. Good lord. Why is there so many Chaos Furies? I'm just gonna hide in the back. I'm not even gonna bother with the towers, because it's like an army of nothing but Chaos Furies.
Souls for Slaanesh!
Man, this city is getting a lot of action. It's got a good garrison, though. Even got Chaos Spawn?
Bring us souls!
Shall we begin?
How does Nurgle see normal disease? No, Nurgle loves all disease. Nurgle is a joyous celebrator of all forms of disease, whether they were ones concocted in his cauldron that he spread onto the world in his magnanimity, or they were diseases or contagions that form naturally. They are all blessed creations that should be celebrated by everyone. What is the Chaos Dwarfs made and done that would send shivers down even Slanesh's back? Code of Zero, I would highly recommend if you want to get a lot of really cool Chaos Dwarf lore, checking out the Q&A we did on my main YouTube channel, which has, we did a big Q&A series on the Chaos Dwarfs that has a ton of great lore. Like, it's literally hours and hours of content just on the Chaos Dwarfs. But probably the biggest thing that Chaos Dwarfs are very, very fond of that nobody else really... trying to think of the best. I wouldn't say there's anything that would make Slaanesh uncomfortable. Like, Slaanesh just doesn't really have a limit. But the nastiest shit the Chaos Dwarfs like to do is the way they use the way they use their slaves. Where, you know, in most concepts of slavery, when you die, you know, that's it. You're dead. That's not how it works with the Chaos Dwarfs. If you die under the control of the Chaos Dwarfs, there's a very high chance that they have the capabilities to basically take your soul and capture it, and they will use it and to create their weapons or work on things. So maybe they'll use your soul as bait, so they'll basically hit your soul to something and offer you as a tempting meal to a demon, so a demon will come and devour you to feast on you for all of eternity, and then the Chaos Dwarfs will trap them and use them for something. Or maybe you'll just simply be used as fuel, so you'll have your essence shoveled into a hell cannon where it'll chew you up and turn you into a horrifying exploding missile and spit you out to obliterate a bunch of people across the battlefield. Or maybe they'll do something like they might break your soul down and use it as raw fuel in their forging, which would be a horrible, tortured existence. You know, they got stuff they can do with you. Orcs and goblins have souls? Of course. They're mortal. Everything has a soul, so long as it's, like, arrives in the world naturally. Greenskins, lizardmen, most of the undead. Not as bad as the 40k Dark Eldar slaves. No, well, the worst case scenario would be end up in the hands of Slaanesh, because then you can literally end up in an eternal hell with no end, and you are left at the mercy of, like, nightmarish entities beyond sanity. But outside of that, Chaos Dwarfs, they will really, like, you're not gonna get out easy. Well, you might if you're lucky. Like, if you just die down in the mines, then you're fine. But if you're used to fuel their weapons and stuff, it can be bad. Vampires have souls? Yes, but it's a bit of a complicated subject. Vampires do have souls, but their souls are disconnected from, like, the ether. They're disconnected from that nebulous other realm where souls come from and go to when you die. Their souls are kind of like out there. Come and get it while it's hot.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Is that beep that I hear over on your side? Or have I gone crazy?
I have not heard any beats. Like a beep? Like a high-pitched beep? I haven't heard anything. Unless you're talking about like me interacting with like the towers and stuff, like that noise? Is the Chaos Invasion on Prague and Gotrek and Felix canon? Yes. Though the timeline may get really, really messy, but everything that happens in Gotrek and Felix is vaguely canon. Just sometimes the timeline stuff gets a little messy. Beep? There is a beep? I don't hear a beep. Can't be that. Beep? I don't hear anything. I literally hear nothing. I'll hear a beep. What the fuck? You don't hear any beep? Okay, people are just saying it? Okay. Oh shit, I got oh my god. Okay, we gotta wrap this up. We gotta wrap this up. I got Lordbeards, I'm already late. Ah! Oh shit! I'm late to Lordbeards. Got me good? You're all... Okay. I'm leaving. I'm quitting the stream. No more Slaanesh for the rest of the day. Since y'all want to have fun with your beeps. I'd hate to annoy you guys, so I guess I'm just going to call the stream for the day. So, you know, we'll go do Lordbeards and we're done.
Fat Onyx cheered. X10. Just
oh, hey Nathan.
As you keep playing.
Yeah, as soon as I'm done with this battle, I'll save and we'll get started. Does that mean you're all late to Lordbeards, you bunch of bastards? How could y'all do that? You may be late. Thanks for the hydrate and stretch, guys. Do we have a guest? No? I don't think so. If we do, I don't know who it is. I will have something very cool to show on stream, though. Okay. Did I do the giveaway? Yes. Yes, we did. Angel to Bry one. All right. Chat, give me... I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break. I'm going to take a very quick 10-minute break to get everything set up. Oh, dude, chat, look at the perfect way we end this stream.
Not since the coming of Morga has Athel Lauren been so tainted.
Dominate elves. Skadoosh. The wood elves are ours! Construct outpost. What units do we get? Wild Riders, Treekin, Way Watchers. Y'all ready for Way Watcher Nakari? Way Watcher Nakari, it's coming, baby. It's coming, baby. Oh. They don't like me? It doesn't matter if they don't like me. They're mine. They're mine. Slaanesh Way Watchers, here we come. After Lorebeards. And then after Lorebeards, I'm going to get lunch. So, that's going to be it for Slaanesh for now. We will be back with the Slaanesh campaign later today. Don't worry, I don't give a shit about the Super Bowl, so I'm going to be doing this instead of the Super Bowl. So if you're like, man, I wish I had something to do today, well, you're in luck. So, thank you all so much for checking out the stream. Like I said, I'm going to take like literally 10 minutes here to go get set up for Lorebeards. So if you want to stick around for the podcast, stay right here. We're going to be talking about Total War Warhammer as well as a couple of other little things. And then after Lorebeards, I'm going to take a lunch break. And then after that... Oh, wait. But after that, unfortunately, I got some shit to do today. But I will be back later today. If you want to know exactly when I'm going to be back, then please be checking me out on Twitter or my Discord. If you want to join our Discord, type in !Discord, and you'll find a link that you can join. And join our Discord community, and you'll know when I go live, or be following me here on Twitch and all that jazz. But I will be back in about 10 minutes for Lorebeards. I'll see you guys then. Thanks so much for watching. See y'all in a bit. Bye, guys.